never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big...
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm. Community, zero.
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion, tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And, that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community let's just start with on campus?
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the third month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that. It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic, though. Like, we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. Um, at a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club. And so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set um, at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they're recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason. But what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories. And as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%.
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it. No one's really drilling down into it. No one's creating narrative content. So I think that that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll add one more thing before we end. The largest organizations on any university campus. This is a very blanket statement. Could be wrong for you. It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C. And usually it's I am A, B, C, and I'm also a gamer. Not everyone is a gamer first and foremost. And you're only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities. I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. Not for at scale. Not when 55% of the campus body at a Division I school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. You're probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5% at a Division I school. And so what you really need to do is build that community authentically by, as Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing, and do that. And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful? Do that. And then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too. And that's why we have a talent problem in Scholastic Esports. But I will wrap up and say, for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the Esports U Campus Cup featuring Fortnite East. I am Septilance, joined by Zephyr, and we are super excited because, Zephyr, we've been here for quite a few weeks. We've had some ups, we've had some downs, but this week seems very promising, and it seems very exciting, and I'm really eager to jump into it.
We finally have quite a full lobby to join us in this particular series here, so definitely the most heated amount of action anyone will have seen out of Esports U, especially regarding Fortnite, in maybe quite some time. And trust me, we are more than excited. We got the news moments ago, and we've been ready to go ever since.
Yeah, so we were told, like, oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of teams this week. We were a little hesitant, we were a little nervous, but we've got the confirmation, 25 teams in lobby right now, almost double what we've had in previous weeks. And we are super duper excited because we're rearing the end. We've got a bunch of new teams, a bunch of new faces, and Zephyr, there's a prize pool this week in these 4 games. At the end of this 4 games, somebody's walking away with money. 3 teams, $1,000, $500 for first place, $300 for second, and $200 for third. That's pretty darn good. I mean, that is huge to walk away with for one night of play.
And obviously, that's just here in our Eastern Heat, where we'll be seeing 4 games that decide how that prize pool is divvied up. Later on tonight, we've got the Western Heat with the same prize pool once again.
Yeah, a $2,000 total prize pool. Per region. I keep trying to say split, and that's not what I'm trying to say, but 1,000 for each. We got 1,000 on the line right now, and I love the thing about competitive Fortnite that always makes me laugh is how people almost never wait. Look how many people immediately jump out of the bus as quickly as possible. And Zephyr, the thing about having 50-something players or how many teams in here is there are not that many POIs in the game. So we're going to get early combat. We are going to get early fights.
It has been so long. We've been waiting. No longer will we see teams hide in their bush and resource farm for days.
No more Zephyr shrines.
Every single point on this map is going to be potentially contested as some teams try to stake and lay claim here. In this first game, this is what sets the pace.
Yeah, and of course, we've got to talk about there is a kill cap. You get 1 point per elimination. You could only get 16 points, so 16 eliminations maximum. And now that's actually possible. That's actually like an important thing to note is there's 50 people, but only 16 eliminations can matter towards your overall point score. And early on, we see a lot of landing, but everybody's smart enough to not take that primary engage. High ground, immediately living up to the name, surveying the area, getting the highest ground in Fort Jonesy, and just trying to get that recon early, but with a gray rifle. I mean, Zeph, that's going to be a hard fight to win out.
Well, we'll see how it goes there.
Oh, wow.
Already starting to find just a little bit of damage. Obviously not going to be pushing anytime soon. Just letting his teammates there start to get themselves set up in their own resources for now. But everyone likely doing the same here across the map, as no longer can you just bide your time. You actually have to be respectful, especially as how you control some of these areas, how you get yourself set up.
Yeah, and you can't spend the first 5 minutes farming max materials, right? I mean, you might actually have to fight for your life a little bit earlier, especially when you've got, I mean, power players like Miss and Haznot on the same point of interest right now. There is certainly going to be combat soon. The question is who's going to be the one to engage, and of course, just because you engage doesn't mean you're going to be the one to walk away either. You've really got to play your cards right here, because except for to be the first team to get out, that nets your team 1 point.
That's true. Remember, at the end of the day, yes, we are divvying up the points across the placements as a whole here, and surprisingly, there will not be a single team walking away with 0, as Sept has mentioned. Even if you go down at the very get-go of your games here, you will at least net yourself 1 point, and that slowly increases across the rest of the placements as we work our way up.
Yeah, now we're jumping over to Shiny Sound, one of the newer renovated points of interest here on the Fortnite map, and one that was actually very popular. The two names we did just see, Jolt and Hits, who landed at this every single time we have seen them up to this point. They have continued to do so. It looks like they're not looking to break that streak yet. Frosty Fly and Mellow, they haven't run into the Kings yet, though, and they might have to learn that lesson the hard way, that Shiny Sound already taken.
I was about to say, for those of you who are tuning in and don't have that kind of information, some of these players, yes, we have seen before. They've stuck it out here in previous weeks and previous heats to potentially find success, get some of that good-natured practice in, and that's where you'll be seeing us discuss, obviously, Frost and Archie, a new duo to grace their presences here on the outside of the map.
Yeah, a lot of new duos here today. Like you said, Zeb, some familiar faces, some brand new ones just over the horizon, waiting to make a name for themselves here on Esports U. And a couple teams might have that chance sooner rather than later. For Jolt and Hits, they just can't get away from these duos. They run from one right into another, but nobody has fired that first shot yet. And it looks like Frosty Fly gonna have a good pinch here on Archie if they can get the 3-2 lineup, but unfortunately right now they can't find it. They have to go for the zipline shot. What a phenomenal spray from Frosty there. Breaks the shields, can't find the Elim though. That's gonna give them the courage they need to continue pushing in.
Archie here does get the mini off, but will have to be forced to respond on defense. Zip on the other side here.
Wow.
Swap up to the pump makes short work of Archie, the first player to be knocked in our game today.
I mean, what a performance from Frosty and Mellow. The coordination, the accuracy, the communication between the two of them to coordinate that push and find that elimination so quickly works wonders for the team. Now they're forcing that opponent into a 2v1. They've got this on lock, your Zep. That was Frosty so confident in their teammate. They didn't even take it. They went down for the ammunition, and it looks like Frost. Gotta do what you gotta do, you know? All about living as long as possible.
Hey, at the end of the day here for Frost, though, you cannot be too brazen with this kind of rotation. You can even spy it out there on the minimap. Yes, there are players who can spy this one out, and we know for a fact that these boats don't last too long, especially if you are caught out. That's why you see Frost extending this rotation as far out towards the edge of the map as possible.
Frost is really between a rock and a hard place, a lawless ocean, and several people waiting to remove him from the map. It's just one of those slow burn games. We talk about this every week, I feel like, is sometimes you've got to give up the whole combat aspect and go for full survivability. You've got to do what you got to do.
Ooh, meanwhile, for Frosty and Mellow over here, lining right up against Jolt and Hits. Previous players in a defensive position themselves. Now, obviously, my big question for these two right now is this is a ways away from zone. You got to close this out soon.
Yeah, you got to end this fight early on. You want to use the launch pad to possibly reposition, but Jolt and Hits, they've spent the early half of this game running from duos just to run into other duos. I think they're really learning the hard way how many people are really in this lobby for the first time. We see Hits forced into a turtle early on, has to take presence of all this building, trying to get his team way out, and the pressure from Mellow and Frosty. They're getting up close and personal. They're making it difficult for Hits and Jolt to do much of anything other than react, and reacting isn't going to be enough. So we see both members going down to almost half shield. Hits has to use that touch flash early on, but it's continued. It's making this almost impossible for them to win.
Frosty here with the initial knock onto Jolt and left up the Hits to potentially save the day. It's a full life and the speed pressure for Frosty. Straight into Mellow, 8 health remaining. Hits stuck on the interior, dropping to lower. Continuing to try to chase this one out. Hits only sitting on the 40 left remaining. And with the wall coming down, Hits and Jolt officially are your first team eliminated.
Oh my goodness. Oh, we talk about them so much, and perhaps we lay a curse upon their shoulders in doing so. The team we know so well is the first team to go down, and that is just a showing of people really coming out of the woodwork this week.
Hey, for Frosty and crew, this is a great start, but they've got to get themselves moving. Meanwhile, it does look like our feed is lighting up with potentially some more elims across the map here. For now, as we head down to the shimmering area, AMWK and Fades are just controlling this one out. This looks to be a spot directly in zone for now.
I love this strategy here from Big Riv, trying to catch somebody's rotations. It's very common at this point to be using these balloons to rotate very quickly and effectively into the circle. It allows you to play a little bit slower outside. You don't have to worry about the storm as much. I think Big Riv and squad here are trying to catch somebody out early. They've got the read that AMWK is nearby and their teammate's probably not far, but instead they're going to go back to the materials grind, try to go for a reset. There's always that risk. You've always got to run the calculations of, I said this earlier, just because we're the ones choosing to fight does not mean we're the ones that are going to win it. You've got to make sure you've got all the variables on your side to have the confidence to take a fight. And it looks like Riv and Tiki don't want to push their luck quite yet.
Obviously, we don't get a perfect impression regarding where the zone and that storm currently sits right now. Obviously, there's still a lot of spacing available for both Riv and Tiki to potentially set themselves up. And obviously, as we start kind of trying to dress up those late games, technically, in terms of resources, they aren't in their best situation. So, you know, pulling away, not going for the fight, not surprised.
Zico and Rumery, another new duo here, are going to be holding down by the condos. It looks like they're playing it low and slow. They know somebody's nearby. Of course, we're going to jump right after that high ground. High ground is so important in a game like this. You can, of course, build to contest high ground. When there's this much distance between you, it can also be hard to take somebody down, knock them down a peg, like when someone is standing atop lighthouse like this. Jelly Zam, a strong start, goes for a full bunker on the lighthouse, and I love this because I don't think there's a higher ground in the area, so I don't think they have to worry about somebody dropping in on them.
No, not at all here for Jelly Zam and Sap. They've got all the time in the world to spare here. Now, obviously, as you have made mention of, yes, you will incorporate some of the damage ahead here to maybe keep yourself sustained, but no particular limb will follow suit. And as a result, now here in the Cloudy Condos, it is just Jelly and Sap to survive, and they've got some time here. Meanwhile, looks like our feed, Archer back, the Uber driver down.
The Uber driver is going to be driven back quickly. Goes down, not enough to seal the deal on the duo, but of course, oh, that might have done it though. As Noah C will join them in that respawn area soon. That duo may unfortunately be gone before we really get the chance to see them in game number 1, but that's the beauty of how we do this. We've got at least 3 more for that team to have their time to shine. Unfortunately, game 1 not ending in their favor. 3 duos off the table, only 6 members missing, so 44 people still standing strong. And Zephyr, I've got to say, you know, I feel like with 50 people, I definitely expected more duos to be missing by now, but everybody doing a very good job waiting their turn, holding their cards close to their chest.
waiting their turn as if they sit there waiting for the bullet to penetrate what might exist. For our friends Zico and Rumery there, they look like they're taking full advantage of their steps further and forward, away and out of where the zone was in Cloudy, out towards the very edge. Now, this is a particular source of play that we could be waiting to see. If they play edge of zone, they might be able to catch those who are a bit later on the rotation from Storm.
Yeah, that circle can be incredibly dangerous as there's a lot of natural high ground here, a lot of natural cover as well, and it guarantees duos a high ground that is going to be hard to contest in an open area like this desert, like the area around Chonkers Speedway. Looks like we're not going to jump in yet, though, as here is Stig and Hezi, 2 more familiar faces, trying to take an early fight, claiming the high ground as quickly as possible, because high ground, like I mentioned earlier, incredibly important in a game like Fortnite. They've got it, but in the process, I think they lost the people they were fighting. They've got to find Tiki and Big Rib somewhere in the bottom. They went way too high, way too fast. Now they're looking for the collapse down quickly. And with this brick wall break, that should be enough. I love the build claim there from Stig. They can get that much harder for this duo to get out of there.
Yeah, the problem is he's got this great moments to potentially punish Tiki, but doesn't quite capitalize on it for Stig now, and Hezek, they're going to have to take their time. Retreat for a second here. Ooh, shots are found in response there. Big Rig, though. Big careful. Dropping this one again, lower and lower. This little flop, no, the chug splash. Keep himself healthy.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go have 10 additional shield over what Stig has brought to the table, but Stig is not the player I'm worried about. It's Hezi, less than half the shields online right now, is not there to back up Stig when they need it. I think that's going to be a whole W out of here. We jump all the way over to a brand new fight at high ground. Takes Oreo down early on there. I think that was the first member of the duo, but as I mentioned, we just joined, so I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, I'm Hayden is the other one. Fighting for their life here, Zeph, just trying to get out of dodge.
And none other than, who would have guessed it, high ground from that position, able to find that elite limb there. Now for Hidden, the sad truth is there is a squad right above you looking to capitalize, immediately dropping to low. The launch pad is utilized, but he's locked in! He's locked in with the build from above. Sap easily capitalizes.
That was well done. That was very well done from Sap there. Just completely negates the escape plan. There's so little to do, and due to the inventory that this duo currently has, Zephyr, I'm feeling a little confident. I might know what their strategy is going to be a little later down the line, maybe past our first circle. But for now, they're just going for those points early. Like I mentioned, you can net a total of 16 additional points via elim, 1 point per elimination. You can eliminate a maximum of 16 people. Anybody past that, the points no longer add up. But I think Sap and Jam here, or Jelly Zam, sorry, want to play it a little bit slower. They want to let people come to them. I think they're going to try to dominate an early present center circle.
Now, obviously, a lot of these areas, the Speedway, the Cloudy, etc., are beginning to at least have quite players now setting themselves up. We talk about those late rotations out of Storm. Not particularly a worry, except for maybe just a few stragglers.
Right.
Obviously, back here with Fades and AMWK, we didn't quite catch it, but AMWK did find an elim while we were at least catching some of the rest of this action here. And for now, even though they've got a squad right next to them, it doesn't look like they slow down or are looking to not give themselves away.
Confidence is key here, Zephyr. You know they're there. You want them to know you're there. It's all about establishing that early presence, and it's almost like a game of respect. You know, they know they're not going to have the ability to push in. Hopefully, they're not pushed in on, but standing up on this high ground, removing all the walls around you, Fades is becoming more and more likely to be that sniper shot, or that sniper victim, rather. They're really going to have to reposition a little bit. I think they're going to try to play the edge of the circle here, wait for people to flow in, just waiting for this duo in front of them to make a mistake.
Well,
there it is.
At the end of the day, there's not much required out of this squad as it currently stands. Being in a position like this will net them quite some pacing, at least for the next, we'll say, 2 to 3 minutes or so. And the same actually can be said for their neighbors here with Dubs and Gold, right? I mean, they're not forced to make any hasty movements either. We obviously call them out for not really caring about AMWK and FaZe on their side, but they don't have a choice now.
Uh-oh, yeah, now the pressure's going to be on. It's all about peppering in that damage, getting through the builds as quickly as possible, and if you're lucky, replacing them with your own, almost boxing in your opponent and giving them nowhere to run. You can eliminate the turtle strategy very early on with the hammer assault rifle to break through the brick wall, but it looks like that's not what they're worried about anymore. They want to catch the chase. They want to catch this duo early, because the longer you take, the more noise you make, and the more people are going to be coming you. W Dubs, no idea, putting behind him, every single one of his shields ripped away. Already only 98 HP on the board, and Fades thirsty for that elimination.
Barely an edit available there for Dubs, was forced to pull into the only open area. Meanwhile, AMWK goes down from the side. Mellow and Frosty Fly have arrived to potentially third party for Fades and crew, who started this one off. Now they are on the defensive end here, stuck in the middle.
And Zephyr, that's exactly what I was worried about. The longer you take, the more noise you make. It rhymes for a reason, because it is inevitably going to happen, and I think they just found that out the hard way. Frosty and Mellow, they sneak in that elimination. They make it so much harder for Fades to do anything other than sit there and twiddle his thumbs. Right now, it's so hard to win that 2v1 matchup. It's all about getting as far into the duos as possible. Right now, 21 duos still alive. That's netting you not that many points. I mean, I think it's 6 points for that duo.
Oh,
They came in
do the
fifth,
math after.
or 20, yeah, 3 points, not even. So that's definitely not where you want to end it.
Well, we'll see how they fare for Frosty and Mellow, though. Technically, if we're kind of counting who's at the top of our lobby right now, have accumulated even not just this moment right here, but the start of their game. We saw them up against Gitz and Joel. For Fades here, finally now being pushed on, forced to make his moves away, loses out beneath him for now.
With Frosty underneath, and it's a lot easier to take somebody down when you're above them rather than vice versa. That's why we see names like High Ground, because that's exactly where all these players want to be, and Fade's doing an incredible job reclaiming the build space, but as he gets stuck between 2 complete duos, 4 people all opening fire on this single player, it is going to be a miracle to stay here alive, especially as he's on a 68 HP. We're still inevitable at this point. I can believe the speed at which this player is continuing to move. He's in Chrome Zone his way up. Oh. Sneak away. I think they're still going to chase him. Everybody wants to see him.
Quick Chrome there to potentially get Fade. Their next rotation ahead. The chug splashes are plentiful, but it's only going to be one good last recovery here for Fade in this final moment. And this doesn't even change the fact that, hey, Sep, 1 minute to go. The Storm continuing to teeter out further west here. And for these teams that have been aggressive, even they can't stick around.
Absolutely, that Storm, it is devious with how quickly it can take somebody down. And 2 more familiar faces, some real powerhouses as well. Cowboy Jack and Hyper Awareness. They've got a much better position in the circle than our poor solo player we just left a moment ago. A lot of great weapons online as well. This is that moment. It's the calm before the storm right now, Zeph. No pun intended, where everybody's close, but you don't have to fire quite yet. The second this storm starts to close in, I think we're going to see a lot of people go down very quickly.
Now, notably about this specific storm is it doesn't pull to any direct POI, and as a result, a lot of your builds are kind of self-sustained. Look at the particular landscape ahead here. I mean, that's all you have to work with. And obviously, once we get to Storm 5, that's when we'll start to see this one begin drifting away. And that's when, I'll tell you what, that's when I personally think, Sep, that's when you'll start seeing those limbs continue to fall. I may be wrong.
Oh no! Someone else?
Line up.
It wasn't even them, it was Sigma from behind them! Poor Illusion! Oh, that's devastating! Mello falls off site here. It's gonna be, what are you doing, Psycho? Wins Psycho takes down Mello, and that is a real power player early on. But Cowboy Jack and Hyper Awareness, I mean, it's funny. They're playing the same way they did when there was 12 people in the lobby. They're playing very slow. They're waiting for people to make the mistake of standing still in front of them. They try to farm the elims from it. Now SMG, another solo player, stuck in an uncomfortable spot, all about delaying the inevitable. You're no longer looking to take 2v1s. You're just looking to not lose a 2v1.
Oh. Here for SMG, stuck in the corner, and obviously being that single individual like we talked about with Fades earlier on. And look who graces the feed just a second later.
Oh, Fades!
Bit of a curse. Either way, it always becomes a struggle. Now, thankfully for SMG, they are still well within this next pull of Storm. But you can see Hammers on Sticks, Kahuna Buka in a perfect position to lay down the fire. And there's nowhere for SMG to go.
Yeah, poor SMG. I mean, it's let the storm kill you, let the storm elim you and take a little bit longer, or walk out and get fired on by the remaining 41 members in lobby. There's only 2 ways to be taken down early, but perhaps the strategy is wait for someone else to pull focus, then get out of the way and try to avoid as quickly as possible. Now, I just saw Stig run off to the bottom of frame there. I think they're going to go for a smaller rotation, but Zephyr, look at that circle. Everyone except for 4 players. 32 people are about to start moving in 20 seconds.
And this is where you're going to see a lot of those resources expend, especially the pads to get that initial rotation off as everyone starts to collapse here. Something I do want to bring up, potentially a player to watch. Keep your eyes on Clue. We haven't been able to tune in throughout the entirety of the match here today, but Clue currently having, I believe, what is 4 elims on his belt.
4 elims online, and 4 SMGs still stuck out in the storm. So little to be done. Hammer on Sticks takes them down early, and that will be their first duo elimination, but that's an extra point net regardless. Everybody remaining will gain a minimum of 4 points, all the way up to 25, depending on how the cookie crumbles. For these remaining duos, Nash goes down early on, so it's going to be a solo running around somewhere. Big Riv and Tiki trying to find some presence. And Zephyr, look at this, 33 people, all standing in a circle the size of a quarter. It is going to be very difficult for any of these teams to survive. It's all about longevity right now.
Definitely curious to see who currently holds that kind of high ground that we talk about. Now, obviously, this early on, you could be extending quite a bit of resources to keep that in control. But sometimes, especially as we start to bridge more back over towards that cliffside, it can be so beneficial.
Incredibly beneficial indeed. We see Gold in a bit of an uncomfortable position there with W-Dubs stuck on the corner of the storm. Corner, ironic, the side of the storm. And they're going to try to play a little bit more of a slow game. You let all these people kind of push into one another. Inevitably, they're going to eliminate each other. And maybe you can sit in a bush nearby and just watch, as a couple of these duos always love to try. Zephyr, the bullets are going to start flying any moment here, and I think it is inevitable. Frosty Fly and Mello stuck on a low ground early on, trying to build a bit of a castle beneath these squads rather than above them, perhaps going for some burrow eliminations underneath, trying to catch people with their guard down.
Well, thankfully here for Frosty Fly and Mello, while they didn't find their way up towards that high ground, they actually have the strong side pull for the next Storm Eye Shrink here. And obviously they've got teams ahead, but are currently in the best of positions here. Frosty Fly and Mello turning right back round to see if they can catch anyone who is dashing out of the sky, out towards their current position, unable to truly do so.
Hammer on Sticks uses the launch pad, loses all of their shields for it. Shallow is going to be the first to fall low, goes down due to the bullets of Miz there. 33 members remaining of this matchup, and everybody is just looking for somebody. You want these eliminations early on because either the Storm or an opponent's going to take you out. When you launch pad up like this, Zephyr, you are so unbelievably vulnerable. You need to land just as quickly, and Frosty does it. Claims an incredible high ground over almost everybody remaining in lobby. The duo still standing strong up top.
Well, technically Gold and Dubs, though, who are right alongside them, are still above their current position as it currently stands, trying to retain what control they have. Look at how they beam from above, but even they aren't safe. Mello, Frosty into their current hold here. D and Gold, them running as they make their way back into Storm. Still, both remain alive.
All 5 people that just went down right there, 4 of them did get eliminated by the Storm. that was just due to enemy building being in the way or a bullet catching you out too early and you don't have the HP to make it back into the circle in time. But the Storm, I mean, if it was getting points right now, it might be in third place. That's what I'm saying. Psycho goes down to Clue early on. The player you mentioned, Zephyr, has been sneaking through. We've got another clue to figure out who exactly is going to win this. That mystery solved within this next couple of minutes. We have gone from 42 people to 25 in less than a minute. Psycho is gone. Cowboy Jack has fallen to Tiki. There's another real power player missing. Big Riv gone. Renegade Rance are also missing. Someone we haven't had the chance to spend much time with yet has fallen early. Another power player down and out. 23 members remain. The Storm is moving. 7th circle already online, and all these players desperate to make to at least that top 5.
Notably here, Jelly, Archer, they're on top. In fact,
Leppy!
Archer, who currently holds that highest position, but just as you bring their name up, they fall themselves. For Mellow Frosty Fly, still well in it, trying to play out back towards the Storm here to see what elims they can potentially pick up in their final moments. 12 duos remaining.
12 duos remaining, 19 members on the board, and poor Tiki, you can run, but you cannot hide from Jelly Zam, who gets that vengeance for Sap, who fell actually a couple of minutes ago. Jelly Zam has been on their own for quite a while. We see Sigma go down early in the center of the fight. Critical condition cut with the highest of grounds available, and everybody else playing some kind of horrible game of tag at the very bottom of this build. Every single member, I think that's at least 12 people, all within 10 feet of one another. Jelly Zam delaying the inevitable once again, trying to stay in the Storm, wants to stall out for as long as possible. 10 duos still standing.
About to be potentially our last Storm here just a moment ago. Steppin', Chicken,
Archer.
keeping good defense. Archer is officially wiped. The ball is cut from above. Does go down. It makes me question where Clue is. Actually, he's on the low. Instead, it's Steppin', Chicken taking advantage of that sly moment to step their way towards this high ground. Chicken with a single panel here will take themselves down just a bit lower to save up on the resources.
Playing the high ground here is so incredibly dangerous. You're looking for exclusively longevity at this point because there's way too many builds to eliminate anybody below you at this point. You're just trying to stall out, run the circle as long as possible. Wow. The circle going to continue to move. That is, I believe, 12 or 14 members still standing, and it is going to be a slow and steady one to try and win this race. There's Clue still standing. Frosty and Mellow both still alive. I'm really not sure how many duos still have both members of their team. Satix goes down early on, a sliver of HP holding on. Caesar is going to be down to, what is that, 19 HP as well. High ground already down and out, and unfortunately, they can't make it out. Caesar gonna meet the Storm too little too late, and we have finally entered single digits in terms of the members left standing. 5 teams left, 9 players, and the Storm will not stop moving from here on out, Zephyr.
And for those teams on the low ground, that's a problem. There's so many builds ahead as our Storm relays back over top of land we had seen before. Zayden, Collision, Dubs dropping right into their clutches, and instead of moving forward, they actually lose out because of the Storm. Gold survives, makes his way back, now just trying to stick this one out as long as they can. No more splashes to work with. Chicken still on the high ground, but no longer with Steppa. Instead, it's Mellow and Frosty, the only full duo left in the lobby.
And that's the scariest thing about it. We've got a full duo and 3 solos. Clue, still one of them. We have not gotten to see Clue. They have refused to not be in the spotlight. Still left standing. Able to possibly find another elim, but finally, the moment we get to meet Clue, that mystery is ended in that moment. Gold falls early on. Frosty Fly finds that elimination, and Mellow and Frosty, you'd think they have this in the bag, but with Chicken's consistent high ground utilization, they're just going to probably die to fall damage. Down to 60 HP there. The Storm, not a friendly one. And they're trying to play health. They're trying to play that longevity game, that health game. Zephyr, I think they might do it here.
It's tough to say. Frosty ticking away. Does find the center of zone, though. And at the end of the day here, I don't care what kind of health Chicken has, what kind of splashes for Frosty Fly. They've done a great job surviving. It's going to take some shots to finish the job. A miss of the Bolty. One more. And even still, Chicken lasts longer.
Wow, what a way to do it, Chicken. I mean, when I saw the platform get shot out from underneath them and they plummeted, they lose over half of their HP, I was like, okay, it's over. The predicted duo gonna win. But those 12 chug splashes coming in absolute clutch there. If I can't remember the player's name, not Chicken, the other one that got into the Storm. If they were in the Storm for literally 2 more seconds, they are eliminated. They found the center Storm at a perfect moment, but unfortunately, It delayed the inevitable, and Chicken still comes out on top in our first game there to net his due of 25 points.
Oh my gosh, who knew?
Not including the elims.
I was going to say, living up to the name in the final moment, just having to run, hightail, and play chicken to find the win in the end. We talked about the splashes from the very get-go, and obviously, I mean, it ended up being a big thing. I'm surprised that Chicken was allowed to keep those for as long as they did, but it just goes to show the advantage of being on that high ground for Step and Chicken throughout that entire game.
Yeah, it was very consistent. We saw Chicken, I talked about it way back, what felt like 100 years, probably only 2 minutes ago, where Chicken was on the high ground not taking any fights. And at that point, it makes a lot of sense to not take fights because everyone else is below you, eliminating each other. You can get as many eliminations as you want, right? But those 25 for winning are always going to be more than what you're going to get for eliminations. So playing the slow game, playing the long game, taking a 2v1 essentially, and winning it out at the end there was incredible. And Chicken not only has won the first game's effort, but has painted a massive target on their back going into 2 through 4.
Well, we'll see how it finishes off here. Now, obviously, some teams have picked up quite a number of elims themselves, so who knows? Obviously, with the win on their belt, Chicken then may lead the pack, but we're not certain for sure.
Absolutely. And folks, I believe we're going to go ahead and throw it to a super short break here before we jump into our second game to give the players time to reset into the lobby, kind of discuss what they want to do moving forward. We'll see you right back here on Esports U in just a couple of minutes. Don't go far.
Critical mass, and all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional workforce, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew, it's how basketball grew, it's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one. Kick back off stage though. But the air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Falcon's able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duo of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection and go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great, 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Myranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Retire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with the triple off of that crucial Rocket Barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's down to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keen matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
No, one more lease on life. Lease on life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb. Down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen...
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind, a 4v2. But really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there, just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer. Will not stop until all are taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Own open, a little bit of high pass, you angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Off the top of the goalpost, coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime, feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays, matches will be lighting off at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Wednesdays, it is going to be the doubleheader of Rocket League and Overwatch at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys are tuned in. And as for me and the rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production, but these highlight videos for you guys, we just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season. And we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been KTAD. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
What's going on, gamers, and welcome back to the Esports U Campus Cup featuring Fortnite East Edition. Still Sepulence and Zephyr on the mic. And Zephyr, while we watched Game 1 come to a close, we thought the pecking order had been established. But as we learned during the break, maybe not all is as it appears.
No, not quite here. Chicken and Kaizen come out with their win after Game 1, but they're not the current leaders after that game. Instead, it is, of course, those who placed in second, Frosty and Mellow, with 32 points overall. It was their 10 eliminations, as Sepulence has corrected me now, 20% of that lobby making up their, or at least what they racked in that first game.
Yeah, I mean, 1/5 of the entire lobby taken down by a single duo is incredible. Definitely not what you expect when you see 50 people in a lobby, but it was a performance unlike any other. And you've got to wonder if they come out like that again, Zephyr, they are going to be a hard team to dislodge from that top side. A lot of members jumping out early as we go for this defuse. Zephyr, are you right away or are you a wait for the end kind of guy?
I'm a get to my POI kind of guy.
Valid.
So I don't particularly care where I jump out. If I decide that Herald Sanctum is where I want to be, I jump out wherever Herald Sanctum seems to get me.
You know what? Honestly, fair enough. I used to do that way back on the first map. There were these two little houses I'd always land at. No matter where the bus was, I landed there every single time. Loved them. R.I.P. those little houses. But now jumping in. Okay, this is interesting. So we're going to be jumping into Shiny. This is what I talked about earlier. It's going to be... This was kind of an established area for a couple of teams. And I think... I can't talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it. Mellow is taking a bunch of damage early on here. 82 as Chicken immediately goes for that elimination. Falls a little short. And that's definitely the earliest we've seen somebody take damage in one of these.
It's tough to say here, especially as they turn their attention to a different squad across. Now, obviously, that's some big damage, but not quite the knock that Mellow and Frosty need here. But this is a huge narrative. We've got our previous first and second place duos right next to each other here in the Shiny Sound.
You gotta wonder if there's some kind of gentleman's if they agreed to land here and establish a dominance on the north of the map. But I was gonna say the duo I was expecting, Jolt and Hits, they're not here. This is the first time we've ever seen them not land at Shiny, I believe. So a fascinating change of pace. But I mean, let's be honest, didn't work out super well for them last time. They definitely want to change things moving forward. They want to give us a new attempted strategy, and you've got to wonder where that may lead them.
Looking at her feed right there, you can see Illusion, the first player to go down. And
what?
Apparently, Clue eliminated to Clue.
Huge. Does that count as an elim?
I'm not sure. I'm a little confused. We never see Clue, but they continue to leave us amazed.
They are a mystery, truly. It's hilarious. Always a name to be talked about, a player never to be seen. Always a good laugh. High Ground and Caesar, they want to... I believe they were here last time in game number 1. They landed at Fort Jonesy. This is a great place to get a lot of wood materials early on, and kind of fill up on that early can make you a bit more dominant in the area. But I'm not sure if they're going to be utilizing that quite yet. Oh, there goes SMG. Is that the full duo already? Unfortunately, it is. The Illusion Squad not going to participate here in game number 2.
No, not quite. A fairly early end for them, but maybe goes on to show a little bit of the weakness that was capitalized on in that first game where we saw them back up against the Storm there.
Back against the wall when they were caught up by the Storm, like you mentioned, and unfortunately, the Storm doesn't even exist yet, and they already going to be removed from the map. A lot of time to discuss what they want to do in game number 3. They get to watch a lot of their opponents go head-to-head, and they get to learn a lot of these strategies early on. We see another elimination, a surprising one at that. Cowboy Jack falls to I'm Hidden early on. Kills falls pretty low themselves, and I don't think we're going to get that action quite yet. Nope, going to be a bit of a regroup, bit of a rebrand as they all dodge. They separate from the fight, decide it's not worth it, and go for a high ground from high ground.
For high ground here, just getting themselves sourced up. Obviously not the best of setups. Meanwhile, it looks like our feed much more accelerated than last time around. Teams definitely being a little bit more
Sap has
confident.
2 elims already.
Really? Oh
I think so. Maybe it was a knock and an elim just like really late after, but I feel like Sap... Oh, Cowboy Jack is gone!
That's right,
wow.
Yeah.
That's right. I saw him go down, but I didn't know he was eliminated. That was a lot of pressure on Hyper Awareness, a real strong player that we have seen several weeks, and it's going to be a lot harder to win 2v1 by your lonesome. Yeah, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Going to try to get up into the vault, grab a little bit more consistent materials, perhaps, and try to live another day, but when your duo is missing, I mean, Zephyr, every second, it's a scary second. Like, it's very difficult.
At the end of the day, I mean, maybe if you can make it to some of the tarps in that end game, you can
Yeah.
roll through the mud to survive, but it's never a good sign for High Ground Series. We're back here. A nice lineup on the wall there for High Ground to find big damage onto kills, but they have to be careful now. Obviously, they've gotten themselves their first initial break of damage, but they are sealed in tight there.
Oh my goodness, how does that not take him down? Probably because it's gray, but kills, I mean, just thanking their lucky stars, they're still standing. A lot of build happening on top of the building there. Miss going up against High Ground, does not want to give them the room they need to succeed. And it's Caesar sneaking into the back line, desperate to eliminate kills early on. Just can't find it. No shields for that duo any longer. High Ground and Caesar continuing this aggression towards the duo, and I can't say I blame them. Going down, Miss into that white HP bar, 44 HP and no longer standing. That is another duo already gone. 3 duos missing. Zephyr, I think you hit the nail right on the head. The pace of play, it feels like it's triple.
Just so fast here for Caesar and High Ground. That's big wins for them. Now, obviously, they've got to get themselves set up. But the nice thing is the fact that they are only a click away from that storm to grant them the best of positions. For Kahuna Ibuka, caught at least with a bit of damage right in their face. For now, we take a look at that zone. Once again, looks to be pulling directly towards the south side of our map here, similar to what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing that rotation down toward the south side of the map. It's going to force a lot of similar rotations, especially if these duos, and we know a lot of them do, tend to land in the same spot. We may see very similar narratives, similar duos taking one another out early on. We've got a lot of folks still in the northern half of the map. There's plenty of ways to rotate, though. There's the launch pads, there's the balloons, there's several vehicles that you can utilize to get around the map. So they're not worried quite yet, but as it begins to close down, we're going to be seeing a lot of exactly this.
Hyper awareness on their way out, and look who is chasing him. A duo right on his tail there, hidden.
That's messed
Honestly, that's one. They've gotten themselves likely to hopefully this pseudo high ground. Oh, a perfect path to keep moving forward there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be the name of the game for Hyper, unfortunately. I don't know if they're going to get the chance to do much else. It looks like the duo has decided to not follow him this far out, and I think that makes a lot of sense, to be honest. That's one heck of a risk, honestly. Oreo going to be going in toward the reality tree, the duo going for a full reset. They're going to give up on the Elim. It's not worth their own lives, that's for sure, and they're going to go for a full-blown regroup here by the reality tree.
Got a few others finding Elims of their own. Officially, we're down to 80% of our lobby here, and I don't know. No real reset there. Looks like Wario finding a way forward. Meanwhile, for Hidden, they chase this one out. It's big damage found on Hyper Awareness, but as he finds his way into a rift, he keeps his dreams alive for just a second longer.
This is kind of cruel, honestly. This has been a really long combat. This has been, yeah, it's one Elim. Like, just let him out of there, man. But now his Hidden is getting fired on. That's gonna make it a lot easier for Hyper to get away. Oh, they've got to regroup entirely. And oh no, Hyper. I'm personally anti-Rave Cave. I think that is just a guaranteed getting eliminated by somebody. It's very hard to succeed in that little area, but maybe Hyper wants to go in there because hopefully everyone's thinking like that, and maybe nobody's in there.
I was about to say, I mean, for the Rave Cave, definitely one of the more difficult areas to kind of get your hand onto. For Hammer, Sticks, and Crew, though, they found themselves right across from Hidden Oreo after they've extended themselves so far out. And this is a big problem of making aggressive moves like that. You had a position in zone, you had potentially some space to work with, but now you're at the behest of potentially anyone. And even here, where we see this fight now kind of pulling away, there's no guarantee when Hidden Oreo make their way back towards Storm, there's not a team waiting for them.
Yeah, absolutely. There could be anybody around any corner, and that's the scariest thing right now, especially as the storm continues to push you all into the same spot. I mean, that's the exact reason of the storm, right? It's to guarantee these players meet one another at certain points in the game, and it's going to be difficult to have those moments of comfortability as Ian Stig going to lose their member early. Cut and Sigma doing a great job grabbing possession of the river, utilizing a valley play. Is he desperate to get out of there, but even the chrome speed is not going to be enough. He's got to use the plunger to try to dodge it out, and it looks like he's still not able to do so. Falls down into the white, no shields left standing. He is desperate to survive, but Zeph, I just don't know if it's in the cards. So many chasers in this lobby today.
I mean, they've already understood that there is an Elim for just about everyone available for Hezi. Now continuing to just slowly run this one. It's like kites, so low to the ground and just barely making his way forward. It's a quick mini to defend just a bit more health, but Sigma here and Cut keep chasing this one out.
Sigma and Cut. I mean, they know they've got the 2v1 advantage, right? And you're always going to be pushing into that. But you've got to wonder, if somebody's going to make this mistake and it's going to cost them their own lives. I mean, it's really going to be an error down the line. They missed the sniper shot, and poor Hezi hasn't even had the chance to heal. It's just bunker after bunker. Finally busts out that med mist on the ride. And oh no, Zeph. Oh, no, no, no.
Oh my gosh.
He doesn't know.
No
oh,
idea.
maybe he knows. Oh, no. That's another summon for Hezi and Stig as Cut and Sigma continue to bully that duo down. There's another duo missing. 7 already eliminated from this lobby and 18 still remaining. So many points left to be grabbed on the board. Cut missing very few bullets, but unfortunately just cannot secure that elimination.
Right, at the end of the day, it's damage to push this opposing squad away, and that's another soft reset for Cut and Sigma. Currently, what I believe is the leading duo in terms of elims in this lobby. Meanwhile, for Ace and Leon stuck in a fight of their own, Ace dropping down into the building. They're gonna head a quick wall to block off the shots that follow suit. It's none other than Frosty and Mello. Frosty finding that first drop there, and now Leon stuck on the second floor. Oh!
Oh, wow! Another 07 right away for Haznot and Leon as they are just dismissed from the Mortal Coil there. I mean, Frosty, a phenomenal job dismissing both those members, and that's why the winners keep winning, Zeph. I mean, that is why that team is on the top, let me tell you what. But a team that we've seen literally eliminate every other player in the lobby before, Leppy and Renegade Ranster, they made it all the way to the end last time, and then unfortunately did not do much once they got there. I'm hoping this game can show us a little bit more of the duo we're familiar with.
I agree with you there. For Leppy and Renegade Ranster, they've got themselves a handed position here right alongside Greasy Grove as this storm will continue to shrink. And obviously, this is just one of those scenarios where we won't probably see much action, if any, from this duo for the time being.
They're going to get a bit of a high ground, just play it low and slow. And speaking of the winner's circle, here's Chicken and Stefa Kaizen once again. This is going to be a tough spot to find yourselves in, a valley between what I believe is 3 duos who all currently have eyes on you, and nobody wants to be the first to make that noise. Nobody wants to give away their position, so to speak. Well,
they
as I
disagree.
say it, though. Yeah, well, they're the ones that everyone knows where they are. They were already given away.
Hey, who knows? You know, maybe they were missing it. Either way. Jack in high.
Oh, welcome back, Jack.
A recovery. Jack's back in it.
Yeah, happy to see you, Jack. Happy to have you. Now, not sure how long we're gonna have you, considering the storm's pretty far away and you're booling in Rave Cave, but you got plenty of time to get out now. It is only a 1 tick after all, and you've still got a minute to relocate into it. I saw that full charge med mist. We're not worried about them. We're not worried about Leppy and Renegade or Anster either. I mean, they've got the highest ground, right? And that's like one of the most important things you want to have. You want to be comfortable up top.
It's something, but I definitely am keeping an eye on some of our more aggressive teams. Yeah. What are you doing, Psycho and Krimsky? They're a bit caught out in the storm. Big damage found on What Are You Doing, Psycho for now, and that's going to allow recovery on their opposing.
That's going to be huge here. I really like the shield jug, or the shield keg, excuse me. You're continuously stuck in the storm, though, so while your shields go up, your HP will continue to tick down, and maybe that's kind of what they're lining things up for. They want to make sure their shields are full before they rotate into the circle, and rotate they shall. Krim's going to be leaving Psycho behind, it appears, as Psycho is still trying to reap the rewards of that shield keg, and Krim's is actually gonna not go down.
Very, very close there, and here's a big question. Does What Are You Doing, Psycho have any extra resources?
Nice.
Yes. Okay, there's the splashes. I was about to say, they're not quite in that storm, and it is continuing to tick, now at 2 damage per as we start to breach some of those layer zones. Meanwhile, our feed hits down at the hands of Sap here. Jolt getting that quick build up. Can he get a revive off? Unlike
Absolutely not, especially as the shields are gone before you even fire a bullet out of that shotgun. Jelly, a phenomenal execution there onto Jolton hits his Sap games. I believe that's another elim for this duo. They've got 4 in total. Yeah, I was right. Sap did have those 2 earlier, I believe, but now they've got the 4 in total, and they're looking mighty good. This is the type of team to make it to the end. They're doing a great job on these 2v2s.
For they themselves, they've made their way in, of course, towards the next turn, but we know for a fact there's a lot more teams that have prepared themselves directly towards some of these polls here. Now, regarding this zone specifically, we've got a lot of dominant area covered by the Greasy Grove, so you're going to see a little bit of some savings, especially regarding some of those resources, if our zone does kind of cater more directly towards right on top of that point.
AMWK just having a field day right now, trying to catch people on the outside of the circle. No one's going to be there to be caught. And I don't think he meant to hit that mushroom, but it gave him the 6th shield he needed, and that's what matters. Here we go. Here's some action.
Here I come.
You sound just like him. That was perfect.
Yeah. That's my Pratt impression.
You sound just as much like he does. Okay, anyway, speaking of things, Oreo goes in quickly, 30 HP off the board. I'm hidden. I think they're just alive by the skin of their teeth there. Game's fault early. The team of duo said if they make it to the end, they're a scary team, but if they don't make it to the end, can't do a darn thing. Sap simply says, HP, who needs it? And finds Oreo, and I'm hidden down early. Cut and Sigma, possibly picking the wrong fight against Mellow and Frosty there, but getting back into the circle, that's going to be the hard part here, Zeph.
For Cut and Sigma, here's the thing. They are going to get at least a response to carry themselves forward off this pad, but Frosty Mel with their own setup may be able to provide shots for MWK and Fates up from the mushrooms, and now on top of Sap and Jellies. An initial knock is found, and to go down here would be crucial.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough scenario to find yourself since Sap Games has been eliminated. And trying to win the 2v1 as he is absolutely collapsed on. It will just as quickly become a 2v none. Another powerhouse duo eliminated, and it's going to be 14 duos remaining, 28 members standing. There are no solos in the game right now, Zeph.
No solos whatsoever, but I'll tell you what, a bit of a sad situation there. Sap, they had some of the most elims here in terms of an early game that we had seen, and we both know for a fact you finished what in 15th. That's only 7 points.
Oof.
I mean, that is a huge
I think it's 11 with the elims. Yeah, I think it's 11 points with the eliminations, and when you're looking at that, everybody left standing is still going to get more points. It's very difficult.
Sad.
Not the amount of points you want to gain. It really is sad, and that's the hardest part of this, having so many people in the lobby. You know, when we're having 6 or 7 teams, losing games 1 and 2, you can still win 3 and 4 and find yourself on top. But when you go down early in games 1 and 2, the odds of winning those remaining games, they definitely do go down a little bit, and that's the hardest part of falling early in a situation like this. Gold and W Dubs, another team that made it to the last circle last time, and then unfortunately couldn't get much done once they got there. The survivability was good, but the elims not as much. Psycho for the first time on the point, a lot of firing against them, goes for the Chrome, trying to get out of the way. Looks like they're going to be able to do just that. Nice. I love the slight rotation, but it's a deceptive one.
Well, for what he doing, Psycho there, able to keep themselves going for now. Doesn't look like Krimskazi. Who knows? Maybe they're here, maybe they're not. Either way, they're stepping to it. For Sigma and Cut, another big leader in this lobby, picking up some pacing themselves now with 4 elims. They catch Jack and Hyper Awareness on their way back into the storm here.
Catching Jack and Hyper Awareness, you know, they have found themselves already down a member. They got the respawn. They do not want to lose somebody again, especially with this many teams just around the corner. A constant fear of running into these 2v2s, and it's a very impressive team mechanically speaking, but we have seen quite a few duos for the first time this week that have matched, if not outplayed them already, so I'm sure they are very much on the edge of their seat at all times.
For D and Gold and Dubs, this was a big team that made it all the way to 3rd in our first game of the day. But as you've made mention, Dubs is already gone, and it's likely that we won't be seeing a return anytime soon. For High Ground, they themselves in a bit of an issue. High Ground making good on the name, carrying themselves right up alongside his teammate almost instantaneously.
I love this overhead shot here as we really get to see where everybody is lining up. The circle closing almost directly on top of Greasy Grove, so a lot of natural cover in the way that could help or deter you from taking an engagement. Everybody most likely going to go either all the way up and above it, or we're going to get a rampage in the streets. And as these circles continue to push them into one another, we see Stefakaisen barely block out a sniper shot, leaves at that full HP. And we got to talk about Cut. I didn't catch that. 3 eliminations. I believe that is tied for most eliminations in the lobby right now.
One of the biggest, that's what I was saying. Early game, Cut was really finding some pacing here, and it's no surprise after we took a look at last game there.
Yeah.
Obviously, not as big, but for themselves, they did pick up 4 elims in 9.
That's not bad, honestly. That's a survivable duo. I mean, that's definitely not coming in 25th place. You've still got enough points to stabilize. You're still alive here, so minimum 15th place. Not as many points as you want for sure. Big Rip bring down those builds. Looks like Tiki has that secondary fire backup as well. Jock and Hyper Awareness, they're in a very uncomfortable position here, Zephyr, on the wrong side of the circle. And it's going to be tough. They're going to rotate further than anybody else right now.
The question is, do they have pads? They have some rotational tool. They've got some kind of mobility to carry themselves forward because, like you said, they need it here. Riv and Tiki, though, likely to kind of at least alleviate some of their pressure, given the fact that they themselves, they also got to move.
Whoa! That's where the shot came from. A Big Rip is thanking their lucky stars that it did not find purchase on the dome there. Caesar is going to have a very good view of what could be insane combat, but instead everybody kind of almost like a grace period. We're back into that calm before the storm, and with 26 people remaining, I would be shocked if we had even half as many in the next 60 seconds.
Riv and Tiki here, stuck on the low ground now. They give up that high ground pace of control. Tiki is a bit of a ways back and is now being pressured here. He's got to find some way to carry himself towards his teammate as well. He is stuck still on the outside of that storm and now is being at least in the sight lines of just about everyone.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. They were so worried about taking out a duo that they actually became the duo everybody wants to take out. Whoa. And WK can't build fast enough. Caesar gets rid of 75% of their standing HP and makes it a lot harder for that duo to engage. Luckily enough, you've got a good bunker built. You've got plenty of time to engage and heal up, and you might be able to fully recontest the rest of these. High ground, living up to the name with the highest up grounds. And for Tiki, everybody wants to put out that torch, and they're going to be able to do just that. Tiki falls early, and I believe the duo's still standing. So the duo not missing, but Tiki has fallen. No reboot van in the circle. It's up to that duo to try and go as far as they can.
Well, our current storm going to be crossing right above the Greasy Grove POI towards that south side. Obviously, there's not going to be much left to work with in terms of the builds beforehand, as we're just starting out our rotations here ahead. Caesar and high ground, I like this kind of angle they've got for themselves just above everyone.
Caesar, I think they hear Leppy beneath them and they want to engage, but they see that they're a little too far out in the open and they go up and over the cone. Gonna try to find Big Riv. They did resurrect Tiki. We gotta call that out. Big Riv did get the res up, so they are able to return as a full duo. Everybody diving into those launch pads. A miracle worker as they get everybody right back into the safety of the circle, but nobody able to contest high ground and Caesar up top. They use those shotguns. They scare everybody off, and the deterrent absolutely works out. Every single one of these 24 standing members still fighting for their spots. Their renegade Ranster goes down early. Hyper awareness and Jack critical condition in the center of the circle. High ground and Caesar, they rotate right back on top of things. A phenomenal locale if they want to make sure they keep eyes on everybody in the sky. Step of Kaizen and Chicken. Here they come with some action of their own. Ranster down, and all of a sudden, we've got 24 members left standing.
Mind you, high ground there just dropped from his position above a second ago. That's a huge loss for that team. We bring up Chicken and Kaizen, though, our previous winners of the last game, and it looks like, hey, like this, high ground able to recover, puts themselves back up on top. The big question is, obviously, we talk about resources. Currently 66 to his name. Remember, as this storm continues to tick forward, that's going to quickly run out, especially from that position.
What was that launch pad? I think Chicken panicked a little bit there. A bit of a misinput. Launch pad null and void. Nobody's able to catch it. Perhaps they were trying to bait someone into flying into the storm, but it's not going to work out quite like they wanted. Frosty Fly falls early there. Big Riv going down as well. We have now entered 20 members left standing. Caesar and High Ground still living up to their names. Absolutely playing it high and dry, letting people run underneath them and eliminating one another rather than worrying about taking the fight. And I think that makes a whole lot of sense. Cannot stress enough. Those 25 for first place are more than you're ever going to get with the 16 elimination points you're allowed to get.
I like this from High Ground then. They do extend their platforms even further down here to kind of regroup and step off the fact that there's going to be that big trap that could potentially net you your final damage. For Chicken here, trying to force their way inside. Kaizen up as well here. A quick elim, and they actually bring down Cut, one of our biggest elim leaders here in the lobby.
Yeah, cut off from the matchup here. Cowboy Jack goes down for the third time this game and will finally be eliminated for it. Mello also going to be falling. Another real star-studded player missing. That is the Frosty Mello duo completely dismissed. They will not make it into the final. I think they were top 10, actually. Chicken has been taken down 94 HP, and when you're this deep into the fight, Zeph, you are not resurrecting teammates anymore. Chicken has fallen. No first place finish for you, my friend, but not going to be ninth quite yet either, as that duo still running, just desperate to stay alive. We've got a lot of solo players right now, just trying to get as far as possible. Sigma goes down, and that is the duo dismissed.
High Ground knows for a fact he needs a reset on the resources, so he goes back in the storm to get himself set up for these final moments here. Look at his builds. They just got recharged. fresh. That's so huge.
Phenomenal. 40 builds left. Oh, Stefakaisen going to be 7th place finish for the duo. Not terrible. 15 points, and that's not including the elims they had. Zatix and EG have been a duo we have not been able to spend much time with. They made it to the final circle last time. Going to tell the same story this time, and they're desperate to make it to those top 10 players, but with 11 players still standing, they're not comfortable quite yet. A lot of the turbo building happening around the sides here as they want to gain as much space as possible. They want to own as much real estate as they can, but poor Zatix cannot get out of this line of fire, loses all of their shields again.
Once again, obviously back up here, the prime position to watch for Fades. They've finally found their knock that they need onto Shallow. That's one extra member down here for Fades and Edgy. They're going to take their time. Some quick heals. They're going to go for the middle medis. as long as they take.
Yeah, you do sometimes. Those shields can absolutely keep you alive for one shot extra. Wow. There's Clue running around like a chicken with his head cut off as High Ground just absolutely beams it. Clue will be eliminated early on. Archer following AMWK, their 3rd knock of the game, and they're going to be fully eliminated this time. A huge play. We jumped from, I believe, 5 duos down to only 4. We've got 2 solos running around right now. That'd be 3, actually, excuse me. I believe it's 3 solos running around, but High Ground and Caesar, one of the few remaining full duos left standing. Hammer and Kahuna Buga are also standing. Satix and EG. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There's only 1 solo. I don't know why I thought there were so many, but 1 solo member still standing. And there he goes. I believe it was Fades. So that's going to be a top 4 finish for the top 3. That's where the points really start flowing here, Zap, and all of these teams going to get something. High Ground finds EG in this game looking better and better for High Ground and Caesar to win it. There goes Satix. Kahuna Buga also going to fall, and all of a sudden, this duo has it on lock. Hammer on sticks. Cannot find it in time, and that is going to be a deserved win for High Ground and Caesar with 8 additional points.
And this time around here, the kind of position that they held from above looked way more dominant than what we saw out of Game 1. Not only were they providing this pepperage of damage, they made a great call there in the end, right? They didn't just try to kind of survive this one out. They saw the tarps were pulling back over, a huge source of cover for these teams in below. And before that even had the opportunity to happen, when they knew they didn't have many resources left, they fully sent it. And they didn't send it onto what was just one team remaining. There were 2 full duos that they had to take out in full there.
Hey, confidence is key, right? Clearly, that's a very confident team. They're very comfortable with how their play style tends to work out. And there was that small moment. We got to watch it. We got to highlight it. Going into a 10-tick storm to reset the builds there. And Zephyr, I really think that was the beginning of the end. I think that was the perfect call to make. Incredibly high risk, incredibly high reward. And the reward clearly paid off at a first place finish, a 33-point total there in game number 2. And that's already adding on to everything they've got. We'll come back with a couple more secure numbers in just a couple of minutes. We're going to throw it to another break. Use this time, get up, stretch, take your dog on a walk or something. We'll come right back here for some more Esports U Fortnite action in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my 3rd semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay, oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, um, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, hey Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this, or I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing. And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do. I put 100% in the team, the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we might be going against. All those things I take it really important and can transfer it very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just competing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is. We're gonna put 100% effort, and we're going to maintain our mental, even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I feel proud and honored to be a part of the women's in aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun, and just understanding that us girls are here too, and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did everyone take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game, and now I'm playing more of a controller based or sentinel, which is very crucial for holding down sites. So by playing that now and then having those semesters in my backpack of experience, everyone has treated me with respect, and uh, I would hope it stays that way. And either way, I demand respect because I reciprocate that respect to everyone else. So it's definitely difficult, especially for girls starting out. That toxicity is there, especially even now. Whenever I play a game without my team there, that toxicity is there just for being a girl. But as long as you don't have that mindset of them affecting you because you're better than them anyway, it's fine.
Definitely. Well, that's good. I'm happy that you're getting respect that you deserve, and that's awesome. And thank you so much again for your time, and I really appreciate it.
No problem. I just wanted to add that our esports team, our esports club as well, started only with 13 students and 2 teams in 2019. And now we're up to 19 different teams and over 350 students in to date in 2021. Like that progress is there. And even if you have such a small, like, if you think that things are so small, realize that a community is there for you, especially being a female in esports. That community is there for you.
Definitely. That's a great way to end it. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for sharing your story. I really appreciate it again and your time. Just thank you overall. That's awesome. Keep
No
doing what
problem.
you're doing.
Thank you
Thank
for the
you.
opportunity.
Of course. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Thanks. Bye.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big.
That's so cute.
UCF, and it's really cute. I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it. No, we got this. We got it. We got it. Go Knights. Charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Come on.
Let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird.
Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out.
Well, hey there, gamers. Welcome back once again for game number 3. We're going to be jumping in just a minute here, the Esports U Campus Cup featuring Fortnite East. I'm still Septilance with Zephyr, and Zephyr, that game 2 ending with much more of a bang than game number 1 had the opportunity to, and the scoreboard has been shaken up quite a bit.
Yeah, for Caesar and what was high ground, or maybe we should aptly call him My Name is Baz here. They now lead the pack with 51 points. And I say lead very tentatively because it's not by much. Frosty and Mello are previous leaders after game 1, only 4 points behind with 47 to their name. Chicken, Kaizen, Sadix, Edgy, 45 to round out a tied position in third.
Yeah, a tied position in third with Satix and EG, who we saw right at the end there. They came in third place in game number 2, and they're tied for third place right now on the leaderboard. So, Zephyr, a lot of these teams have a lot to fight for, but we talked about this with the beauty of there being so many teams. Anybody in the top 10 right now still has possibility of winning. And, even if there's some kind of miracle run, technically any of these teams could still win, but that would require 16 points of eliminating, 25 points of winning the game. It's a little statistically unlikely, but for our duos in those top 10 slots, there are very much still possibility of winning if they play their cards right.
Well, for our teams, they'll find their way onto our map for the third and penultimate time here in our Eastern Campus Cup. And I'll tell you what, we'll see how teams now potentially play. Obviously, we saw a level of aggression that slowly got faster and faster across our last game. I wonder if that stays true here in our third.
Yeah, I wonder if we've got kind of a snowball scenario happening where these teams continue to get a little more aggressive because they realize how important it really is to get those early elims, to set that early precedent, and to just guarantee yourself a couple of free points. And they're so valuable that Caesar's going to try to clip somebody clean out of the sky. Does not get the chance to find the lineup. Did 42 damage onto them, but that is not nearly enough to take them down, even with no shields to boot. All of a sudden, that Fort Jonesy looking good all over again. High ground and Caesar, I think they've landed here every time, if I'm not mistaken. They pretty consistently seem to end up here. They're very comfortable with this, and they seem to know where all the good loot is at in the area.
We'll see. Obviously, it's not one of our POIs that is currently contested. Obviously, we'd have to look maybe a little bit more towards the north. That's where we saw some of our teams land in succession many times around here. But for Caesar and Baz, this is the perfect opportunity for them to get more than acquainted.
Yeah, sorry, Baz. We called you high ground for 2 games, but we'll call you Baz now. We promise. Sorry, like from here on out. You know.
I don't know. I like high ground because
I do
mean, they made good on the name, right?
They did. That's why it felt so good.
Exactly. If you're like playing in the dirt with everyone else, and your name's high ground, then I start to have problems, right?
Well, high ground on the high ground. We gotta say something. You know what I mean? Like we gotta talk about it a little bit. And somebody I would like to talk to because they continuously kind of disappear early game and then always end up in the late game is the duo we're looking at right now. Kahunabuka and Hammer on sticks. I feel like they're not really in the feed. They're not really finding eliminations early until we get to that final circle, and then they're clutching out a top 10, top 8 placement every time.
Yeah, well, it was last game that they were all the way in second, right?
Yeah.
We didn't quite catch them, obviously, succeed in their rotation into what was Caesar and Baz, but obviously it's enough to net them now a consistent scoring to place them in 6th here, and now in the Rave Cave, potentially those elims that you're looking for there.
Yeah, Rave Cave, a tough place to get out of. Fights that happen here often end with the duo being dismissed. You don't really get to run. Leppy and Renegade Ranster have a pretty clean, natural cover between them and Hammer and Kahunabuka right now, and I think they're going to utilize it, but instead we've got another combat happening. I'm hidden to take somebody down early on there. It is the knock, not the E-Ring, so that player still technically standing. All 44 players remain in lobby. I'm hidden, looking for the cleanup there. Oh, poor Uber driver. Got eliminated pretty early on in game number 1. I believe game number 2 tells the same story. As you run into a strong duo like Hidden and Oreo, you are not feeling lucky, Zeph, I can tell you that much.
Not quite at all. Trying to take up residency under the mushroom, and now pinned from
no.
both angles. A quick edit found. Uber driver running directly into the clutches of I'm Hidden there, marking the first duo eliminated.
That is a shame. You really hate to see it, unfortunately. Running into a top 5 duo 3 games in a row is not how you want to steady out those 3 games, but luck is unfortunately not on your side here today. Luckily enough, there's another split later today. I believe you're also able to participate in it if they want to, but Hammer on sticks now, using that Rave Cave. It feels like the duos almost have a bit of a peace treaty happening. I think they're fully aware of each other's existence, but like I said, I don't think anybody wants to comfortably take combat in here because it's very hard to survive. Whoa, Frosty!
Whoa! And it's not just Frosty, it's being picked up by Kaizen. That was our leader.
No!
Coming out game 1, we talk about the northern part of our map being very, very exciting, where most of our, or at least our eliminations, usually take place here. Now it's up to Mello to survive for that duo.
Wait, who is the second missing duo right now? It was not just Frosty and Mello, was it?
Did Mello go down?
I don't know, but 2 duos are missing, and it was 1 a second ago. So, I don't know, we'll check. We'll get there when we get there, but that may be a real story to tell. That is insane if that duo has gone down already. That is the 2nd place team, but that's the kind of miracle that needs to happen if those lower numbers want to fight for a chance at number 1, and that is the perfect way to make just that happen. No, Mello, 15 HP on the board, still standing, but Zeph, we gotta be honest, with no healing on board, 3 full shields in the pocket, I don't think there is anything Mello can do here. And there it is, already gone. The 3rd duo to be dismissed from this, and that is the green light everybody else in this lobby needed to kick it up to 150%.
It's big, and it's big enough for, more than importantly, Chicken and Kaizen, right? They were currently the team right behind Frosty in 3rd there, and now are going to be able to more than successfully walk into a position above them. Now, obviously, they're going to have to survive just as long as everyone else in this lobby, but yes, that's such a huge moment. Caesar and Baz, they themselves also likely just as excited.
Oh, absolutely. The team in first place, they see their number 1 competitor has already been taken down, but like you mentioned, Chicken and Kaizen, they're not leaving that spot open. They are filling it immediately. The new terror on the map, and everybody going to be keeping an eye out for them. A bit of a slow burn in Rave Cave. I mean, 2 duos were in. They're both going to choose to make it out, and I think that makes a lot of sense. You've got a lot of great rotation options, just like those launch pads. Baz and Caesar always at Fort Jones. They're getting a little bit of gas, refueling here to power out through game number 3 and 4. And I think they've got a great opportunity to farm a lot of materials. There's a lot of stone nearby. There's plenty of wood. And I think gas stations offer max 500 steel. I think they're going to be able to get that as well.
That's a really good position for them. Meanwhile, for Sap Games and Jelly here, it looks like able to find this team below. Big shots from behind, but they are able to get a recovery. But now, actually pinched. Someone found their way above.
Rumor and Sap have always been very good at about both kind of clutching when their duo needed it most, and now as these Clutch Kings have to go against one another in combat, it's going to be very difficult to decide who can walk away successfully. Jelly Zam caught onto the low ground. It looks like they're going to go ahead and just get out of dodge. Can't say I blame them for a second. Rumor tanking. Oh, whoa. 6 HP, 1 bullet from being knocked, but he will not be knocked. Not yet, that is. Circle closes in. Sap and team have to get back onto the lineup here, and they're going to chase. They're going to go in deep for it, Zep.
Right here, they're going to carry themselves actually away from where we currently see Zico and Rogue. Now, I will bring up in that feed, we see some issues with Chicken and them just a second ago, but for now, this is obviously our fight to be had there. Zico taking a huge chunk of damage, and now, of course, this launch pad going to carry Sap and Jelly right on top of them, likely.
Oh, and it looks like they might try to take the fight here, unless that's a heal bunker, and the more I look at Zico's HP, pretty sure that's a heal bunker. Just trying to stay alive and regroup into the combat, but I think when you're on the side of Sap and Jelly, this chase makes sense, because you have to go this way anyway. You know they're low, you finally get the knock-in. Poor Rumory doesn't get the join. Oh, that's Rumor YT, that makes way more sense. Okay, anyway, Rumor is down early on. Zico, the last one left alive, 16 HP in the storm. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. That is another duo being moved to game number 4. Sap and Jelly, 4 points already on the board, Zap.
4 elims there. That's a start for them that we have seen before, though.
Yep.
This team, obviously, one of the highest in terms of securing what is at least those kind of early elims. It was in game 2. They finished off with 5 on their belt. A high number when you look and see that that's usually kind of the average for some of our top performing teams. And the big deal, though, is the fact that they just continue to fall far too early in terms of their average placements.
Yeah, the average placement is always going to be more important than the eliminations, and I think that's what maybe that team needs to hone in on a little bit more. I completely agree with you there, except for the Chrome Grenade gets you in a little faster, increases some movement, and kind of eliminates the vulnerability of swimming through the water. It makes it a little easier to get out of dodge. You can bring out your weapons a little faster, so it makes a lot of sense, honestly. Hidden and Oreo going to be going up against Hezi and Stig, who have unfortunately not had the cleanest run today, but they're going to try to make up for that right now. Hidden already has 2 eliminations and gets knocked down deep into the water, completely removed from the fight. Currently a 2v1 if Hezi and Stig can focus up and find the elim, but Oreo bunkers in quick, waits for the duo to return, and honestly, it's a great play. The lack of extension there is exactly why Hezi and Stig aren't able to clean up that fight. It looks like they might actually be turning heel here.
I was going to say, for Hezi and Stig, they're just putting their way at least into that storm, right? Getting themselves far forward. Now, obviously, Hezi not looking particularly the best in terms of health here, and that's probably the biggest reason why they pull away there. But for Hidden, finally chasing ahead. Oreo taking their time in the storm. Got to be a little bit careful. Obviously, nothing moving for the next 90 seconds, but still, respect.
Respect indeed. Better safe than sorry, especially when a player like Hidden has been very elimination thirsty, very going out looking for eliminations time and time again, and doing it, let's be honest, a little more successfully than Sap Games and then the duo have. They've been making it a little further in the leaderboard, so it's a very similar play style from this duo, and I think we continue to see it moving out. They're not going to chase any eliminations, though. And here's a team, 3 games deep, we actually haven't been able to spend much time with, Zephyr.
No, Komodo Alex and JKA Monkey here, a team that notably hasn't had the best of days, currently sitting in 25th overall with only 2 points in the current standings. They themselves getting themselves at least set up, but they host a position directly in the heart of zone.
It's going to be a great place to be, at least for the time being. I think it even looks like they're trying to hunt some eliminations. They're trying to really rack up those points as early as possible. We see Stepa Kaizen by themselves, and I'm not completely sure if that is actually a missing member, or if they're just currently split for the time being. But I do know is Kaizen's about to walk into Sigma and cut a very dangerous duo to take a 2v2 against, let alone a 1v2. And holy guacamole, Kaizen does not even get to blink before they are removed from the combat. That is another duo completely down and out. We are down to, 17 left.
Oh my gosh, and Hammer on sticks there, picked out by Stig. A name that obviously we've known from previous weeks of player, but hasn't shown up today. We'll see what will fare for both Kahuna Buka as well. Obviously for him, they themselves, we talk about in 6 big elims on the way, but now potentially stopped in their tracks.
I love this play from JKA. Like you said, prime real estate there in the center of the storm. You've got insane high ground. You can get the read on where a lot of people are. They went for a sniper shot earlier. Unfortunately, it fell a little short. Makes a lot of noise. Gives away your location a bit, but as you've built the Taj Mahal in the middle of the map, your location's usually given away anyway. So I think they're pretty comfortable with the aggression they choose to take. But I'm always a fan of this strategy. As boring as it might be, as simple as it looks, it's incredibly effective, and it's a great way to get intel without putting yourself at risk.
Well, a big thing to definitely pay attention to in terms of narrative is the fact that both Frosty and Mellow and Chicken and Kaizen are officially out of this game. That was your second and third place duos, right? And for Caesar and Baz, this is the perfect opportunity to potentially pull away and start to form that gap in our feed to make sure you land yourself in first with the lion's share of our prize pool. But that doesn't mean teams like Clue and Archer, who are in fifth, can't potentially do the same.
I mean, Clue and Archer, if we don't include eliminations, they win this. They jump to 65 points. That's incredible. That would top them up over Chicken and Kaizen, up over Frosty and Mellow. But with Baz and Caesar still standing, it of course depends on how many points they can get on where that fifth place may fall. That's assuming, that's assuming they survive through those 16 duos. There's more than enough time for this story to unfold in a million different ways. Right now, Archer and Clue, a very intelligent strategy here, one we see often in the competitive scene, is kind of hovering around one of these fast rotation options. That way you can see people, you can dive on them quickly, and often they'll rotate right back to it. And it's a rinse and repeat cycle to farm as many points as possible.
Well, sadly for them, it's not exactly the best, though, balloon to be playing with, given the fact that Storm doesn't really push that far away. We might see a rotation here, but it's very unlikely. For Archer and Clue, they just want to put themselves in the best spot, especially regarding this next zone, especially given the fact that we've got quite a wide split between that and the lake that presents itself on over 25% of this storm specifically.
I love it. These are the most chaotic ones ever. I mean, it's so fascinating because everything you're standing on in 25% of the circle is built by you or someone else. Even more so than those traditional kind of build battles that happen in those final circles. Building becomes so much more important, and you need to have hundreds of mats, like 143 right now for Big Riv. You've got to have an insane number like that going in if the circle closes even further into the lake. But these players, I swear, they are praying that it closes onto that land so they can utilize the natural high ground and the natural builds just a little bit more.
Chrome Crossroads here, obviously not the best POI, and we already know for a fact that it's not directly where this storm presents itself. We might see a potential drift here in just a moment, but for the majority of these teams, though, they have set themselves directly in play. And I'll tell you what, we talk about the pacing of these games here. Game 3 is definitely turned into a bit more of a lull state as teams are being definitely way more respectful, especially knowing the fact that both Chicken, Kaizen, Frosty, and Mellow are officially out of play.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I was wondering that same thing. Is it that kind of caution of, okay, if those duos are out already, we might want to pull our punches a little bit because clearly we're not going to win those 2v2s. But right now, I mean, playing it low and slow, it's not a fun strategy, I'll be honest. It's not an entertaining strategy, but it's not about entertainment for these players. It's about entertainment for us, sure, but they're in this for the money. Let's be honest. They're in this to go as far as they possibly can, to put as many points on the board as they can, and I cannot stress it enough. I'll say it every game. Surviving will always net you more points than eliminations. If you're going to come in third place by hiding in a bush, more power to you, my friend. I think it is a more than viable strategy.
Well, we'll see. Some of our highest performing teams are in the double digits for eliminations alongside their high placement. At the end of the day, regarding our Storm, there are only 2 full squads that are currently outside of Storm, and I believe one of them has finally just made it in, the other teetering on the northwest here, so no one potentially pressured for position.
No positioning pressured quite yet, but hyper awareness caught on the very outskirts of the circle. Cowboy Jacques, of course, not far behind. It's a great loop for the time being. I love the farming the chrome grenades. I think it makes a lot of sense because I talked about the vulnerability of being in the water earlier. You can't use your weapons as effectively. You often can't build fast enough, and you often can get eliminated in the water. But if they use the chrome grenades, they can go around the water at the same speed. It can be very viable to get into combat early on.
Archer and Clue here sitting outside of the vault. They've got a nice angle there ahead on Dubs and Crew. This is what they might be able to do. Obviously, just getting themselves set up. A quick spray, a quick resource trade here before they might be forced to make their way.
Oh, the Lethal Squad bringing us a different skin set. How exciting. I love that. I can't remember his name, though, but I like it. I like it a lot. Big fan of the skins in this game. Very random thing to bring up right now, but it's not going to stop me. 17 duos left on the clock now. 33 members remaining in this matchup. And Zephyr, I think that your point's been highlighted even more, that we're getting close to the 5th circle, and there's still 33 people standing. Only 11 people have been eliminated right now.
Yeah, you know, typically, especially in the higher lobbies, as it gets more intense. Remember, technically, we're only seeing a half-filled lobby. Usually, there's even more players to potentially position themselves. And at the end of the day, it's really when we have those kind of half-storm pulls after Storm 5 that we truly begin to see these lobbies crumble, because most of the time, there is available spacing, or you yourself can form it. But apparently not Archer.
Baz and Caesar, a great location here in the center of the circle. I think it makes a lot of sense, but also you gotta tell that same story of painting a circle on your back of targets. And speaking of targets, Clue finds themselves on the wrong end of one. Archer goes down just as quickly. Cut and Sigma, they take down another serious power player. That is a 17th place finish. That's 5 points for that duo when they needed many, many more to move up the ladder. The Lethal Squad going to be pushed down early. Hidden falls to gold, and it looks like Illusion is going to move a little bit slower. Leppy and Renegade Rance are desperate for these eliminations, but I think it's one of those scenarios where they may have lost their the person they're chasing. They finally find him in the build matchup there. You cannot turtle fast enough for Illusion. She is dodging every single bullet available, but everybody firing from every direction. Oreo gone, hidden, gold. Another great elimination. Stig going to be taken down early on there, and Kiki desperate to try and find something quickly, able to do so. Has not removed the duo yet, though. 15 duos still standing in Illusion. Hopefully their headphones are not very loud. She's like, I'm about to go down in the moment here. Illusion, she's stuck out of the water. It is tough. An absolute field day, like shooting fish in a barrel right now. Illusion cannot get out of the way.
Storm.
Desperate. This is terrifying. Oh no. SMG. Oh no, there they go. I didn't get to talk about it already. SMG falls down. Illusion. I think using the Storm here, a dangerous game. It's only a 5-tick for the time being, but it also makes everybody stop looking at you for a second. So maybe you can actually get back into things.
It might be a moment, but you can hear some of those shots just raining through, and oh, come on.
No.
Illusion just gonna take away.
NT Illusion, valiant effort. That's a bummer. That is such an unlucky position to be in, honestly. But you made it to 13th, and I do believe that is further than the Illusion squad has made it so far. So not bad, really not bad. 13th place, they put it on the board. 24 members remaining. We are one duo elimination away from half of this lobby finally being eliminated, but has not happened quite yet, and I don't think it's going to be happening anytime soon, as we're going to have another lull, at least for another 20-ish seconds or so, before the rotations are forced out once again.
Looks like Renegade and Rance turned Jelly there. They didn't actually pick up the entirety of those elims that were supposedly supposed to be secured there on the Illusion, or at least Lethal Squad, right? So, a bit of a split, even though they were the ones to apply that pressure. We tune in towards the Storm direct here, and we talk about a high ground position. Surprisingly, it is none other than Cowboy Jack and Hyper Awareness, who currently position themselves above. Love these angles here. Jelly and Sap paying the price.
Oh, a phenomenal placement here by Jack and Hyper Awareness. This is the longest, I believe, they've kind of made it into getting a high ground early on. When we see the making of those final circles, they were often one of the teams kind of running it through the mud, trying to clean up underneath, but instead they're changing the strategy. They want to go back to the traditional high grounds that we know from them. And speaking of kind of swapping strategies, look at High Ground and Caesar. They're both feet on the ground right now. They are not high up like they have been at all through this series. But they're going to go for a bit of a spray and pray. They have that Chili Chug Splash. They're not going to lock onto him yet, but that speed boost is going to be incredibly helpful when they need to rotate for these upcoming circles.
Oh,
Sap is gone.
Down at the hands of Sigma there on the other side. You know, Cut and Crew are definitely happy about that one there. Jelly's got the splashes to at least recover, but he's got to try to stick this revive where it counts. It's likely that it's all said and done. Too many teams, too many squads with a prime angle. It is Cut and Sigma who pick up both of those elims.
Jelly and Sap, they really got stuck between a rock and a hard place, and every time they rotated, they just rotated it into a different rock. It was a very difficult situation to be in, and unfortunately, they could not find that clutch factor they needed to get out of there, and that is unfortunately going to cost them early on. I got to talk about Komodo. Alex, I just saw the name once again. That duo still both standing. They've made it to 11th place, almost single digits in the squads. The best performance we've seen from that duo so far. And it all goes to that change of play, that change of strategy, not taking fights they don't have to. They're giving us that low and slow play style. Zephyr, it's working wonders so far.
Well, this one not so
Jack?
low and slow.
Jack?
Instead, it's right in the face of Renegade Ranster and Lepe there. Looks like they'll be able to successfully find their, at least, eliminations for now. But right there, Caesar
there they
picking
go.
up the final moment of Renegade Ranster. As it looks like Dean Gold and Dubs, they get the revive off.
Wow, what a risky revive. An incredible time to get your teammate back up and running, because doing this with a duo is obviously so much easier than doing it by yourself. We see the Chili Chug Splash now in effect as Caesar is going for the quick rotations around. Catches Tiki in the backside there. Sigma in a 1v1 with EG, who does go down, falls off the top, and already going to be taken down by the Storm. Blink and you miss it, but that player has been dismissed, and it is going to be a clean fight once again. JKA and Komodo, a great rotation underneath. Satix down to 14, down to 4, down to none. The Storm's going to catch you early on, and unfortunately, you're not going to live to tell the tale. 8 squads left, 16 members standing. I don't believe we have any solos on the run right now, but no support on the side of the duo we're watching. They have absolutely no healing, a single flopper to their name.
Looks like Sigma and Cut, though. That's the big team to watch here.
Absolutely.
They're the ones currently above the rest. Now, they don't have the strong side of Storm, but they are lickety-split making their way across here. Sigma is caught back, but he is dropped down. A good build recovery there.
Oh my goodness, incredible time. Sigma and Cut still standing. 8 eliminations between the two of them right now. Tiki taking out by Sigma. Let's make it 9. Let's get a little crazy with it, right? Let's get to those double digits as fast as we can, but Cut by the Storm using every Chug Splash available. The high ground so unbelievably valuable right now. They're going to try to use every second of it that they can. They're trying to be shot down, but they're going to live long enough to tell it. Dubs, Big Riv, they're gone. Fades still up and standing. Another elimination into the books for that duo, and the pressure is being like never before as 7 full duos still remain standing. This is going to be a tough one for anybody to win. Wow. They're all running out of room.
Look at Sigma's inventory there. Doesn't have many builds. Does not have many builds. They're going to have to need or look for a refresh. Like
he dropped 6 and they got shot down.
Oh my god.
They just lost 6? Oh, Alex. Oh, Komodo Alex does finally fall. But we know the team member still standing there in the wing somewhere is JKA. Monkey has not fallen quite yet. On the high ground with that spray and pray strategy. No builds on the side of Sigma anymore. They're down to less than 15 at this one, maybe even less than 10. Fades catches several bullets to the skull, but none are going to be able to put them down fast enough. I think Cut has to drop you. Get into the fray, and you're going to take a lot of damage to do so. Using every last bit of the stay on this ground. It's on to Miz, kills, get out of the engagement, and they're going to be able to do so with only 10 members left. Another one go down. Miz will be eliminated, and that will be the for to fall in. 12 let's make it a whole 13. This guy doesn't even need builds. The builds with the elims, and they're going to try to find every single bullet from being the bullet. Saving grace as that player continues standing, hits down to Sigma, and it is just a beatdown day.
Instead, it's not Cut, it's Sigma who has the builds available. They gotta be incredibly careful here. Just 3
2v1
left alive. Like you said, a 2v2v1. Sigma and Cut here expending the last
it's
of
JK!
JK and Caesar and Baz are current leaders in this lobby here. Whoever comes out on top, this could be absolutely huge. Still, for Sigma and Cut, they have the subtle one build high ground over Caesar and Baz, and now take advantage of it in tow.
I mean, they were given an inch and they've taken a mile here, making it all the way to second place with what I believe is 13 eliminations to their name compared to the 5 that Caesar and High Ground have. Oh, what a knock! Caesar and High Ground Baz cannot make it out of the way. Cut in Sigma, they, like a knife through butter, demolish that entire lobby. 15 out of 44 eliminations, Zephyr. I cannot stress enough how many points that team just gained, almost the maximum number available.
I was going to say, it's so funny. We come into just about game 3, and you talk about how statistically it's very unlikely.
It could happen!
It could happen that we almost, just by one elim, almost hit the cap here for our format. 15 out of what could have been the total 16 possible kills. That alone nets them, what, 40 points off of that game? That is more than, I'm telling you right now, that is more than over 60 to 70% of our lobby has accumulated across all of these games.
Yeah, this is incredible. I'm sorry, I'm watching the leaderboard actively update, so I keep making all these faces. This is exactly where we thought it would be. So if you guys remember, last time we looked at a lobby, we said, oh, 4-point differential. Not quite anymore.
Well, hold on, hold on.
More like a 16-point differential.
Hold on. Caesar and Baz hasn't updated
Oh,
yet.
you're right. You're right. Okay. Not hope is not lost yet, but we'll come back with some points. We'll throw it to a little break here. We'll keep you guys all on the edge of your seat. We'll see what's going on in just a few minutes. We're going to let that all get updated. We'll see you right back here with our fourth and final game in just a couple of minutes.
Everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're going to have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry. For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited. What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes. Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down. What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they're up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilence. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year's, everyone, and welcome back to the ECAC Esports channel. As always, my name is Kyler K-Tad Tando, and I once again have the privilege of introducing you all to some of the best collegiate esports plays. Now, I know when we left off last year, I teased a little bit about some big news on the horizon, but that news is finally ready to break. Now, this year, in partnership with CSMG and their newly launched Esports U network, we will now be able to bring you guys double the amount of ECAC matches. So, with double the matches comes double the highlights. And with that said, I mean, obviously, right, do the math here. It means that we get to take this video, this series of videos, to a weekly top 8 instead of just the top 4 like we did in the past. But anyways, that's enough out of me. I'm sure you guys are ready for some hype plays and crazy moments. So without further ado, here you go. In our season opening clip, we have Ghost and Ox with a devastating 1-2 combo that just breaks SLU at the knees. Or is it boosters?
Can't fall through. Nice bounce, but a nice goal! Right past the defender. Ox makes it look easy.
I'm so surprised because I couldn't.
At number 7, Raw Fam pounds his chest and decrees that he is the strongest in the jungle with this sick 3K to flip the point.
The arms and keeps everyone alive through that. Amplification Matrix came through, but we didn't get the same benefit we saw last time with the Amplified Fire Strike. Instead is Angry Monkey time from a fan with a 3K. Call that the Primal Blade.
As our first Smash play of the year, it's the clean 9 stock from Hydra to lock down New Jersey City's 2-0 win against Husson.
As they go for that kill confirm again, it's not going to connect this time, but there it is, just waiting on the platform for the spike. NJCU cleaning up in their signature style. Hydra leading the charge all the way home.
Next up, it's every shorty player's dream, and what's going to be a nightmare for University of Albany.
Up close and personal. This is the one player who's got a chance with his read. How about timing here? So step forward now into the angle. Certainly good for one.
Yikes.
There's the one. No one's reswung. He's reloaded. This never happens to a shorty player. Nebula's up now as well.
In our next clip, who needs teammates when you've got a wall? Grim surely doesn't.
Snaps and passes. They tried their best, and that is an open goal. But unfortunately, out the top, it's gonna be the header in. Tit for tat. Grim takes it in on their own.
Ooh, spicy little double tap right there. You saw him looking for it, but that's not an easy read.
Rounding out our top.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back for some more Fortnite on Esports U, the East. Once again, we're going into our 4th and final game, but before so, a little bit of good news, bad news. If you're here for Overwatch, we've pushed it back a little bit. We're going to do our 4th game here in Fortnite. We're going to go right into Overwatch. The casters are watching the game right now. They're going to know everything that happened in Map 1. They will fill you in. Hopefully, Map 2 won't happen while we're still here, but got all that out of the way. We're ready. We're done. Cypher and Zephyr here on the desk. Game number 4, and Zephyr, we just talked about this. I thought this was done and out. I thought this was over and done with. But as the points have been updated, I could not have been more wrong.
Sigma and Cut, after their big win where we thought they were in first, are instead in second with 76 points. Instead, still retaining their spot after a second place finish with 78 points is Caesar and Baz. They are ahead by 2 points, Septilence.
2 points. And then we've got ECAC in 3rd place at 58. There's almost a 20-point differential between 2nd place and 3rd place. But if we have that same weird miracle run of the top teams going down super early, Zatix and EG, they're absolutely still possible. Chicken and Kaizen in that 4th place slot, the first team to not be in the prize pool right now. They need to give us a good miracle run. They can clutch this out. Frosty and Mellow 1 point behind Chicken and Kaizen. So it is super possible. The podium is wide open right now, Zephyr. This is anybody's game in that top 5.
Right, and DNG and W-Dubs there, they themselves tied with Frosty Mel at 50 as well. And this is obviously in discussion for 1st and 2nd, at least in my perspective right now, because that's your big whopping, $800 worth of the $1,000 total purse here. I will say, there is still a very, very flexible scoreboard for 3rd. A lot more of the teams are definitely available for potentially usurping what is currently held by Satix and Edgy in 3rd right now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's more than enough time for any of these teams to come clutch out an insane miracle run. And of course, you're going to look at the top. You're going to see 17 teams instead of 24 because as battle royales work, statistically, unfortunately, there's a lot of teams that can't make that podium, and they're going to recharge. They're going to go ahead. They're going to give it another run. We'll probably see a lot of those teams later tonight in the second half of the kind of the Fortnite matchup. But for now, we've got these 17 teams, and its Archer has already gone down That is very no bueno.
No, it's a bit of a shame, too, for Clue and Archer.
Oh, no!
They're the first squad eliminated by the way, none other than Zadix's squad. That's the team that needs a big miracle run here. Granted, Clue and Archer had such a good start, and it's just gotten worse and worse, and I feel so bad.
Yeah, there was a world where Clue and Archer, they're in 8th place. If they won, they went to 25 points. They'd have 70 points, depending on the elims they have. They could have cracked that podium, but unfortunately, that is not the timeline we are living in here today. We need a lot of eliminations. We need a lot of high-value gameplay from Satix and EG, and that's the best way to send a message. We are here to win, and we are one game away from being able to do so.
Well, obviously that's all taking place on the feed. In front of you instead is Hezi and Stig, a name that some may be familiar with if you've been watching for days in the past and galores, but sadly a team that currently hosts a position in 19th. But this is kind of one of those situations where it's like they've got nothing left to lose, right? They obviously know that it's impossible right now to currently put themselves in the podium, and so what's more scary than a team with nothing to lose?
Oh, that's a great question, Zephyr. Honestly, cannot think of much. Satix and EG, they are already 2 points on the board, most points in lobby, as those are the only eliminations that have happened. But, I mean, look at this. They've got Synapse Station wide open. Nobody's in the area. They're in the circle. They've got this entire area to loot for materials, for weapons, for anything they need to set themselves up for a winning run.
Now, this is a particularly deep, and I mean deep, polling zone here. If it's going as far down as Synapse Station.
Did they all four go south?
Yeah, I was about to say, all of our highest performing teams are on the south. Obviously, we may have to tune in with Frosty, of course, and them over towards the north side in a second. But for now, everything down here is a huge question. Usually, this area in particular can be quite wide open, especially compared to other parts of the map. There isn't a ton of vertical disparity. It really depends on the pulse. Sometimes you do get some of these kind of variant cliff sides, but mostly it is I would say particularly free range, and that can become a bit of a problem for some teams, especially as we talk about a lot of resource management. That's been something we've discussed time and time again here across our last 3 games, especially in those final moments. We talk about zone 8, 9, the storm closing in, and it's suddenly a big problem.
A huge problem indeed. We saw duos with as little as, I think, 1 or 2 builds in their pocket, like at the end of it. It's so unbelievably important to have those materials online. It makes a lot of sense to spend your early game farming, to kind of find an isolated area, usually on the edge of a POI, and really just spend 2 to 5 minutes just getting as many materials as you can, because in the late game, that is your most important lifeline.
Yeah. Cut and Sigma are big elim leaders here. Even if they don't walk away with first place, they're definitely winners in my heart after a game like we saw in the last. For them themselves, they are one of those teams that are in the north, though. All the way up here by Chrome Jam Junction, actually having one of the longest rotations out of any of the squads currently competing.
Yeah, this is going to be a real long rotation. It looks like nobody's in Chrome Jam Junction right now, so they've got that same kind of Synapse Station treatment where they can get a lot of materials early on here. They can get a lot of free healing, a lot of free weapons, a lot of free mats with no contest. They're up very high. A lot of teams that are this high up are going to start rotating probably pretty early, but when you go to Chrome Jam Junction in particular, it's going to be pretty easy to rotate out of here. I mean, there's a balloon 10 feet away in every direction.
Well,
whoa.
And Sigma. I don't know. What are they expecting?
I thought he saw something, but I think maybe he's crazy.
I was about to say, I thought I was going crazy. I thought it was just, did I miss that completely?
Oh, here's 2 more friendly faces. Frosty Fly and Mellow, one of the strongest new teams to show up today. Game 1, incredibly dominant. They were just tearing it up all across the board. Tied for 5th place right now. One of the last teams we're considering statistically possible to walk away with a podium finish. And as they're still alive, they've beat out 1 duo already, 15 to go. Totally possible.
Well, for them themselves, they also have quite a long ways. Lustrous Lagoon, just a click here, and oh yeah, our crowd pleasers, our crowd wheezers.
Welcome back.
Hyper awareness and Cowboy Jack. I mean,
iconic. I love it. It's not a good strategy. I'm not gonna lie. No way. Do they know? Does he know? Wait, 3 squads are right here. Hold on, somebody's got to go down. Are we? Oh, we just be jamming. We just be hanging out.
Are we jamming, or is it impossible to shoot?
You just can't do anything.
You can't.
That's
do
also
anything to
a
begin
very
with,
good
so
question.
Because there's no way Stig can shoot them from that position.
It's like a monkeys in a barrel game. Like, can Kahuna Buka and Hammer also go in there? And we can see how many players we can get in the turbine.
Hey,
all at once.
for Kahuka Buka and Hammer, this is actually a big deal. If they can...
This is 4 free points.
Yeah, 4 free points for them, potentially.
Oh my goodness, I wish there was some kind of rocket launcher in the game right now, grenades or something. Oh my goodness, a freebie. But as nobody can literally... Oh, there we go! Oh, it has begun! Oh my goodness, hyper-awareness pulls out the shotgun early on. Cannot confirm the elim, but the bloodshed has begun indeed. You gotta get out of dodge. Hyper drops right back down. Here's the duo nearby! And Kahuna! Take him down! Oh! The crowd pleaser is taken out early, and Kahuna Buka reaping the first reward of that first elimination. 3 to go.
Yeah, I was about to say, Cowboy Jack is still hosting a lovely position underneath and hasn't moved yet. Obviously,
he's AFK.
Yeah, no, he's there. He's definitely there. There's a big world, by the way, where obviously this is first close of the first storm. They just get the banner, get a quick reboot, and then suddenly we got more shenanigans underway. 10 minutes later.
I think there's like 4 or 5 reboot fans in this circle. Oh, whoa, what? Huh? What? Kaizen, what? What happened?
See, it's always more dramatic when you see Kaizen, Elim's Kaizen. Then you
Yeah.
don't know what the heck's going on.
The mystery is insane.
This is an entertaining game 4.
It is. It really is. And speaking of entertaining, I'm a big fan of this duo right here. The underdog story of a lifetime. We don't get to see them in game 1 and 2. Game 3, they come in 3rd place, and even though they're fully aware they're not going to mathematically make podium, they're still going to rock out here in game 4. They're going to try their darndest, see what they can do. It's all about that practice, all about that improvement, and this is the best way to make it happen. Frosty Fly and Mello find 2 eliminations of their own, and 2 duos missing now. Baz and Caesar on the flank here, on the high run, with the exact same loadout we saw last time.
It was something that gave them their survivability when we saw them at least crest some of the high ground
there it is.
that they were playing off of. But you can see there in the feed, Sigma and Cut Sigma, the first to start knocking players down. Big eliminations there, and this is something that's got scary. That's got to scare Baz and Caesar, right? If they don't keep the same pace, I mean, that's a win ripped out of their fingertips.
Absolutely. And speaking of wins being ripped from your fingertips, Hezi immediately taken down by the Cut duo once again. Sigma and Cut, 2 eliminations online. I think they hold the record for what I believe is 13 eliminations in a single game. Or it's 15, I'm sorry. It's 15 eliminations in a single game. Just 1 shy of the maximum 16 points available. That is not going to be an easy record to break. If anybody's going to break it, I feel like it's going to be them.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, for Sigma and Cut here, though, that's an extra 2 additional points. Something that I will notably say puts them on direct, even footing now with Caesar and Baz. Technically, both of these teams now, no matter where they place, whoever goes down, they have the same score.
Cowboy Jack?
I assume he got caught on a tree or something.
What is going on? Second player to knock themselves down.
Is that it for them, by the way? Because hyper awareness was the.
Oh no! Wait! Wait!
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Oh, that's so sad.
You know what? They said
now you wonder if it was intentional.
They said they were gonna play the high ground, so they touched the heavens.
They went higher than anybody could. They went all the way to the top. Beautiful. Oh, devastating. Poetic, honestly. But now, I mean, that's another familiar face duo down and out. We're getting down to a lot of powerhouses left, 14 duos remaining. And Zephyr, I think you've really nailed a super important point we cannot let go of. Caesar and Baz tied for first place to the very point with Sigma and Cut right now. I guess you could say it is cutthroat.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right. Well, calm down. All right. I will say, now, obviously, the big question here is the fact that Cut and Sigma have shown that they are more aggressive on average. In fact, they pick up quite literally the elims that Baz and Caesar do 2-to-1, right?
Right.
And so you can already see Sigma extending shots here, a quick bolty to the side. I mean, it's the perfect opportunity for them to potentially continue to rack up what they need as they play Edge of Storm. Notice the difference. Sigma and Cut are slowly working their way in, trying to pick apart team after team.
Yeah, it's all about moving in on teams you're confident you can take the pick on. They look for sniper shots often early, I've noticed.
No.
Oh, no! That is a 5th place duo dismissed from our 4th and final game. That makes it impossible for Frosty and Mello to win this out. But I'll say DNG and Wubs, we haven't seen them yet. If they're in here somewhere, they're going to be able to win this.
This is big.
Wait, this is huge.
Baz and Caesar, Sadix and Edgy, literally in touching distance. Neither squad has opted to fight.
They would hear each other emote right now. They would hear each other emote.
They would hear each other breathe. Okay.
This is 1st and 3rd place. For either of them to win, they need to take out the other. That is basically how this goes right now. If Baz and Caesar go down, the chances of Satix and EG winning spike. 200% increase. But if Satix and EG go down, that is another powerhouse duo dismissed. Maybe they won't hear them emoting, actually. Now we've been scientifically proven wrong. Wow, thank you, Prod. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
I love the juxtaposition of the seriousness.
The intensity.
The intensity. This guy sitting in a chair with Drago de Vesta playing in the background.
Caesar is fully aware. I gotta wonder if they can hear it, and we just can't because we're spectating. But either way, Satix and EG going to go for a rotation down and out the far side of the hill. Whoever that duo is, they do not want to take that fight if they don't have to. They're going to rotate in toward Tainted Towers here. And it looks like this is quite the populated city, Zeph.
It happens to be directly where our storm pulls here, so no surprises that our lobby has begun to congregate here. And for Caesar and Baz, they themselves also moving, but they are opting at least for some minor resource collection and maybe not a direct position in the POI direct. You gotta be careful.
Always you gotta be careful, especially moving into a place like Tainted Towers where somebody can be 500 feet above you and you're completely oblivious in that moment. JKA gonna be boxed in. Tiki and Big Rib looking for these elims. Unfortunately, Tiki and Big Rib will not be able to clutch out a podium placement, but they're still gonna try their darndest to take down as many members as they can. Komodo Alex sneaking out by the skin of their teeth there, giving a lot of free space to Rib and Tiki on this high ground.
I have to say, they definitely do it in style, looking dapper with the double outfits there. They rolled up on those two like a firing squad, big, beefy, and brought the shots to boot here.
Oh, Caesar on high ground. Val's taking a lot of damage, but EG and Satix, they have to bunker down. We saw a sniper shot just barely miss EG, and that is going to be a dangerous spot to find yourselves in. Oh, poor Alex. Escapes one duo right into another, and will finish in that 13th place slot. But well done, my friend. You've made it. You've survived over those duos. 3rd place out of 1 game. That's better than most teams have done so far today. Nothing to be upset about. A great improvement. Very excited to see what they can do later down the line. But for now, we do have to kiss them goodbye and remain with our 12 final duos. There it is. High ground and Caesar. I mean, it's scary. The longer they're alive.
They're officially 1 elim ahead now, though, of Sigma and Cut. So
79 to 78.
As long as they pick up anything, I love this perspective here. Let's see exactly. Sigma and Cut north side of this.
Oh, who was that?
And a beautiful snipe. Looking like skeet shooting here from Cut, able to find that knock.
They're tied up again.
I love this. Just peering into the water, seeing what resources might be available. Doesn't look like they need anything yet. A full 150 builds available there.
Yeah, literally almost maximum builds on the table. I believe that is maximum builds, actually.
That is,
You've got them all on the line, and this is a very comfortable spot. We see both of our powerhouse duos teams fighting for that 1st place spot, though, $500 on the line, and as they both get closer and closer to these final circles, they're looking better and better for what is guaranteed to be a clash of the Titans moving into this final round.
Well, for Cut and Sigma, they've got some time. Obviously, this is a little bit less cluster of a lobby here. We're already down to from the start of today in a situation where this is quite literally almost 40% of the lobbies we saw in game 1. And in that regards, there's obviously not as much pressure in terms of your placement and positioning. Now, we do lose a lot of Tainted Towers here. We go a little bit more towards that kind of open-ended valley where we saw some of our teams set up initially here, and that's going to be paying the price just a bit. Some wide rotations from Cut and Sigma. I mean, they are not blocking any of this. They're just moving.
going for the wide swing here. I think they saw Chicken on the high ground, and they want to make sure they get away from that duo a little effectively. They saw a great high ground rotation. They want to go underneath it to prevent them from being sniped on that high ground. Baz, and speaking of high ground, Baz and Caesar, they've got another great positioning. They're in the circle. They're going to be right on the edge of it. And a little fun fact for those that care, in game number 2, going into Circle 5, we had this exact same number of people left alive. It was 22 people left alive going into Circle 5 in game number 2. Game number 3, I think we had a few more. That was a much slower game compared to what we've seen so far. And game number 4 has shown it. It's still pretty viable to go either way. The speed can absolutely pick up, but it can absolutely be slowed down a little bit here as well. Not sure what Baz's intentions are with that.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's got to make good on his name once again. It has been 2 games in a row where we've seen a lot of the positional advantage come from the teams that at least describe high ground first, and for them, if they want to walk away with that $500 for first place, you gotta do so.
Satix, I mean, they're boxed in here. This is going to be a really tough scenario to be in. They've got somebody off to their left. They've got somebody off to the right in front of them, and to like their far right. It's going to be they have to go out the backside, possibly into the storm, and re-rotate around if they want to stay out of LOS. Perhaps they're just going to go for the good old-fashioned run it down and try to get out of the way. Looks like Hammer and crew are going to be focusing down on these new builds, procking out. They've got such a high ground to utilize. It's going to be a really hard fight for Satix and Ichi to win. Now 2 duos firing in on this building, and it looks like that's going to be the go button to get out the top for Tiki. Speaking of getting out, Tiki might be out of the game. Big Riv goes down, and it looks like Tiki might not be far behind. Critical condition. Whoa,
I don't get it.
They're like 2 it's insane. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be alive much longer, but what a fun moment to find out they did not go down earlier, and instead are still standing. They try to go in.
Why are they stealing him? Oh, that's just rude. There was a moment they didn't need to do that.
They absolutely did not. They had no reason to do that.
They were clearly undercover to begin with. Now, Hyper Awareness has heard the final moments, the embers of Cowboy Jack here, and I bet it makes him sad. And I don't know what that will entail, but you know, 20 players left alive, it can't be anything good.
Maybe this is Hyper Awareness's like a revenge arc. Maybe he just goes out and eliminates 19 people. Yeah, I mean, this is his John Wick moment, and he just absolutely cleans house, but that would be quite the miracle indeed. We've got 20 members left standing. That means we have 2 solos running around, because I know Hyper Awareness is a solo. That means somebody else has to be as well. Oh, that shotgun did a lot more damage than I thought it should have from that distance, but definitely going to be taking on the shields of Fades. AMWK desperate to try and get back into this rotating circle. We've got 60 seconds. All 20 people have to be in that tiny circle you see in your bottom right within the next minute.
Fades and AMWK have turtled themselves in for now. Now, thankfully, a good portion of the storm actually caters to the players you see here. It did decide to pull more towards that northern angle, and as a result, we won't be seeing much movement, particularly highlighted for teams like Sigma and Touch, Save and Senji. It's a big problem, though.
Oh, no John Wick art.
No John Wick art. Poor guy.
R.I.P. Oh, man. A great show. A great performance from the duo. Always one of my favorites to watch. But we have fallen, and we are now down to our remaining 10 duos. One of them still a solo, and I'm honestly not sure who it is, but I'm sure. Oh, I believe it's Tiki, actually. Yes. I think Big Rev did go down, so I think Tiki is our last standing solo member. Oh, no, the Illusion duo. They're going to be falling pretty low. Illusion themselves, they have to pop a small shield. Cut, I think, has lost them a little bit, actually. I think got lost in the sauce, going in a little bit too deep. Allows the SMG squad to reposition and remaneuver.
Big pull here. Look at that. Storm on the outskirt back. Most notably, directly into the lake.
In the water.
Almost the entire zone in the water there. That's a huge problem.
We have not gotten a more climactic final circle if we hacked the game. This is going to be so exciting to see what happens if the circle even makes it all the way out there. 19 people, they all have to hold W, try to get out of dodge, move as quickly as possible without going down, and try to find eliminations on their own. Sepakaizen and Chicken in incredible high ground so far. This is the exact strategy they brought to the table in game number 1, where Chicken clutched out a 2-1 victory to give them the initial net points they had. Baz has the ability to heal Caesar up as well. They're going for a full regroup. Gold and W Dubs, one of the only remaining teams outside of top 3 that still has a chance to sneak back into it, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Actually, I believe the only standing team left that might be able to break podium that isn't already there.
This is big. It is out in the open. It is a wide rotation here. Kaizen with an Elim down onto Hammers. That leaves Buga left alive for Baz and Caesar. Still able to play high.
Tiki trying to play it low and slow, less than 10 HP on the board. We see W Dubs going low as well, but Cut so unbelievably thirsty for these eliminations. There's Dubs, the first knockdown. Sigma adding another one to the leaderboard. It's going to be 18 members left standing, 10 full duos. We've got a couple solos running around, and Gold healing up right above them. Dubs is finally removed from the coil, and that is going to be another tough scenario to dig yourselves out of. Sigma and Cut, Zephyr, they move like they're sharing a brain. It's incredible. This team, they are so unbelievably coordinated. They always complete every goal they try to, and it's exactly why they find themselves in that second place spot right now. They're a couple of fights away from that first place.
This is big, though. They're moving very aggressively, like you've made mention of, and if they go down early, it is still fairly timely enough that they could pay the price. Chicken from the high ground to find the first knock on to Cut there. It is only Sigma left to pull off this revive.
5 seconds.
Very likely he's going to be able to do so, but they're both going to be so low coming into Storm. They're going to have to expend a big portion of their splashes here.
The lethal squad goes down early on there. We see them fall. We're down to, I believe, 6 standing squads. We see Tiki, critical HP, still running for his life. Satix and Easy, they're still in the mix as well. Baz and Caesar, they're desperate to find this. Currently 1 elimination on the board here, Zephyr. They need more than that to hold on to this first place position. They need to try and win it out. They are down, but they are not out yet. It is not over until there's only 1 team left standing. Chicken with the best high ground we have seen in ages. Kahuna Buka falls to Satix. They want every elimination possible because this really might come down to a separation of eliminations. And I'm not saying that for drama. I'm saying that because that is mathematically true. This might be a team winning by 1 or 2 elims, and everybody knows it.
Chicken and Kaizen, they're going to be the biggest wrench potentially on Cut and Sigma here. Look at that angle. They lose out on their footing for just a second, but are able to quickly recover. Tiki finally drops down. Our final 6 squads. Zico as well here. Chicken with Kaizen, and everyone is on top of each other.
Final 5, top 3 squads still alive. Actually, all 4 of the top 4 are still alive right now. Anybody could win this game. This goes down to the best of the best squads we have brought you here today on Esports U, and it is going to come down to an absolute last-second clutch from somebody because they are all running out of build, Zephyr. This circle has been moving for a while. We are in the middle of the lake. There's nothing to farm. There's no additional healing. It is all damage permanent right now, unless you've got 16 chunk splashes on you. Baz going to have to use every single one as he drops to 59 HP. Has to leave his teammate out to the dust. Sigma, critical HP as well. And it's completely eliminated from this fight. And it's looking
Sigma gone!
Oh, Sigma, that's fallen. Stop Satix in. They are 1 elimination away. 4 members left standing. Chicken and Kaizen, they have such a strong high ground. Zephyr, it is duo versus duo right now.
And for Chicken and Kaizen, this could be the difference here. Oh no, it's Angie and Satix. That's the squad in 3rd. They're not just holding on to a position like this. They're going to secure 3rd place here, but they need to potentially win this one out. Chicken and Kaizen from above finally dropping to the low. They lost out on Kaizen here. Chicken, the last member, trying to defend back. It's a 1v1 and Chicken, a wrap around the corner, a final puff, and a win for Satix and Edgy.
I have goosebumps on my entire, like my arms are, wow, what a final circle, what a final performance, and we are not going to super jump into Overwatch right now. I've talked to production already, we've talked about this, we're going to wait, we're going to figure out what the leaderboard looks like, because we need to find out who's on that podium. We cannot do the math. There is no front runner, there is no guess. I believe that Baz and Caesar should be in 1st place, because they did outlive Cut and Sigma by a single fight. So I do think. Go ahead, what do you got?
It's super close, though, because they only outlived them by 1 position. 1 position here.
Goes to the elims.
And if Caesar and Baz had accumulated any amount of elims to surpass that in their moments forward, it will be enough here. What's even more concerning, though, is that final moment. Satix and Edgy, obviously, they finish off with big wins, but did that put them in 3rd?
Okay, not everything is updated yet, but I believe we do have our 1st place team. Not going to say who it is, but I will tell you they net exactly 100 points on the nose on the dot. We're waiting for more confirmation. I believe first and second have been confirmed. That third place slot still wide open because Satix and Edgy are still sitting at 58, which means not everybody has been updated quite yet because that's what they had going in that game. And there it is, Zephyr. We're going to wait a few more moments. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, but we don't want to accidentally tell anybody anything wrong. The most eliminations we saw from one duo while we're waiting, 30 eliminations across 4 games from Cut and Sigma. That was the most, 11 more than second place, who was Satix and EG, actually, at 19. So they really woke up there in those final couple of games, because the first 2 games, one of our largest critiques was they weren't very flashy. They weren't very active. Well, and then they came in games 3 and 4, 19 elims.
I believe officially
I think that's
do
it.
have our final standings here. So if you want to read them maybe backwards up
Of
to
course.
announce our
Of
top
course.
3.
So, third place with a last 4th game victory, their only victory in slot, 94 points on the board, walking away with $200. Satix and EG clutching that out by over 20 points, I believe, Zephyr.
Wow.
I'm not sure. Maybe Chicken and Kaizen haven't been updated yet. I don't know if 76 is their final score. So we might come back to third place because I'm honestly not sure what's happening
they're
there.
updated. Chicken.
They're up. That's up.
Chicken and
Okay.
Kaizen are done.
Okay. So Chicken and Kaizen, 4th place. Close, but no cigar, unfortunately. And actually, that goes to show a 20-point differential. Even if Satix and EG lost that second place, they still would have clutched third. They still had the, because they had the initial 1 placement above them before we went into game 4.
yeah.
Anyway, third place, Satix and EG, a huge congrats on the podium. Second place, 97 points. The duo that had the most eliminations in the entire game. They lose by 3 points. But second place is certainly no loss. Sigma and Cut walking away with $300 between the two of them. And in first place, as a surprise to, I think, probably nobody, one of the strongest duos we've had, an incredible one at that. They did not pull a single punch this entire evening. A perfect 100 points on the board to Caesar and Baz High Ground. They started strong, they finished strong, and they walk away with $500.
6 points separate first and third there.
That's how close that was.
It could have come down to a simple, like you said, elims difference, just a positioning that gone wrong in the final moments, and instead it was a 3-point difference between all 3 of those slots to finalize our Eastern Heat.
Yeah, an amazing Eastern Heat at that. Now, folks, we do have to wrap it up pretty quickly because the Overwatch teams are very politely waiting for us to throw it over to them. So we're going to do another quick break. We'll be right back with Overwatch. But after Overwatch, we have the complete Western Heat. There is still 4 more games of Fortnite to be played, and we are super excited to bring that to you in just a couple of minutes, or about an hour, let's be honest, here on Esports U. We love you so much. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other and enjoy some Overwatch. We'll see you for some more Fortnite in just a bit.
Rocco picking up the ace early and securing a true single-player dominance.
In our runner-up spot, AZ Tropical has a bunch of things to do in this clip. The SD into, well, he's got a lot. Just take a look.
But all right, 2 stocks to 6 for the Fanshawe team. Starting off strong, 45%, 54 uncontested. Let's see what Andy has to offer, because right now he's getting duffed by the Street Fighter.
Ooh, very good option coverage with those up tilts, but you're going to get jabbed once, and there's the uppercut right there, sent straight off the top. AZ Tropical now battling it out on Yoshi's story. It's looking kind of tough.
And as I was saying, if a character is going to start steamrolling, it's definitely a character with so much crazy zero death potential as we've seen in Kin, because wow, only 19% so far. And this isn't just any character, this is against Fire Mithra. Oh my god! Getting dared right in the face. AZ Tropical only 2 stocks away from tying this entire.
And in our number 1 spot in the you hate to see it category, what's higher than a high noon? Well, Becomix has the answer.
Trade out Leo Leon here, however, Kid Universe making important and inexorable progress. Leo Rafam taking a lot of damage, and it's Becomix finding 3 on the way down! Down goes Duck, and this is looking like an absolute rout for Keen University. Muskingum University just found lacking in points.
Man, after seeing all of that, doesn't that just make you want to say, wow? I mean, for me, I'm definitely speechless and so excited to continue bringing you guys these plays and all of this collegiate esports content. Now, if you want to check out more of the buzz on social media, definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you just want to check out the action live, be sure to tune in on our Twitch channel at ECAC_esports. With that said, I do want to give out a shout out to our partners at SJU for not only helping to us expand our content, but really also to help bring all of you guys more of this great collegiate esports action. Now, thank you all so much for watching, and feel free to let me know, what types of matchups or moments you'd like to see next. As always, I've been KTAD, and I'll see you all later. Have a good one.
My name is Dusty. I'm 24 years old, and this is my first year at Bay State College and first year towards um, my bachelor's there. But I've been going to college for a few years now, or several years now.
Cool. What are you studying?
Right now, I am studying human resource management in
Nice.
business. Yeah.
Do you like Bay State so far?
Yes. Yeah. It's been pretty good so far. It's only been one quarter, but I like it so far. So.
Where are you from?
I'm from SoCal. I'm doing it remotely from Southern California.
So, what games do you play? What's your main game?
My main game is Smash Brothers, and that's what I compete in. So Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Okay, what character do you like?
Wii Fit Trainer is my main character.
So, how has it been being part of a collegiate team at Bay State? Have you been on a collegiate team before?
I've been on teams before. I don't know if I've been on a collegiate team before. I think this is my first collegiate team, but it is really nice, and the teammates are really supportive, and I've met some cool people, so that's nice. But I definitely do have experience like with teams, so uh, it's nothing like super new, but it's always good to be in a team, have that support.
A fresh team. Yeah, that's cool. So, how long have you been playing Smash?
I've been playing Smash for about like 7-ish years now. Well, I've kind of played it since I was like really young, but like competitively, I've played it like 7 years. I played since the release of Smash 4, which is the previous Smash game, and now I've played into Ultimate, so quite a while.
What has been your proudest moment since playing Smash?
That's hard to say because I've honestly had a lot of good moments. It's just I feel like every other week or every other month I have a new moment where I'm like, wow, that's the best I've ever played, which feels good and makes it, I keep going for stuff like that. But every time I play a tournament set and it feels really good and I feel like I'm playing the best I've ever played, probably each of those consecutive moments. I just had a tournament a couple weekends ago in Las Vegas where I placed 9th out of nearly 400, I think, and I think that was one of the best I've ever played, and that felt really good. So that was a really big accomplishment for me.
So, you would definitely say over the past 7 years, you said that you've grown a lot in the game?
Yeah, I think I've grown a lot in the game, and I think I've also grown a lot just as a person too. Just like competition in general, there's a lot of learning, and there's a lot of a lot of ways to approach it. I've learned how to teach other people as well because I do coaching as well, stuff like that. So I've
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. First of all, get pranked. I'm still casting Overwatch as well, but this time I am joined by my good friend and co-caster, Twin Salty. Now, map 1 already happened, so Salty, I'm just going to give you the floor. If you can explain to everybody what happened there on map number 1, what we can expect going into maps 2 and 3, and so on.
So yeah, USF wins Lijiang Tower 1-0 in pretty, I would say, dominant fashion, 100-0 and then 100-44 on Gardens and Control Center respectively. And it's just USF doing USF things. They're pushing the tempo, they're playing their game. And I think part of it is because these teams played each other not last week, 2 weeks ago in the last regular season game. So they're pretty familiar with each other. St. Joseph's tried to run an Orisa comp early, and it fell pretty flat. And ever since then, they were kind of just trying to match what USF was doing and wasn't able to. But, you know, we'll have to see what they can do heading over to Midtown.
Absolutely. And Midtown, a huge personal favorite map of mine because Junkrat works super well on it, and I love him, and I will always love him. And I think it's just a fun map, an exciting one, and one that I will say Orisa can work on. So if SJU wants to bring it out, you know, before the update, we looked at that trifecta of Diva, Winston, Zarya, and kind of like the rock, paper, scissors, that I always said, you know, if we're jumping down from the S tier to the A tier, I think Orisa's first in line. And I still stand by the fact that I believe she is very strong. She's an incredibly strong character, but a lot of changes have been made. And if they go for something rush down style, like a Junkrat or like a Diva, it is going to be hard to utilize that Orisa as much as you'd want to. So maybe she's not the best choice, but she's definitely not the worst. So I do think it is possible we see her again.
I wouldn't mind if they tried to throw out a Roadhog pick, because he's been kind of creeping into the meta as like a weird counter pick to the Winston comp that's been pretty meta over these last few weeks since the patch. And I wouldn't mind SJU trying to go for it. Because at that point, like, why not? Like, throw something out there and you're banking on, hey, he's going to live a very long time if you put the resources in. And it's going to be more USF trying to draw resources out of you instead of them trying to rush you down and kill you before you can even do anything. So that could go into St. Joseph's favor, but they definitely have to shut down the DPS line of USF as well, because they were just crazy.
And that might be the harder part. Yeah, that might be the harder part, honestly, is shutting down the DPS line of USF. This is a team that I actually haven't had the chance to see recently, but I have seen a lot. I've seen this team very much over the last couple of years. A good friend of mine goes to USF, so I have experienced this team quite a few times, and I'm curious to see if their DPS continue to be their DPS. That's, of course, something that's always going to be hard to work with. But I actually played this game in comp earlier today, had a Roadhog on my team, and we full held first point. So, I mean, it is a very viable composition. It's a very important thing, especially because the trick of all hybrid maps is they have a choke right at the beginning. You know, in Kings Row, there's a choke. In Midtown, there's a choke. It's just kind of how the maps are built. And Roadhog is really good at pulling people right out of that choke and isolating them from their team, usually finding that elimination really early. And then, of course, a 5v4 is never easy to win. So if that's kind of how you want to play it, I think that's an incredibly viable strategy. And as we wait for these teams to ready up, we'll be jumping into Midtown in just a moment. I mean, looking at the DPS line, Salty, as the game continues to shift, are we really going to see anything that isn't Sojourn Reaper? Do you think we're going to see anything exciting, anything relevant, or are we just seeing what we always see?
We saw a little bit of variety on Li Jiang, but it was, hey, we're going to play Junkrat on Control Center because it's Control Center.
Yep, you got it.
So I don't think we're going to see too much. You know, as we can see the preview here, I'm not shocked to see not much variety. But as you said, this choke point especially is crazy weird compared to the rest of the hybrid maps, to where there's a few places where you can hold. If you hold on to kind of near subway on that high ground, it's extremely risky. A lot of teams will just rush forward over the point. So a lot of teams are starting to try and play around the fire truck near the back, given that, yes, they're going to give up a little bit of high ground if they decide to go through bus, but you have so many different angles to where you can actually keep track of everybody. And it seems like St. Joseph,
they're doing the TikTok thing.
And run underneath and just try and go straight to point here.
Yeah, I call this the TikTok thing, and it's really relevant to nobody else. But like, I learned this strategy on TikTok, and it looks like they're gonna go for it. Now, usually they save the speed boost for right when they're underneath, and they regroup. It looks like they are gonna hold on to it from Goat Bus as well. Fire name Goat Bus. And they're gonna get caught out a little bit early. It takes a while, honestly, so it's a tough one to pull out. But now, as they see you of South Florida on the high ground, honestly, I think it's better to rush directly underneath them instead of trying to take a fight with somebody on the high ground. But they're not gonna use that. Kirito gets a full charge online, misses the railgun shot. The bubble goes down early, and they recharge 1/5 of it right back up. Shield begins to find a lot of progress, but St. Joseph's, they can't get out of that bubble yet. You know, it gave them the 5 feet forward, but after that, they're gonna get caught out by South Florida early on.
And it's just the poke game right now, trying to see if either team is going to make a mistake, and Kirito is just poking away, and this is actually Jacrispy getting that opening pick off.
Yeah, the trade does come through, but I think it's a little more damaging against the side of South Florida, especially as they lose that Sojourn not far behind. Lucio puts down Jacrispy, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe it will, Salty. I was not a believer, but it looks like St. Joseph's found that elim and then just kind of scattered a little bit. They kind of took their own fights, and they got picked apart by South Florida early on. Not how I expected that to go.
No, it seemed like St. Joseph's went for the dive in the background. I think Euro especially went back there, and it just didn't work. Like, Kirito, yes, they died, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of South Florida, and from there, they're able to pick up the pieces and kind of ramble it together, and as you said, it was such a long fight that we're already a minute and a half gone.
Yeah, that was a very confusing fight. 90 seconds off the clock, and I just don't know if St. Joseph's is going to be able to recover. They don't have any ultimates except the Kitsune, and honestly, pop it. Just throw it out there, get it out early. Wow, perfect timing. Okay, great. There it is, but you lose to Crispy in that same breath. Another Kitsune clash has come to fruition. Toast is gone. Breezy bites the bullet early on, and Lucio not far behind. St. Joseph's, they use one ultimate, two, excuse me. Iroh is on point right now. Going to be able to find a little bit of space, a little bit of stall, but at this point, I think he's just stalling his own demise. I don't think he's going to find an elim in time. Oh, never mind. That could be big if they regroup fast enough, but Sojourn's respawn is not far.
It's not far at all, and the big thing there for South Florida, they are able to land that sound barrier. Kinto just a little bit ahead of Goat Bus in that regard. Goat Bus at 94% and counting right now. It does leave it open for St. Joseph's here, as all they have to really worry about from South Florida is going to be that Death Blossom here from Commander Hooley.
Death Blossom online from Commander Who, like you said, and I wonder if it's gonna... I mean, now it's free. The beat was forced out way too early. This should be a bit of a field day for the Commander, and instead it's... Okay, never mind. He found somebody. The Reaper does go down. Looks like Lucio gonna fall as well, and poor Winton Overwatch. He's got nowhere to hide. Gonna fall once again. We're down to 60 seconds left on the clock. South Florida overplaying their hand a little bit in terms of ult, but at least they still have the primal, plenty of stall potential in their pocket.
St. Joseph's try and get aggressive there with the B, and they just don't get the value. And as you said, it just leaves the door wide open for Commander Hoy just to go right on in, get a pick off with the Death Blossom, finish off the fight. Now with this final fight left, I'm looking at Crispy. Needs to get an opening pick off with the overclock.
Yeah, this overclock needs to be huge from DeCrispy. They need to equalize immediately, and taking somebody off the side of Florida will give that same potential available. Goes, rotates up onto the high ground. There's the overclock. She wants it to end right now, but I'm just not sure it's going to. Death Blossom in the pocket of Breezy as well, and I'd love to see them pop it early, try to find a support, but instead DeCrispy null and void, boxed into that train car and taken down by Bebop early. Goat Bust missing. It's going to be up to Breezy's Death Blossom. Try and do anything this fight, but with 20 seconds left, it's going to be a miracle run, and instead it's a nightmare for the side of St. Joseph's. They lose every team member except their Winston, and that is going to be probably the final true fight here, Sophie.
Yeah, time's taken down. DeCrispy should be able to at least trigger overtime, but there's barely any ultimates available for St. Joseph's. They try to use Death Blossom near the end of that. They get nothing, and they get 0% on that point as well. A clean hold from USF, and it's all on the pressure now for St. Joseph to not try and go down 2-0.
It's going to be a scary situation to find themselves in, Salty, especially because there were a couple of fights there, I really do believe, where they found the opening pick and then they just really slowed it down for little to no reason. And then it often ended up costing them that fight. And they lost every fight in a row for 4 minutes. It cost them, they don't even get a single % on the board. And now University of South Florida, they need 33% of the first point to bring Midtown to a close.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty confident about themselves right now.
Absolutely.
Li Jiang went pretty much like this as well. It was just South Florida controlling the tempo. As you said, they were even a little sloppy in the ult management, and they're still able to get together some of these fights where logistically going in, they shouldn't be able to. So huge props to South Florida for what they've been able to do. And now St. Joseph's in a little bit of desperate mode. Maybe try and throw a little cheese comp out there to throw off South Florida a little bit with the Hog Bastion coming out. I don't mind it, I guess, from South Florida, and from St. Joseph's, I should say. If you're gonna, try and hold for 4 minutes, throw a curveball at them, and at least try and throw them off their game a little bit.
The Ana as well.
Yeah, they've just been ridiculous so far from South Florida.
Yeah, this is really fascinating. It looks like we're going to see South Florida showing a little bit of their own comfort. They're going to bring Kinto out on the Zenyatta. Now, of course, they're in spawn. Plenty of time to swap up the comp they're running. But this is going to be fascinating, Salty. The comp on the side of St. Joseph's is the comp I would use if I was attacking right now to take 33%. That's not the comp I'd use to defend, because it's all about burst damage and immediate focus to take somebody down, to win a fight quickly, and then complete your objective. You can't win a fight quickly and stall out 4 minutes. You have to win a lot of fights very quickly, and I'm just not sure that's going to happen. However, Iroh, a phenomenal primary pick on Kinto that should bring fight number 1 to a close, but if the tank goes down, that's a green light for South Florida to keep trying. Get out of the point, try to find some damage, and see what you can do. Right now, it looks like they're going to be able to get a lot done, especially as Bebop finds Breezy.
Yeah, I don't know why Eero just holds on to the heel there and just doesn't use it. Are they even going to touch that? The answer is no. Everybody's forced off into the side building, and just like that, we are at USF 2-0.
Huh.
Whoa,
that was quick. That was fast. I think there's a concept there from St. Joseph's in regards to possibly playing comfort picks, possibly going for things they're a little more safe with, things they feel more comfortable on, but it just, unfortunately, did not work out well. And St. Joseph's, they're going to lose map number 2, and with only one map remaining, I'm going to be honest, I don't know which one it is. Is it Push?
I believe it might be Push.
Is it Escort? It's one of those two. That much
It's
I'm
one
sure
of two.
of.
But honestly, I just want to see. I want to see St. Joseph throw something wild out there. It's gonna be Escort. So either Circuit Royale, Dorado, Junkertown, Route 66, Watch Point. We'll see, what the pick and bans are. But I want to see them maybe try Circuit Royale if they're able to maybe shift over to a Sigma and at least
Or a Widowmaker.
Or a Widow, because at least there, the Sigma's still so potent, and it's not like the Winston is the instant go-to like it is a lot of these maps right now. So I want to see them maybe, not even Junkertown. Junkertown could work as well. Whichever one is available, we'll have to see, what USF decides to ban, but it just seems like, as you said, every time that St. Joseph's gets into a comfortable position, like even at the defense there, they get the great opening pick, right? They
find the most important person.
And he just doesn't use breather. And it just rolls the point into USF's favor there. And it's just them either being too hesitant to use abilities or being too hasteful and trying to use it too quick to use the fight. And they got to find that middle ground if they don't want to get knocked out in playoffs round 1.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate spot to find themselves in, but SJU backs against the wall. This could be, I think Circuit Royale makes the most sense if they want to engage on any kind of non-meta pick. If they want to play Widowmaker, if they want to play Sigma, Circuit Royale feels like the map where they're going to have the most room to do so. I've been seeing a lot of Cassidy recently in like the Plat Diamond area, and I'm sure these players are a higher rank than that, but the point is it feels like people are trying to pass him on that map more conventionally, and I think there is wiggle room there. But when you go to Junkertown, you can play Widowmaker, but I don't think you can play Sigma on offense. I think you have to play Winston. People try to play Zarya, but she's been nerfed. There's a lot of error in play right now. And I think Circuit is the safest place to go because you can play off kilter because people still don't know that map as well as they know, your Route 66s or your Dorados. It's still a newer map, so there's still room for error and room for change / improvement.
Exactly. And it's such a weird choke points on that first phase and second phase as well, to where you could stall a long time near the very end of that first phase with the high ground being right there. It's such a weird U-turn to where there's only like really one place where they can push through. So if you're on a defense, you have so many angles you can hold down. It's really hard for the offense to push through without that opening pick. And as you said, Zarya, not as good as she used to be. If you're a little bit too quick with the bubbles, it's not going to work. But what? Okay. I'm not a fan. I'm not gonna lie.
I think I
because
agree.
it goes into the Winston pick, I think, a little bit too much for my liking.
Of the escort maps, I think this is the best one to pick for Winston.
Yes, and so it's like I'm not sure on this one. Maybe Dorado would have been like the only other one. I'm like, okay, maybe that would have been a better pick. But I don't know. I'm a little intrigued. Maybe St. Joseph's has something up their sleeve for us, or they're wanting to maybe dive into like a hog.
That's what I was also thinking.
Like hog counter dive, then it could work.
Hog works on first point, and then he works all the way at the end of third. But when you get in the middle there on that second point near the ship, he often really does not find value. So it's like a coin flip constantly of why did they pick this map? Who are they trying to play? Is it the Roadhog? Why, if it is? Like, there's a lot of variables happening here, but I think this map also lends itself very well to playing some less common DPS. I think we could see May here. I think we could see Junkrat again here. Soldier 76 often finds himself on the second point of this map. People like to play Ash here because there's a lot of great dynamite angles and you can use Bob to stall cart. I think there's a lot of weird things to do here, and I'm hoping St. Joseph's chose this map to do something weird. Because if they just picked this map to run meta, I think they signed their own death certificate. Yeah. I think it will be a 3-0.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would love to see even like a Torb. Like, throw out the Torb out there. Like, why not? He's not in a horrible spot right now.
I agree.
Like, he's not great, but in a map like this, you can put turret on that back high ground, and unless they have, a Soldier or an Ash, it's really hard to break. So maybe they elect to go that way, but I have a feeling they're going to try and go, at least on their defense, counter dive for the most part, as
the
Winston play has been very much in favor of USF.
Absolutely.
So,
We're going to send...
yeah, well, I'm kind of curious to see, and I believe it'll be USF on attack first. So I think that is, kind of curious on what St. Joseph has, cooking.
Yeah, I'm very excited because it's going to force them out of the defense early on, and we're finally going to jump into our third and possibly final map, Watchpoint Gibraltar, waiting for us just around the corner. We see immediately some comfort picks. I think we're seeing Iroh back on the Roadhog, Jacrispy on the Widowmaker, and this is the defensive team, so their team comp is a little more set in stone than our offensive friends on the side of University of South Florida. This is going to be interesting. I talked about unconventional picks, Salty, and one of my favorite characters might finally be getting to see the light of day here.
Potentially. We'll have to wait and see.
I like it a lot.
You might be able to make an appearance. I don't mind this from St. Joseph's, though. I honestly don't. Like, you go with the counter dive with the May this time instead of, I believe they're on Echo there. No, it's South Florida on the Echo. But I don't hate this.
I think their strategy is going to be Roadhog hook, Maywall behind, collapse on X, whoever they pull in. Okay, that's absolutely the strategy they're going to bring out here, and it looks like they're going to miss the hook early, the wall, nowhere to be seen either, and now they're going to go for a full-blown Havana hold on that first point. Toast bites the bullet early as Iroh rushes down that Ana, absolutely no mobility in those old legs, and it is going to be a huge moment for South Florida to try and turn things around. They find an Ana of their own, as the Ana from St. Joseph's is typing Ana div. Kirito finds him and eliminates him from the situation. That is actually a huge deterrent against the side of St. Joseph's. Resurrection comes through onto Hui, and Breezy goes down. South Florida somehow still finding themselves on top of this engagement.
Yeah, South Florida is able with the respawn advantage, slowly able to chip away, but it's not a horrible hold for St. Joseph. You take some 40 seconds off, and you're not going to be able to find a better spot to hold to start off.
Right.
Like, that is where you're going to hold with this comp. So now I wonder if they swap it. It seems like they're going to stay, and PT Hanley's should be able to get out with their life here. No! Okay, the appeal comes through. But South Florida, I like this. Have the Kirito on the Echo, try and get some extra pressure with, honestly, no direct counter other than Iroh.
Right. That Roadhog, if he's able to land the hooks on the Echo, can take him down early, or PT Handley has to give up on healing and shoot the Echo, I think, 4 times in a row without getting healing for her to actually go down. Pulse Bomb online for the Commander. They know exactly where the supports are hiding. Oh, that pipe didn't used to be there. Oh, what a hook. Oh, no, what a swap. I loved the transformation. Iroh deleted, and Kirito gonna let him know the Roadhog diff comes to fruition there. South Florida, very dominant in fight number 2, only using 2 ultimates to walk away with that first point cap.
Yeah, this is starting to get ugly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is, as you said earlier, this is maybe where it may get bad, is they're stuck. They're stuck in spawn. South Florida know it. They know they didn't walk out. And now the supports...
Oh, no!
Oh, my goodness.
And that's not even a good trade for St. Joseph's. They lost their primary healer. Okay, not sure what Kinto's trying to do there, but A for effort, I guess. Bebop goes down again. Iroh uses that take a breather during the Ana negativity so they don't get any additional healing, but the damage reduction does keep them alive in a pretty important moment. South Florida, they actually get stalled out a little bit here. St. Joseph's, they're able to burn some time off the clock, but 4 minutes still remain.
Yeah, they get a little greedy there, setting in the bomb and trying to, get those pickoffs. But honestly, for St. Joseph's, you're still in it in South Florida. It's not too much that you had to use.
Oh,
and now this dive is just so good. And actually, wow. Okay, counter dive comes through, and they're able to survive.
The peel is available. The entire team diving PT Handley once again, but even the Diva can't confirm that elimination. Now a nano onto Breezy. Kirito gets rezzed in the back line. They're trying to farm the Death Blossom, but I'm just not sure they're going to find it. Toast goes down to the Bionade. Commander going to join him in the afterlife soon after. Kirito, half HP, going to make it able up and out. The hook of a lifetime, and it falls. Too little, too late. But St. Joseph's, they win another fight here, Salty. And I will say this composition, I thought it wasn't going to work well, but as South Florida continues to overplay their hand a little bit and continue to just walk in, all Iroh is doing is waiting out the defense matrix, and that's enough. And then they find the Diva, they collapse on her, the team cannot turn it around in time.
Exactly, and if they're going to use this comp, that's a perfect spot here, or at least second phase. They can only go through one of the 2 sides. There's nowhere else they can come from. You can use that May wall as a threat to try and bait out anybody who tries to go in alone. And as you said, defense matrix, hit the hook, and force out resources.
The nano's going to be scary here. Bebop gets slept, though, and a lot of the nano going to be completely wasted out. Kirito finds Breezy, Death Blossom offline, and I think a lot of ultimates going to be hold on to that next fight. A Goat Bust pops Kitsune, but dies the second they hit that Q button. Now the Blizzard comes out as well. No eliminations found quite yet. The bomb forced out from Bebop just to get that rematch to Crispy. Traded out by the Commander, and that Tracer's got to go down. Down she will fall. South Florida, if they can keep the Ana alive, they can win the fight, but if PT Hanley goes down, it'll spell disaster. Now the rest of the team here, the peel in complete fruition. Is this going to be a moment for St. Joseph's to succeed? Losing that tank is absolutely going to hurt. Breezy hopefully doesn't pop that ult due to the fact that D.Va is waiting right around the corner, and by golly, was she hungry. Eats almost the entire thing and lives to tell about it.
Yeah, it's a huge DM, and yeah, that's just going to be the finishing as Breezy tries to go in. They even get the cleanse, and they're still not able to get the picks. And it's still honestly going back and forth right now. Zero's able to pick up one.
Able to get one on his way into the fight here, completely standing and alive. The Bionade from Toast has come to a close, so the Hog can heal himself back up, but as the rest of the team collapses around him, I just don't think he's going to be able to clutch this one out. 100 seconds left on the clock. The recontest is deleted, and poor Breezy, just an ult farm right now. Uses every cooldown and still can't make it out of the fight with no one to teleport to. Goat Bus falls late as well, and 2 colossal staggers by South Florida. A lot of time.
It's at least not too bad of a job so far from St. Joseph's. They've at least limited the damage, but I don't think it's still giving them a position to where they can try and win this later on, as they at least make the swap now to Crispy going back over to that soldier and trying to deal with Kirito in the air just a little bit more, because the Mei didn't get much, and that's just going to go over the crate, and as soon as they spawn in, to Crispy going back.
Yeah, Crispy gonna get to know that spawn room really well. Bringing out the Nano late into the fight, it's going to be fascinating, but as Kinto goes down, South Florida has to perhaps backpedal a little bit. They get a lot of damage to their own. They get the trade out from Commander, just living in the back line, and even the Reaper somehow lives to tell the tale, but Toast will be there to seal the deal against them. 2 minutes remain on the clock, and South Florida getting ready for their third and final point capitalization on Gibraltar.
And Kirito's, they're just holding spawn doors. Like, they're like, no, you're not going to get through. You're going to wait. At least there's dupe out. But only one was on cart during a lot of that, so not as close as they would have liked.
I think they could have capped if they had 3 on, but they just kept the 1 on. The Hog got a little overzealous, and it was a great opportunity for St. Joseph's to just let them burn that ultimate. Pulse Bomb, the only one left standing, and if they can negate it, it could be huge. Ero is going to negate it entirely. Kitsune Rush from Goat Bus may seal the deal. 100 seconds left. Commander goes down early in the fight, in South Florida backpedaling all the way to their spawn room.
Yeah,
maybe not all the way, but...
Yeah, I think they could, as you said, they maybe could have capped if they kept 3 on. I don't know if they would have been able to fully cap, but it would have got close, and instead, St. Joseph's have a little bit of room to play with, but it doesn't matter when the tank just
The bio nade, I mean, Kirito got hooked. Toast threw the nade to keep the Echo alive, but it turns out it was more effective in taking the Roadhog down. The elimination came through in a very clean fashion as Bebop secures a 15-player kill streak. I would guess that is... I think they've only died the 1 time. It looks like even Ero on the Hog can't do enough. Oh, he pops the whole Hog and makes it actually a 0% Hog. Kinto finds the Crispy. He's now in the Tracer, a desperate attempt to touch, but not going to be able to find it. The bomb for the zoning ultimate, and South Florida will cap with 50 seconds left. 57.
It's doable for St. Joseph's.
Absolutely.
It's definitely still in the court of South Florida, as their playstyle's been better. They've been winning a lot of these fights. This time could be, over 2 minutes if they didn't, troll during a few moments during second and third phase.
Right.
But I think for St. Joseph's at this point, you're not getting value of the playstyle you're running right now. You're trying to slow the game down, trying to play for mistakes. South Florida is not giving you those mistakes. They're getting right in your face. They're playing aggressive. They're pushing the pace, and you're not able to really get anything done. So if you're St. Joseph's, be aggressive. Go with a dive. I don't care if it's off meta. Try and go in. Even, okay, that's not a dive, but I at least like the philosophy here. If they do run the Reinhardt, get in their face and just do not allow them to play their style of game. But we'll have to wait and see if they actually stick to it or not. South Florida, on the other hand, Kirito seems to be touching every single DPS hero in the gallery right now. But for the most part, going pretty traditional.
Yeah, the traditional sense absolutely on the side of South Florida as well. Traditional to what they've been running, I guess. Not meta traditional, but they're sticking to the Echo. They're sticking to the Ana. Bebop might bring out the Winston. I'm still pro D.Va because I think they were doing a really good job, but Winston was certainly plenty good on Midtown as well. So you're not going to catch me complaining too much. Waiting St. Joseph's. I think they're going to go for a TP onto the high ground there, onto Bridge. And okay, they are TPing, but it's not to Bridge. It's to the far side, which is actually going to make it even harder because now Ryan's shield is completely open for this team to just fire on left, right, and center. Then make it very hard to get across the bridge. I think they should have TP'd up to that door. We can see right now in front of Lucio. And then gone for the close quarters fight. Hero left shifts all the way into the engagement, forces out Suzu early from Quinto. It looks like PT Hanley had to Suzu themselves to keep that Reinhardt up and running. a very close quarters match. I just don't know if it's going to be St. Joseph's time to shine like they wanted. South Florida, they have a very easy way to just keep holding S and still keep dealing enough damage to win the fight out. Toast traded for Crispy, but losing that support is way more important than losing that Widowmaker. Can that be the green light St. Joseph's needs?
It could be, but they're still not. They have no answer for Kirito right now. They're able to
Nothing.
get 2 pickups already, and make that three as nothing's able to go down. They're able to 4 or 5, and that cart never moved during those
Not an
50
inch.
seconds.
Not an
And
inch.
That I don't mind the idea for St. Joseph's, but South Florida play it perfectly. They just back up, they absorb the pressure, they allow St. Joseph to use resources, and they allow Kirito just to kind of fly around and find that straggler. And at the very beginning of that, it was Jar Crispy, and they kind of poke it away from there. And now St. Joseph just going to try and play around cart.
Absolutely. Playing around the cart is what they should have been doing perhaps a little earlier. Jacrispy, an incredibly pivotal elimination, finds Quinto early on, but gives their own life for doing so. The 1-1 trade happens early in Bebop, finding that equalizer. PT Hanley down and out of the equation. Almost half the time bank currently missing, in the cart has barely moved a couple of feet. Commander with the hammer kill sends Iroh back to that spawn room once again. We are just now entering the second half of this time bank, and South Florida, they haven't even let it get around the corner.
I don't think they're going to either. Kirito's hard
I agree.
on high ground, just has the duplicate in hand.
He's gonna Rhine swap.
Oh, I would love to see the Rhine swap here. Just do it. Do it for the content.
He's waiting. No, there it is. Oh, I love the counter pin. I love the counter pin. A very clever play. Both teams have to use Suzu, trying to keep their Rhine up and running. And Kirito actually cannot find the value on the Reinhardt we expected. Bebop, though, in the chaos will put down Goat Bust against Sune Clash, as both members are going to pop it early, trying to give their team that speed boost they need. The cooldown reduction in their back pocket, but it's not going to be enough for St. Joseph's to do much with it. Bebop just farming this spawn door right now. If he didn't have a primal already, he would have just farmed a new one. South Florida, they've got it down to 80 seconds here.
St. Joe's like, just let it be done. They're just like, come on, let us at least push it a little bit, as Quinto is legit sitting at the spawn doors waiting for them to get on. If that's not just an absolute ego play, I'm not sure what is anymore, as I think SJU are starting to realize that this may be the end of their fall season.
It very well may be, Salty, and unfortunately it is going to be a huge victory for South Florida unless St. Joseph's can turn something around. But Reinhardt really struggles here. Oh, the Ajax! Goat Bust goes down, no beat in sight, and Reinhardt's so hard to run on this scenario because there's so much high ground from the Torb, from the Echo, from the Ana, from the Winston even at this point, that the Reinhardt just has no one to swing on fast enough to farm these shatters. Kirito into PT Hanley, and South Florida 30 seconds away from winning their first playoff game in the most dominant fashion.
Playing extremely well. This is the momentum you would want to have going into future rounds, especially when you know you may play LIU in the next round. It is going to be a spicy match if that is what we end up having. But at this point, I think they're just enjoying it, realizing that, hey, we've got the job done today for the most part. Still got to finish up this last fight, though.
Commander puts down Jacrispy with the Torb shot, and they lose a lot of damage out the gate. The overclock not online. Iroh mirrors the Winston in the last 10 seconds, and I don't really know if that's enough time to do anything with it. PT Hanley, Goat Bust gone. Both supports for St. Joseph's are missing, and that has to be the beginning of the end. A Death Blossom, more for show than anything else, and the Commander hammer kills it to seal the deal. I think St. Joseph's going to do it too little too late, and the University of South Florida has their 3-0 victory at hand.
They like, all right, you know, we beat you 3-0 2 weeks ago in the final week of the regular season. We'll just go and do it again here in the playoffs. They move on. GG's to St. Joseph's. They are out in the first round of the playoffs, and I can't wait to see
made it to playoffs.
Hey, yeah, you made it to playoffs, and honestly, I think part of it is just the matchup. Like, you played this team 2 weeks ago. Like, you each know each other extremely well. It's not like you can throw them off guard with anything. They know what you're going to do, and you know what they're going to do. So it's a little bit of a rough draw, I admit, for St. Joseph's, but I can't wait to see where they are, what they're able to do next season. And I think for USF, hey, next round, you just got to look at it that way. We got more work to do. And if it is LIU that they play, man, is that going to be such a juicy game.
It's going to be an incredible game indeed, Twin Salty. But folks, just as quickly as Overwatch begins, it will also come to an end. We've got to jump right back over to Fortnite here on Esports U. So I'm going to bring us to a very quick close. Big shout out Rhino, our in-game observer. Big shout out Twin Salty for joining me on the desk. And thank you all for watching. A phenomenal game. We'll see you right back over there on the desk for Fortnite in just a couple of minutes.
I'm actually not sure on the number. I think a year-ish, year and a half is probably closer to the right one. But yeah, that's been a lot of fun too. It's really interesting because it gives you a different perspective on the game, and not only are you helping other people, but you kind of help yourself in a way too because you can kind of see things from a different perspective, you know. So
How would you describe yourself? Do you like competing more or playing for fun or?
I'm definitely more of a competitor. Ever since I was young, like I remember playing like board games um with like friends or something. I think I was waiting for them to play, and I think some of them were playing like just like house rules or whatever, and I was like really, really young, and it like made me upset. I'm like, you guys aren't playing it the right way or whatever. But like I've always been a competitor, but at the same time, like you have to have fun because if you're only a competitor and you're only competing and it's all seriousness, like it's there's like a limit to that. So like you have to have fun. So definitely both, but I definitely lean towards the competitive sides of things. So I like optimizing things and seeing the best thing you can do because it all started out with like uh it all started out with it just being fun because when I was younger I played different games and I originally just played them for fun and I played them all the time, but I played them so often and I got so good at them to the point where uh, it just started to naturally lean into the competitive side of things. And I was so good to the point where I was like, oh, okay, what can I do to make myself like better, and how can I see this as like something I can improve at? So it kind of made like a transition a little bit, but so it's both.
If you were to give someone advice who may be looking into joining an esports team but they're kind of on the fence, what would you tell them?
My advice would be to really like think over what they're looking for, like in not only in the collegiate esports team but in school as well, and like see like exactly does this line up with what they really want, and just to figure out what they really want and if it's going to be a good decision, from like a scholarly standpoint and from like a financial standpoint, because there's a lot of things to consider. Like I thought it over a lot before I realized, okay, yes, this is a really good decision, I should go for this. So that's something that should be considered, and also like the time frame as well, because if you commit yourself to a collegiate team, it could potentially be a long time. um, so just consider it and think through like all your options, and don't ever make it like don't ever make a decision just off like an emotional reaction or anything like that. Just like, think it through, I guess.
So for you personally, how many hours do you think you game a week?
That's a good question. It's actually way less than it used to be, but before I would be putting in probably several hours a day into Smash. About a year ago, I was like really, really grinding it and put a lot of effort into it. But lately, like my priorities have shifted just a little bit, just because just because there's other things I need to focus on. Like I started working again recently and stuff like that. So it's taken a little bit of a backseat, but it's always something I focus on. So like even though I'm not necessarily playing all the time right now, I still try to get at least 30 to 60 minutes in a day. But I've been really busy lately, so it hasn't been looking like that lately. But if I'm not doing that, then there's still other stuff that kind of goes into it. Like I do a lot of research on mentality stuff and like stuff like meditation and stuff. So if I'm not gaming or whatever, there's still other things that I feel like is going towards my improvement at the game.
Could you expand a little bit on like meditating and how that helps you?
Yeah, so with a game like Smash, it can be like really volatile, and one of the reasons why I pursued Smash is because, well, I've always liked it since a young age, but also it's always been like really challenging. Like Smash 4 came out, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start competing with Smash 4, and I started playing it. For whatever reason, when I started playing it, like I realized that I was getting like frustrated, like I was like kind of getting a little bit angry, and like anger is something I don't really feel very often. So it was kind of like a challenge for me. I'm like, okay, this is really challenging. This game is really hard. I want to figure out how to do this. Like I want to challenge myself. And that was a lot of reason why I did that in Smash. Just like some other things, like it can be comparable to kind of like chess and tennis in a way, with like mentality aspects. And I used to play tennis in high school, and I was never really like super good at it, but I was like I was really into it whenever I was playing for some reason. And there was a lot of frustration in that too back in high school when I played. So it was figuring out how to manage that frustration, and how to like get it under control and actually channel it into something useful. Because one of my goals is always to be like, I want to be like a calm and collected person when I play. I like, even though I'm an emotional person, I can be an emotional person because I'm passionate and I care a lot about it. But that's kind of where the meditation comes in, because it lets you kind of be more like at one with yourself and your emotions and how you feel and stuff like that. And also just kind of eases your mind a bit, and it can really help in those situations. Like if you practice meditation and then you're in game and you're playing, and there's a situation where it's like super high tense situation, it can kind of give yourself the advantage, because you might be a lot more calm than your opponent if you do practice stuff like meditation. And it just has a bunch of other benefits as well, because with something like Smash, I try to be like the best I can be in game and like out of game. I think there's a lot of factors that go into it, and I feel like if I improve everything that I can to the best of my ability, then it gives me like the highest chances to win, like in the game.
I know you speak about frustration and anger, but what about nerves? Like, do you get nervous?
Every now and then I definitely do get a little bit nervous. A lot of the things, like a lot of my nerves I kind of quell at this point, because I've been playing for like so long, where it's like if I go to a tournament and I sit down, it's just me in the game, like it's just me in the match, and that's the goal, and it's just trying to learn and just play what's in front of me, but sometimes there are a little bit of nerves, like for example in Vegas, because I'm not very often playing on like big stages. Sometimes it's smaller tournaments, and at Vegas it was a bigger stage and there was a lot more people watching, so it was a bit more of a unique situation that I wasn't always in, and there was a little bit of nerves there, although it was a bit under control. But I think I definitely have the nerves mostly under control. And if there's a new situation like the stage one, I feel like just having more experience with that kind of stuff kind of help quells it. And also it's just because
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back for some more Fortnite. I hope you missed us just as much as we missed all of you, and we missed this beautiful game known as Fortnite. This is the Esports U Campus Cup featuring Fortnite East on the East, or the West. We're on the West this time. East's over. It was great. It was phenomenal. 4 games in a row. Lots of teams. We have lots of teams in the West, though, as well. Zephyr, I'm very excited. Maybe a few less, but that's expected from the West. We're going to get some familiar faces, some new faces. This is going to be hopefully just as exciting as it was back in the East.
Well, and remember, this is the same format as our previous heat. It's just in the West series. Obviously, there is still $1,000 worth of purse available for our top 3 teams, obviously respectively 500, 300, and 200 for those placements there.
Yeah, it is going to be tough. When we had 6 teams, it was pretty easy to hit top 3, but now we have 18 teams going into today's West region, and it's going to be a lot harder to break that top 3. This is going to be a very tough run for a lot of these teams. We're jumping right into game number 1. It's the same 4-game format you know and love. 1 point per elimination. You could only get 16 elimination points. Nobody has hit 16. We did have a team hit 15 back in the East, so that record, you basically have to need it to break it, and it'd be quite the showing if somebody did.
Now, I will say, we're not too particularly restrictive here at Esports U. The only difference between the teams here is the fact that the time is just a little bit later. So you might, as Sep has made mention of, see some familiar faces if you were watching the Eastern region earlier today.
Yeah, and there's really no restriction on it, so we might see teams that we're familiar with, teams that we haven't seen before, and there's the perfect... Wait!
Whoa!
Wait! Hold on! Hold on!
Yo.
That cannot be real.
All right. So,
thanks for coming, everybody.
This, I don't know if this is a good thing or if this is a bad
thing. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, if you were watching the Eastern region earlier today, Sigma was in 2nd with Cut, and Caesar was in 1st with Baz. And the 2 were the top 2 performing teams at 197 points respectively. And now, apparently, they have combined forces.
I believe we've got a couple of teams with combined forces. I'm checking right now. I'm pretty sure these 2 were on different teams as well, because Shallow was in a couple games earlier, and then Panjamin City was also. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But this is a duo. This is a duo we know and love. Chicken and Stepa Kaizen. They came in 4th place, the first team to not meet that prize pool. And Zev, I mean, they're coming back with a vengeance. The first team to not get that money.
And it was one of the only teams to not get that money that also won a game.
Yeah.
Right, which is a huge deal here. Honestly, just keep taking me through. What other big names are on the map here? I mean, this is, between the two of us, just great narrative.
Yeah, I see Mello up there. I can't think of their duo's name off the top of my head, but I know I saw it a second ago. So that duo is back into the swing of things. We got Chicken and Kaizen, Satix and EG. Here they are as well. Our 3rd place finishers back in the East. They want to go that golden goal or even that 2nd place if they're able. But, I mean, each game we saw them, they were getting better and better and better. If that continues to happen going into this, they could very likely come out in 1st place.
Oh,
hey!
God. Oh, God.
Hey!
Oh, God. All right, it's only in proper format that I do let you know what Hyper Awareness said after a rough first 4 games. He made sure to message me and say all his fingers are broken. He's been crippled for the past 2 weeks. He failed all 3 of his last midterms. The Vikings got beat 40-3, rough, and are the biggest frauds in football history. And his teammate Jack hasn't played Fortnite in 4.5 years, and his monitor is 2 hertz, and his computer can only run 1, and his ping is awful, 100+ on all regions.
The sun was in his eyes. His controller died.
His brother was playing.
Yeah, his eyes were closed. He was blindfolded. You know, there's a lot going on with this duo here. But this is so funny. This feels like, for those that don't know, I'm a huge Survivor fan, and this feels very similar to, like, you know, season of Survivor when they bring people.
Oh my!
And you look at this familiar face, and you're like, whoa, it's them! And this feels just like that. We're seeing fades, and wait, no, this wasn't a duo last time, was it?
This was not a duo either. This is also different. I'm pretty sure AMW and them were also playing.
I'm checking.
I'm check. Fades definitely for sure. I'm pretty.
Yeah. Well, I know we saw these names for sure. I just remember they were together. No, they were together last time. They're written down together.
Okay. All right.
They were a shared duo. We've been bamboozled one too many times. Okay, now this is definitely a shared duo. Leppy and Renegade Ranster,
Who's new?
The Maniacs from Mount Vernon. Yeah, I'm starting to figure out, like, we have to have new people in here. Oh, there we go.
They're
Juno
new.
and View. Perfect. Juno and View we have never seen before. We're very excited to see what they can bring to the table, but running into the powerhouses of Leppy and Renegade Ranster, not the best way to start off game number 1.
Now, these guys are incredibly aggressive. They ran down teams right up against the edge of storm all throughout our eastern region earlier today, and now look to be continuing to do so. Renegade Ranster just starting to take some of these wider angles, see if he can sneak out something on View here instead for Juno.
Uh-oh, they lost sight of View. They're going to hunker down on Juno, and this actually might give View a good flank angle, but instead they're going to rotate out. They don't want to force the 2v1. They want to wait for the teammate engagement to find that time to strike, and this very likely would end in our first elimination, especially as View catches a couple of bullets to the back of the head there. It's really going to start hurting. Almost half the shield's gone. They have a low ground disadvantage. This might just be a game of cat and mouse here.
Whew. Well, for the 2, obviously there's a whole lot of time left on the board here, and there's no reason to send this, but obviously there's a lot of teams and a lot of players who understand the consequence of not getting big elims, and for Renegade Ranster, he is not slowing down.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between our first and third place was 6 points, 6 eliminations back in the East region. So here in the West, things are going to be a heck of a lot similar. I think we're going to see that same style of aggressive play from those that are familiar with the concept, that know those 6 points are going to make or break when it comes down the line. View chromes in, removes all of their shields, and down to the funny number HP there. Going to be in a very tough situation. They have to chrome themselves right back out of the chaos. But, Zeph, I hate to say it, this feels like they're delaying the inevitable.
I was about to say, they're providing no real defense here, just taking shot after shot. Juno with a late, very late pad is immediately shut down. Now, this does give the opportunity for View to get a little bit of some respite, some health back, even some good shots on Lepe. But
yeah, really not bad. I just don't think it's enough.
4 health.
4 HP, only shields, and 2 people with shotguns standing outside your front door. And that is going to be a pretty big opener there for this duo. The first squad. Okay, apparently, wait, who else went down?
Second squad to be eliminated.
I missed it.
Would you like to know who?
Of course.
Well, it's a fancy little squad by the name of Frosty and Mellow.
No!
Yeah.
5th place, 6th place finishers back in the East region. Very strong team. The first to be removed from game number 1. Except for that's like 2 points, I think.
Oh, yeah,
That's
well,
4
well,
points.
I was about to say there's definitely a lot less
Yeah.
teams this time around, so you're gonna gain, definitely.
There's no net
smattering.
zeros.
But I mean, in comparison to the squads that are surviving much longer, you're still not really putting up much.
Yeah, okay, here's another new duo. Jero and mainly Isa. No, we talked about them on the spreadsheet. They weren't in.
Oh,
they didn't actually play.
We do talk about you guys behind the scenes.
We do. We say terrible, awful. No, I'm just kidding. We go over name pronunciations, and Jero was quite the discussion. So we had to figure out how we were going to say that one. But
oh my gosh,
excited to see them.
It is mainly Isa, because the player's name, I'm pretty sure, is Isa.
Is their real name Isa?
Isa.
Oh, let's scroll through. Oh yeah,
Isai.
look at that. Isai. Yeah, Isai at least.
Flores. Isai Flores, welcome. You are one of the fellow new, and hey, Jero Ramirez.
I was gonna say the first player whose name we've actually said on broadcast, just singling them out.
Yeah. Funny enough, one of the few squads that do not go to the same college. Jero at San Francisco State University, and Isai Flores at none other than the Community College of Baltimore County.
Yeah, okay, and it's so funny you say that, and actually we're going to talk about it in a minute, because Mr. Freeze, who we haven't even got to meet yet, is going to run into the Satix squad and get taken down very early, and Ven, desperate to make it out of there. Wow, the courage to continue firing at only 120-something HP and counting. That's going to be difficult, and you don't have a lot to work with. Either plenty of floppers to keep you alive, but the reboot van in the pocket. While this is happening, I do want to mention we saw Scav and Fear for just a moment. They are also not from the same university. University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee for Scav, and Quinnipiac University for Fear. So there's another fun duo.
It's fun. We're all about supporting the collegiate community.
We have fun here.
You know? Either way, it looks like Sadix and Edgy, they got a bit of a vendetta ahead, trying to source this one out. A quick flopper, maybe some splashes, but nothing keeps Vendetta alive. Sadix with another elimination.
A huge one, 2 points on the board. I believe that does give them the most points in the lobby. And hey, our friends have returned. A duo we have become parasocially attached to for absolutely no reason. JKA and Komodo Alex. They've really given us the underdog story we were rooting for, and now they get a clean slate to try all over again with these new updated strategies against their opponents. They've got new skins as well, which is exciting.
I actually have something interesting. They were one of the few squads who missed out on game 1. So they actually didn't get like the full-fledged experience. So this is potentially like a resurgence for this duo. Now they actually get to have the full force of all of their points here.
Yeah. They also don't go to the same school. Komodo Alex, University of Minnesota, JKA, George Mason University. This isn't actually the West Heat. This is the heat of two duos that don't go to the same school, because it feels like everybody is like that right now. But I mean, I'm excited to see them. I really am. I feel like they were improving each time we saw them. I'd love to see that improvement carry on, but maybe they didn't improve enough to drop down onto Archer and Clue. Maybe, okay, wow, funny thing, he heard me. Maybe we don't take that engagement early, but maybe Rumor and Zico could be a little easier to take down. Uh-oh. He is not checking his 6 on this.
Coverage.
Whoa!
Oh! Clue and Archer, they're also here. Well, I mean...
Well, they were.
Kinda.
they were here, but unfortunately no longer joining us. 4 duos already down, and the second circle hasn't even closed yet. Oh, EG.
It's a big drop down. Obviously, this is a balloon defense, but it's just going to be a pull away for Sadix for now. Obviously.
You have to.
I'm slightly confused. Where did
I think they got sniped.
Yeah, like, had to have been a distance.
Yeah, I think it was a full-blown snipe, and they're going to go for the res. They've got plenty of chug splashes to reboot. They're in a tough spot because clearly somebody has their number. Clearly somebody's watching them, and as DBC Satix dropped down to 30 HP, they've got to use every lick of free healing they have in this vault, this bunker.
Well, for now, it's a slight recovery. Obviously, they will have to expend quite the source of resource, or at least health expenditures to get both of them kind of into Storm. They are close.
Single. There we go. I was like, wow, going all the way down to single digits. I was worried he didn't notice.
Either way, it's going to be a little rough. There's a lot of space, though. We talk about the kind of flexibility going into the next storm. And the fact of the matter is, even if they don't have the best kind of walk-in strategy, there's still a lot of space that will always be available, given that there's just not as many people here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is fascinating, and I want to talk more about it. I'm glad we've kind of rotated back to Caesar and Sigma here. This is going to be interesting because a huge compliment we consistently gave Cut and Sigma is how it always felt like they were working on the same wavelength. They felt like a team that didn't need to communicate because they had played together so often. They knew how each other worked, and I wonder if we're going to lose that kind of energy with this new amalgam duo of two really strong players when they have the partner they've been playing with for months or years. Can they bring that same energy to the table with somebody they're maybe less familiar with working with?
Well, yeah, that was our question at the very beginning. I was curious, you talked about it literally in the first series, how it felt like for Sigma and Cut, they were synonymous in their brain cells, going at the exact same time, laying down coverage almost immediately together. Either way, it's something we'll see tested, not for Kaizen and Chicken, though. They've had their run-of-the-mill success.
The tried and true squad, Chicken and Kaizen. They have been a real powerful duo, and I wonder if they're going to be able to be a little more dominant, just kind of all things considered. We've seen a lot of strong power players, but a couple of teams that we're very familiar with haven't shown their faces yet. I don't believe we rotated through all 18 duos, so we're definitely going to run into a couple of surprises here and or there. With the current loadout Kaizen has, though, I'm confused at what range they plan to play. Because you have to play like mid to close with the legendary hammer. But with a gray shotgun, you can't play too close. So it's a very sloppy mid range for now, and I'd like to see an improvement in the shotgun.
Who knows? Oh,
now another swap duo.
This is a swap duo, yes. Obviously, Becklin was not here alongside Oreo in our first match of the day. The two actually being pressured right now down into the low ground of our current storm.
Yeah, I'm going to be forced onto the low ground, but at least they have the time to bunker up. They didn't take too much damage. It's not the end of the world for sure, but they might find themselves eliminated in just a couple of minutes here. AMWK in fades, waiting for those free limbs. They see them down low. They know they're got pretty good coverage to keep an eye on this duo. Question is, can they hit the shots when this duo inevitably tries to run?
It's a good angle here, but you have to be careful, right? Obviously, you take a look at that mini-map, and there are so many squads that can also have potential angles to punish, right? You extend yourself out far too forward, or potentially you yourself take a chunk of damage from a bad extension, and suddenly you're the target, right? I mean, they are dead set in the center here.
Oh, there's Kahuna and Styx as well. I just saw their names around the corner there.
Okay.
They're also in this. And oh, Zev, what a circle to start. Holy cow. What is that? Probably 75%, 60% of the circle is about to be water?
Oh, this is probably, out of all of the games that we have seen today, which is technically only 5, this is probably the roughest storm pull, right? I mean, oh my gosh. That's not even 50. That's got to be more than that.
Yeah. That's really going to be tough. And it's one of those weird scenarios where if it continues to close in on the water, everything you're standing on is builds. It's going to be a lot harder to farm materials mid-combat. It's going to be a lot harder to take space because you can't break through people's building until you replace it with one of your own. There's going to be a lot of niche things that are going to happen out there on the water if the circle chooses to close there. For now, it could close in on the land. We see a lot of population happening there, a small rotation up, a lot of people playing the edge of circle, and I find that interesting because there's a real danger in that when it starts to close very small, because then it can move a lot very quickly. It can move very far from you, and if you're on the wrong side of the circle, you run a serious risk.
I was going to say, playing the dead side versus the strong side, you end up making the incorrect call, and suddenly you're having to make moves leaps and bounds, expending twice as many resources to find yourself into a strong position once again here. Now, so obviously, this is incredibly early on, and this is where we see kind of the pained price of the kind of low lobby here. There's a lot of space. There's a lot of potential room, real estate available for so many teams. And, I mean, it's going to get tougher, but I don't know if we'll see anyone fall just yet.
Yeah, there's wiggle room for sure. That is a pretty land-heavy circle, all things considered. So it's not going to be a guaranteed loss for anybody quite yet. But as the population on the island here continues to double, seemingly, it's going to be harder and harder to find your own real estate inside that circle without going smack out in the middle of the water. And that's where you put yourself at a real risk. Mainly, Isa is going to see Leppy and Ranster choose to pull their punch just a little bit. Going to go for a secondary snipe, but a great build from Ranster negates that idea entirely. Circle getting ready to move in just under a minute, and everybody wants to be the first to find that new elimination.
Noah's here trying to just swim across, and
Great
that's
patience.
something to pay. Obviously, we talk about the water being a problem, but this is a prime example of it.
Yep, it's so difficult because you are entirely vulnerable. You have to use an insane amount of materials, or you have to completely go out there just one elim away, one shot away from being eliminated at every possible moment. And that's the build I thought we were going to see from Noah. I like it from the Uber driver. It burns a lot of materials, but it's necessary. Just got a glimpse of a name I've never seen before. Oh no, it's JKA Monkey. Okay, I'm sorry. It's the Komodo Alex duo. They're going to be falling onto the low ground of the lake, losing almost every single shield they have. They go for the timing shot with the sniper, fall a little bit short. Kahuna Buka, they got some great high ground up there. Hammer on sticks following up closely.
Oh, they got to be careful. Obviously, you said it. Kahuna Buka and Hammer just behind them. And oh, hey, Jack flying in, surprisingly able to survive. So Chicken and Kaizen have laid down some, well, serious damage, but
Yeah.
I mean, what have they truly found? I mean, it's still good. You're forcing resources, you're forcing health, some mats to be expended, and now Hammer to fall.
Hammer goes down early, and that's Jay Hammer, and I think he's letting us know he's playing with a controller. That's only what I can assume Hammer on sticks means, but perhaps he's just changing the gamer tag. I don't know. Either way, it does not work out well in this moment. And Steph, it's so funny looking at the minimap. Why did they all choose the tiny island? There's a massive land chunk over there that only 4 people are standing on right now, and everybody chose to go to the small populated island instead.
Well, at the end of the day here, there's several teams. They've all struck gold here in the center, but obviously they've got some action ahead. Noah's, the Uber driver, surprisingly survived that exchange and actually have been able to regroup. No one on the other side capitalized. Sedix and Edgy, nor Renegade, Ranster, and Lepe. They just kind of let that one go. And obviously now, the Storm's moving actually more towards them.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Leppy Ranster Edgy Satix matchup there, but I think Oreo and Becklin going to be a bit of a fish in a barrel scenario as they're caught out on the water. Chicken and Kaizen rotating quickly, trying to maintain this high ground they love to be in. Chicken full of materials right now to build Zeph. They can really play a very long stall game, Fades and AMWK going to try to mimic it with one of their own, but I don't know if you're going to be able to outplay Chicken in the zone game here.
Well, at the end of the day, technically the high ground is currently held by AMWK and Fades. They have multiple launch pads here. They're just trying to see what they can extend in terms of at least some coverage before they make this next major rotation. Lepe and Renegade Ranster are the team that currently have the high ground for the next zone ahead. This is what I'm curious. Where do AMWK and Fades put themselves here?
I wonder if we're going to see a bit of a hide in the tree strat, but no, they're going to go ahead and go around it. Into the storm, honestly not sure why. I don't think that was necessary, but by golly, did it look cool. You take 24 damage in a moment there. Jero just barely dodges out a bullet, and Leppy on the high ground can't find purchase with any of these shots. ANWK rushing up quickly into the back line, and even the chili chug splash might not be enough. Kaizen down to 10 HP. Barely gets Benjamin City down. Caesar finds Cowboy Jacques, and that might hurt the hyper-awareness duo. If they can't find that res, this is going to look rough, especially Edgy. Finding Zuko, another solo player, enters the fray.
Zico goes down. Edgy here trying to take advantage of their position early on this side of the storm, but still big leads for Chicken and Kaizen. They have the most elims in the lobby at 5 right now. A huge lead, and something that we usually typically consider the average when we get to situations like this. Shallow, once again, also falling. Sadix continue to keep this competitive.
Yeah, Satix and Edgy definitely going for it, or I'd say, but definitely going for that elim goal of their own. Fear and Scab, a duo we've not been able to spend much time with, but they've made it down into the 10 duos remaining, into the 6th of 9 circles. This could be the moment where it really starts to turn into an elimination extravaganza. Leppy's fully aware someone's behind them. I think the sneak factor of that duo has been given up pretty early on. Wait, they might... I'm not sure if they actually knew. They were looking the wrong way, but looks like we'll get to that fight in just a minute, especially because AMWK is no longer flanking. They're right in the middle of the circle. They're going to be going out onto the water. And Zephyr, the upcoming circle, I think there's 0 landmass in that.
Well, for AMWK and Fades and, well, just everybody, we're playing Build Heaven here. nothing to work with, and the next storm doesn't look much better either. You got a bit of a clip on the southern side, but it's not that much for Edgy. They pick up another knockdown here on the Leppy there. Renegade Rance are going to have to fight for his life, climbing towards the mid of the tarps, but definitely losing out on Leppy.
Losing Leppy is going to be difficult. That is usually, of the two, the slightly more showy of them. Ranster definitely is the cleanup crew, so to speak, and now they kind of lose that front runner. They have to do a lot of damage on their lonesome. I think it's all about the bunker down game. I think Ranster's doing everything right now. You can no longer try to take 2v1s. You have to try and survive, but Sadix and Edgy just peppering so much damage down. There's no healing on the side of Ranster. He's only got shields in his pocket, so this is going to be a tough one to try and win out, but you're not trying to win, you're just trying to delay. There goes Becklin, there goes Hyper Awareness, and as we saw Jack already go down, that is the Hyper Awareness squad removed. We've entered 9 duos remaining, 15 members standing. There's at least one solo runner. We're watching them right now. Fade takes out Fear. Jero chasing somebody into the fray, but they lose sight. It looks like they're going to go for a bit of a build trade as they want to get further into this fight. Sigma and Caesar. Sadix getting some vengeance eliminations there. Incredible fall damage onto AMWK. And is that 7 eliminations?
It's going to be close here, but obviously on the other side of the bracket, you have Kaizen and Chicken, who are also leading quite a bit of the pack as well. I mean, it's going to be neck and neck between these two duos.
It absolutely is, F. This is incredible how these duos are just cleaning house right now. Jero and mainly Isa, they've made it all the way down to these final 6, but still only 1 elim to their name. They have to move in quick with the storm. Isa trying to shield up and heal up. Scav falls to Ranster. What a high ground from Sadix right now. We are getting just masterclass examples of how important the high ground can be. Edgy takes down Noah a second time. I think that was the confirmed elimination, though. This is 10 elims between the two of them. Only 6 people left standing. They could hit the 16 cap if they eliminate every single person in this lobby, and it's already not doable. Edgy does find Isa, though. Jero gone, and Chicken puts another one on the board. Edgy finds Isa with the elimination. Their 11th elim on board. 2 duos and a solo remaining. The poor Uber driver caught in the dirt right now.
And even though the Uber driver was the first to make their exchange across the water, they last all the way into the top 3. Now Kaizen and Chicken, though, looking for response. It's a height battle. See who can stand above the rest. And I'll tell you what, Sadix does not have many builds left. Instead, dropping down, going to pick this one up onto the Uber driver, but they have given away height to Kaizen and Chicken.
Zeph, I'm going to say this. I'm not going to call it impossible, but I'm going to call it really, really hard for Sadix and Edgy to win this right now. They've got such an aggressive low ground disadvantage. All damage that exists in this moment, or all build that is what the building these players have created. There's not really any natural cover to hide behind. There's no way to flank. They put their eyes on you 100% of the time. 70 HP onto Sadix, 58 HP, no shields from Kaizen.
They have resources.
The first knock could be the one to seal the deal. Nobody has any builds on the board, but the Sadix squad does have this healing, and that healing could be the break at the end of the day.
Oh!
Blast Sadix, eats the bullet. Edgy falls. Sadix not far behind, and with what is it? With 10 eliminations, so Edgy and Sadix do get more elims, but they come in second place. Definitely not how we expected that to go, but a clean elimination to seal the deal there in game number 1.
I'll tell you what, from 2 of our highest performing teams out of the Eastern region, they have now replicated a very similar success in our first game, and one that was high tempo for the both of them, equally picking up. I mean, I assume we're going to go count the scores, obviously, on break, but they probably made up, what, 80% of that lobby just between the 2 of them alone? Maybe just a little bit less?
I think I'm going to throw it to a break. I'm not going to throw a number out there and be wrong, but it was a lot. Your point stands. It was a majority of the lobby, 20 something eliminations in total.
Crazy.
It was dominant incredibly. But folks, like I said, going to throw it to a super short break. I need to go get some water. I suggest you all do the same. See you right back here with game 2 of 4 of Fortnite West in just a couple of minutes here on Esports U.
Telling yourself that kind of stuff helps with nerves a lot too. So
as a coach, do you tell those things to the people that you're coaching as well when they're nervous?
yeah, I try a lot to practice what I preach, and I do in my coaching. There's a lot of mentality coaching too, because I feel like on a lot of I feel like it's a really interesting part of the game and just a part of life too. And I feel like it's not something people focus on a lot with coaching. I feel like a lot of coaching, they're focusing on technical aspects, in-game aspects, like what can you do in this situation that can be better. But sometimes like mentality comes first, and they're not going to be able to make those steps and make those leaps without like making a change in their mentality first, or at least, trying to make an improvement somewhere there. And there's a lot of different like perspectives for it, but yeah.
I really admire your mindset. That's really cool. A lot of the
Thank
gamers
you.
that I've talked to are like aggressive. It's
Thank you.
really cool to hear that. Switching gears a little bit, how do you feel about the CECC? What do you think about it? And do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
So far, I think it's been good. It's been fun, and I do think there's a very high chance we would go to Atlanta. With my mentality, like I was talking about before, sometimes I just go into it and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do my best and I'm gonna play, and like, and that's really what comes down to it. But I am really confident in our team's ability. I think we have a really good set of guys that put a lot of work into it. So I'm very confident that we would likely go to Atlanta. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Then I just go from there.
Well, those are all the questions I had. So, is there anything else that you want the world to know about you or anything that you would like to end with?
I don't know, for anyone watching, like, just try to find like a balance like in life, and try to find like who you are truly, and like follow that passion. Because just for like reference, I worked somewhere for 3 years, and then I felt like I wasn't being called to work there anymore, and like Smash was something I always cared about and always wanted to do. So I quit work, and with the money I had saved up, I pursued Smash for like a year and a half, and like that phase just kind of ended. And I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. Like I wasn't like making a lot of money through it, but it was something I was passionate about, something I wanted to do, and I'm really glad that I did it. And I hope that other people can consider like following their passions like that, but also with proceeding like with caution, doing what is available to them, and just finding like who they are and what makes them happy, I guess.
Thank you so much again for your time and doing this interview with me. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big
is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see the train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus.
Right.
One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the esport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward. And the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it all.
Hey guys, KTAD here. Now, I've been told I need to step in to create like a buffer zone between some of the other hosts so that the Valorant v Overwatch conflict may finally come to an end. But between you and me guys, I don't think they both realize that League's kind of already won that war. So don't tell them anything. But anyways, you guys already know why we're here, and if not, well, then you're in luck, because we've got some of the best collegiate esports moments right here. Don't believe me? Well, that's okay, but here's your proof. Let's get into it. To start us off, we have the combo of Matt and Festive as they execute a brilliant mid-air handoff to close out Game 2 and tie up the series.
Here in regulation, can Festive and Matt do it? Matt's there, puts it in, and we do get the go-ahead goal. Is it going to be enough to end it here in reg?
25 seconds left right here. About 2 minutes since our last goal. 5th total in this one. Is this looking like moderately?
Feeling thirsty? Well, if you are, then Crollo's got what you need with these sick plays on Pac-Man.
Not. Always guaranteed the stock goes for the side special into that. That would have been an insane way to end it.
And now Crollo looking for the fire hydrant edge guard. Slam dunk right there. Is they able to finish them off?
At number 6, see if you can count the ultimates here, because when the dust settles, there can be only one survivor.
For Thomas College, but I don't know what Keene University are thinking. Well, okay, they're thinking it. What is going on in this fight? My days! 2 to the bomb, 3 to the tile, 1 to the self-destruct, and
It's
we
just
get the
a
team.
lone
It's
diva. It's a lone
What
baby
is
diva.
happening?
No, okay. Hip is back there.
You know what number play this is, right? Because J-Rod knows. And let me tell you, he's definitely keeping count.
It's gonna be J-Rod who strikes first again with a nice headshot onto Boss. Gonna start moving down into Garage, and J-Rod is just approached now through Garage. Firepierce Wall has been committed. Lance tries to take a peek, but J-Rod...
What's up, everybody? Campus Cup featuring Fortnite here on Esports U. Jumping into game number 2. We had a little bit of a tech issue there. We got it out of the way. We're ready to jump in. Everybody should be in the lobby. And Zephyr, it ends the way we expected to. Chicken and Kaizen first place. Satix and EG second place. 22 eliminations respectfully. And like you're letting them know, 1 point differential between these two teams right now. 35 points for Chicken and Kaizen. 34 for Satix and Edgy. Close, but no cigar. That second place is essentially on lock right now, though. 14 points in the lead of third place. Ranster and Leppy, who did make it pretty far, but did not come up in terms of eliminations. They only found 3 across the board, so things a little bit rough for them. But jumping into game number 2, Zephyr, essentially a clean slate for all these teams going out.
Right. Well, obviously the second and almost our halfway point here for these teams as they make their final impressions. I was a little bit wrong on my number. It wasn't quite 80%. It was 60% of the lobby,
good.
Which is still a huge chunk to share between just 2 duos. Add in the top 4, and then suddenly, I mean, that number jumps quite literally up to 80. Either way, obviously, big names across. One that did not stand out to me, though, which, I mean, it kind of plays back into what we were saying. Yeah, Caesar and Sigma, they combined forces and have not had their respective success right out of the gates here, but that isn't particularly the worst thing for them. Remember, Sigma and Cut, they were in 10th their first game. Caesar and Baz, they were in 6th their first game.
I'll be honest, that's actually not where I thought you were headed. I thought you were going to talk about Mello and Frosty.
That is also bad.
Yeah, 2 real power players. I mean, an incredible power duo in the East, and then the first duo eliminated in the West. Very unfortunate. It looks like we might get another first duo eliminated. Zico, 13 HP, has to intentionally run to a low valley below. Looks like there's no chasing their teammate Rumor nearby to heal up at the very least if they can find. Oh, how lucky!
Wow.
The only item you find is the only item you need.
Obviously, we can see a little extension here from whoever landed those first shots. Ah, it's the combo.
Yep.
Sigma and Caesar, they found some very early damage here. And finally, while, yes, Zico and Rumor are able to get some loot up, it isn't a lot.
Yeah, Charge SMG is going to be a really hard weapon to win this fight with. That is going to be a tough scenario to put yourself in, especially as this duo continues to pepper down on top of you. Zico locked into this box. Beneath this box, very well may become their coffin in just a moment. Oh, great shot for that Charge SMG. Honestly, just not a good weapon. It's going to be so tough to do much with. Rumor goes down early. Zico taken out, and that will be our first duo removed by who else but Sigma and Caesar.
All right, they heard us. They were
angry.
They were clearly offended by our lack of faith in their previous performance, and now have begun to show up. But this isn't the end game, where it really starts to count, where you really have to make those decisive and quick decisions that only a true duo can potentially do here. So a lot to be tested between this pairing thus far, but still technically the team in the lead of our current lobby.
Yeah, and it's funny to kind of give you guys a perspective on how close the points are right now. Those 2 eliminations just moved them from 9th place to 8th place. Like everybody right now is a couple of points away from one another, and that's a very strong start for Sigma and Caesar. It bumps them up 1 placement, and that's literally the first eliminations in the game. They've got so much room to grow and continue scoring this leaderboard like we eventually expect them to do whenever they can kind of figure out the new duo kind of kinks in the plan, so to speak.
Well, they do begin to find them maybe a central position within this zone, still a ways away from the true collapse that decides where you need to be.
Oh, I get it. I think he's on controller, L3, R3.
Yeah.
I was trying to read it as like Leary or something. I couldn't figure it out. I got it. Sorry to interrupt you, Zeph. I got it. I got it, everybody. We're good.
Now, if you asked me where L3 and R3 were on a controller, I couldn't.
They're the analog sticks when you push them in.
Nah,
L3 and R3.
Yeah, I personally never owned one, so no idea.
Ah, I see.
PC gamer all day!
That's the second controller player that we are aware of. The other one, of course, being our friend Hammer on Sticks. So maybe there's more. They just aren't as public about it. But we've got at least 2 controller players supposedly in the game with us. We've got 2 absolute power players right in front of us. What a beautiful glider. I've never seen that glider before. That's really cool.
It's definitely pretty. For chicken, it lives up to the name, too. Nice wings, a flying bird.
Beautiful.
Gwen.
I wonder if he did that intentionally, because he had a different wing glider in the East. I wonder if that's the joke. Just going for the winged chicken or something.
I don't know. We'll have to
ask.
peruse. Someone in chat who listens. Hey, hyper awareness.
He's playing right now. He can't.
You know he's listening.
When he gets eliminated, we'll ask again because he's gonna join stream right away. So we'll just immediately ask the question.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's our power duo again, though. Chrome Jam Junction, getting the vault early, destroying it for some materials, making sure nobody else gets that free healing. They've got a huge chunk in the back of themselves right now. I know we haven't seen the full map, but every other duo we've spectated so far is nowhere near Chrome Jam Junction.
And who knows if Chrome Jam Junction's going to be in it, too, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, we're still trying to figure out exactly where this one particularly draws. And right now, I mean, everyone technically is still just getting looted up. It was only the fact that Caesar and Sigma happened to land nearby that we saw that early fight take place.
Yeah, we got some action, some pre-builds happening in Cloudy Condos. Looks like somebody's been here, and perhaps Benjamin and Shallow are on the trail. We're going to run over for the launch pad. There we go. Great view of the circle there. And
nice.
It's going to be a northern circle for the first time in a while. We had a lot of south circles.
Whoa!
We're going to be spicing it up. Chicken almost gives their life pretty early. Mello misses a critical shot and actually tanks one of their own. That kind of deserves an emote. I'm not even going to lie. That was a really clean shot.
It's good, but it isn't the job done yet here.
Right.
Frosty Fly did manage to escape. Now, granted, finding themselves a ways away from their current position, but I like this. Keep it sneaky, keep it tight, and keep it quiet here. But Chicken and Kaizen, they're wise. They understand what might be available for themselves here, and they run that one right back.
I think they saw him
in this fight. I doubt it. I doubt they saw.
I'm not sure, honestly. Under the vault is what they're after. Okay, never mind.
All right.
That makes a little more sense. I was going to say, I'd be shocked if they did see him, but the rotation felt so weird. But now this explains it. They're going to have a vault online. Second vault in the row we're going to see opened up pretty quickly here. Oh, legendary hammer. My favorite weapon in the game. Super excited to see it getting some action once again. That bolt action online as well. An incredible loadout for this duo right now.
Well, thankfully for them, they seem to be more than adequately prepared. It looks like, wow. They do not let this one go. They are right back on top of the reboot.
Yeah, they want to make sure they catch that card. I mean, every point is incredible. If they really wanted to, they could let them respawn and take them down again and get an additional point. But they're going to try to farm this out early, remove another duo from the fray. And this game, I got to say, it's probably our slowest so far, including the East team.
I wonder why. No, for our teams here, they've definitely got some space to work with. given that technically between this game and the last, we've actually lost out on 4 of our players here. So that does make it a little bit safer. Frosty, oh my gosh, eyeing this like a hawk. He wants to get back in there. He wants to see if there's any potential action available.
I just really don't think so. I don't know if he has the reboot card online yet or not. I don't know if he is just waiting. I feel like the only reason he'd be waiting is for the reboot card.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he's just... No, you wouldn't.
No. You keep it in the sight lines. Keep it in the sight lines. Problem is... Oh my gosh, look at the rebirth truck literally right there too. I mean, they know.
Now it's out in the open. That's what they were doing. They were clearing the area to make sure that he couldn't hide behind anything when he got there. Oh, Jero? Oh, don't finish him. That would be so mean. He just knocked himself down.
Another squad coming in here? I'm a little bit confused regarding the positioning of any of these teams here. But for Mr. Freeze and crew, it looks like they're not faring much better themselves.
Well,
running
Freeze is
right
Jero's
in.
duo. Yeah, he's trying to go to his partner. I don't think they knew Becklin was up there. Ziplines up, tanks a bullet to the dome for it, and now this duo might be donezo here unless Freeze can escape. It looks like they should be able to. Oreo can't find the shots.
Meanwhile, on the low, you also have Vendetta coming through from behind as well, right, to provide a very similar, I guess, rotation out there.
I love our polite fadeaway as Taro is going to be eliminated into the storm. Unfortunately, that knock, that's really going to hurt the duos. I mean, now it's up to mainly Issa with nobody to help them out here. They're going to try to win a 2v1, and wow. The worst possible duo to run into in that scenario.
That's the crazy thing. They literally rotate from problems in the south to more problems ahead here. And Vendetta and Mr. Freeze, they were the duo we were getting a little confused about. They're actually together here.
What is happening?
Don't need to extend. Let me in.
Yeah, a very rude knock on the door from Vendetta. But, I mean, they've got chug splashes. They're holding them. And I'm confused as to why, to be honest. Now, maybe that's why they've got a couple of hoppers online, floppers, excuse me, and they want to use those. But this duo, did they get a little bit too comfortable in their home there? Somebody's sneaking in. It looks like a solo. Haven't caught the name on it yet, and they are blissfully unaware.
Huh.
So that person will sneak right past them, glide up and over, and they're now staring at an empty build.
It's a confusing world
out here.
Okay, it's difficult. All you need to know is that storms are coming, storms are chugging. 40 seconds. Vendetta and Mr. Freeze need to find themselves a happy home here to at least keep them stable into the final moments of this game. There's no one nearby. It's an easy rotation.
It's a very easy rotation. Oh, there's hyper awareness once again. Sigma and Caesar. Very similar story to last game. They find a duo early on, and then they unfortunately can't find much after. This is going to be a tough one. Hyper awareness and Jock have not had the cleanest day so far. And it looks like they're going to buy some time to force a close quarters matchup, eliminating the usage of that sniper rifle Sigma loves so very much. Jumping into the Grim Grable's house. Buys a little bit of space, but now a third party intervenes. And Sigma caught out on the rooftop. Yeah, that is, I don't know who even thought firing there was necessary. They actually bought Hyper and Jacques a lot of time to get out of there.
I don't know how much, though. You can see clearly that shots are ringing true here from Caesar to keep this level of aggression on and forward. Mind you, from behind, Caesar and Sigma have someone tailing coming through Grim Gables as we speak.
The third party, a fourth party, just on the horizon, a fifth in the wings as well. Caesar has the crossfire onto Jacques and Hyper. Can't line it up quite yet, but it looks like they are desperate. Find these eliminations. Becklin and Oreo sneaking around the far left side there of Caesar and Sigma, and probably thanking their lucky stars that they are completely not the subject, not the target for the time being. Hyper and Jacques, they get healed up. Oreo and Becklin give themselves away. Caesar catches an eye, but doesn't want to give up on his primary duo first. Wants to try and take these two down early.
Oh, gotta be careful, though. Obviously, we recognize that there are many teams in the area. Sigma trying to find some alternative angles, but as you voodoo nod here, damage was found in return, and this does, push Caesar and Sigma away. Gonna look to regroup, find an alternative approach here.
Whoa! Wow! Poor Jack just loses 75% of their HP, and they have to bunker down quickly. Hyper leaving them behind to try and get to the gas station. Wait, he's pulling focus. Oh, and he eats a sniper bullet. Jack goes for the run. Oh, the run is done. Sigma with a single headshot is going to take Jack out of the fray once again. This duo has been incredible, like a phoenix. So they always emerge from the ashes. But if Caesar and Sigma block out this reboot card, it's going to be really tough to try and turn things around.
Oh, hyper awareness just sitting inside. They miss it for a second. Meanwhile, it looks like we spell the end of Frosty Fly there. Eventually, yes, was caught out in a series of rotation, bringing us down to 13 squads remaining here. Sadly, Caesar and Sigma, they didn't finish the job.
Yeah, they could not find that closing elimination, and they still have 3 eliminations to their name, so that's as many as they gained back in game number 1. They've done it earlier this time, so I assume we're going to see a few more. I love how many players just randomly shoot the bushes. Like, but how cool would it be, you know? Like, they always want that clip, that possibility. Caesar and Sigma rotating in quickly. We see, oh my goodness, Leppy and Ranster on one side. Oh, wow. Okay, that wasn't really the fight I was anticipating, but it ended pretty quickly. Leppy losing most of their HP. Everybody now getting into the third circle. 13 duos remaining. 25 teams on, or 25 players on the board. This is another slow burner here, Zeph.
Well, it's about to potentially speed right up. We talk about this specific poll, obviously, as we get into what will be some of the more final moments of this game here. And granted, it's a bit of a weird one. Look at that height disparity, especially towards the western side coming off the back end of the Rave Cave. You get that kind of minor mountain that we see some teams taking advantage of the high ground there. And if the poll makes its way over, you know, we never really talk about it. Yes, there is a kind of advantage to playing on those hillsides, but the poles that come away or lead into can be so difficult to work with, right? Because if you're heading uphill, right, I mean, talk about what you need to expend to make that happen and to keep a survivable position alive. And if you're heading downhill, the drops, the rotations, playing into the tarps can be the perfect moment for someone to potentially take advantage of you.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's going to be very difficult to move in a vertical fashion. You can, of course, use the ramps, but that leaves you out in the open. You can build a stairwell, but that's going to take you 9,000 years. Never going to be an effective rotation method. And I believe there were 13 duos left standing, so 9 points for the first duo eliminated. It's not going to be bad, honestly. It's going to be enough with, you know, this, like we always mentioned, the fewer teams we have, the less important it is if you're coming in last for just one of these games. Yeah. JKA and Komodo caught between a rock and a hard place. We see about 7 duos all within shooting distance of one another, but nobody going to pull that quite yet. Hammer already down, and Kahuna Buka losing the first half of their shields, has 3 shield fish in the pocket. They're going to try to rotate out with them quickly. They drop that into the box, catch several bullets from Leppy and Renegade. And Mr. Freeze is the one that knocked down Hammer, so they actually got third-partied there at the end.
Well, either way, it's still a position that now Lepe and Renegade Ranster have completely to their advantage. It might have been. It was looking furry.
I don't think I've seen that skin before. I think that was... Is that, it's too dark. Is that Bruno Mars? Is that someone? I don't know. Whatever it is, cool skin, Leppy.
I really hope it's not Bruno Mars, because then that just means that when you think of Bruno Mars, you imagine a giant fur-coated man.
Well, I know he's in the game, but I don't know what outfit he's wearing. So I'm using deductive reasoning to assume that is Bruno Mars. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I have no idea. But I remember I saw it on Twitter when he got put in the game. But I don't know what he looks like.
I'm happy to announce, just so you're not crazy, that is Bruno Mars.
Oh my goodness! Thank you. You were making me feel insane. I was like, I feel like that's probably Bruno Mars. The hairstyle as well. I remember seeing that when I saw it on Twitter. And I was like, I feel like it's got to be my boy Bruno.
For a second, I was like, huh, well, I guess, I mean, yeah, I don't remember that outfit, but you know what? Maybe. Well, for most of these teams, the Storm has continued to drift towards the west, which kind of takes advantage completely of that high ground disparity that we were talking about. For a team like Caesar and Sigma, who's had a big lead to start out with, they are currently, within the Storm, but they're going to have to be making quite an exchange ahead here.
This is going to be a tough scenario. The mountain that takes place in the center of the circle is going to force a really vertical engagement for a lot of these teams, and not just the traditional battle for the high ground, but some of its natural cover. You can only build on certain parts of the mountain, and a lot of just kind of game niche general mechanics that are going to be problematic as these teams move into one another. Leppy and Ranster, though, doing such a great job holding onto this high ground. They know the location of probably 4 or 5 enemy duos. They got to read somebody not far either. They got Sniper on lock. They're going to wait it out. They can play really patient right now.
I mean, they have the high ground, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I wish Baz was here. I mean, finally seeing someone take over. But at the end of the day, I mean, obviously teams are going to contest, and we'll see, obviously, with these rotations, Mr. Freeze, Vendetta, Benjamin City, Shallow, someone's going to be making moves to put themselves into a position for at least the next edge of Storm. And who knows, maybe Lepe and Renegade Ranster can find those early shots.
Yeah, we see a third duo sneaking up onto the back line there. AMWK and Fades. Ooh, Vendetta. The headshot there are going to be critical. Makes it a lot harder for that duo to do much of anything, especially as the third party feels inevitable. Looks like Shallow and Benjamin are readying up to try and catch this duo on their way into the circle, and with Leppy and Ranster consistently firing down toward them. Freeze and Vendetta, I mean, they're not delaying the inevitable yet, but they very well may be, unless they can really shake things up. And as Leppy changes targets, that might be the opener they need to get out of Dodge.
Hey, at the end of the day, it's still incredibly early in the game here, and expending that kind of damage is really important, right? You may not be picking up the elim, right? You know, extending your score, but you are forcing that team to, one, expend a ton of resources for their builds in terms of providing cover for themselves, on top of having those kind of minor heals that will allow for their next rotation ahead. And when it comes down, you know, backs up against the wall, every little piece counts.
Yeah. Without a doubt.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. I think you made the perfect sound there. Very confusing, very fascinating rotations coming into the far side of the circle. 12 duos still standing. This has to be the longest we've gone without an elim in ages. Everybody playing a slow rotation to the upcoming circle. Just devastating for every duo we've been spending time with there. The rotations around the mountain are going to be incredibly difficult. Hopefully there's some launch pads in the pocket. Hyper Awareness still up and running. Never got back to our friend Jack, and going to be running that solo piece, trying to just get as far as possible. Edgy and Satix, I think they're going to have quite the journey trying to survive this next rotation as well.
It's tough to say here. For everyone who is on the opposite side of this super mountain, the rotation is a bit confusing. Obviously, you see there many launch pads extended to push themselves into the next ring. No one, I spoke too soon. Vendetta picked off.
Vendetta picked out of the air there. It was genuinely like shooting clay pigeons. Look at this rotation. That's so expensive. That is steel. That is so expensive. I don't know what Leppy and Ranster's intentions are. They know that's not a good idea. We know that's not a good idea, but perhaps it's the only idea they had to try and get out of that uncomfortable position. Freeze goes down to Satix, and that makes that rotation for Satix and Edgy just a little bit easier.
Oh, this is so rough here.
Yeah, I really can't understand what the concept of play is, but I think you're right. Yeah, it was a bit of a fake out. They drop underneath, they rotate into the circle, and now they've made it in, but Leppy catches way too many bullets with his body there, drops down into the white, no shields online, 21 members remaining. And Zephyr, I think we've entered that area where when you're knocked, the odds of resurrection are minimal, especially if your duo almost goes down in simultaneous there, both of them kissing probably single-digit HP. Benjamin and Shallow, they get revenge on the Leppy and Ranster there and take another power player off the table.
Even though, surprisingly, it was Caesar and Sigma who provided the majority of that damage. They actually aren't the duo to pick up those elims, but they have quite a view on that juicy refresh sitting below here, especially as notably our Storm is continuing to go deep. We had a lot of time to spend out here towards the western side of this, right? There is nothing set up in that next Storm ahead there.
Oh, Scav taking a bold fight and Hyper Awareness just being creative with it. He goes for a high rotation up and over, goes into the build and jumps right back out quickly. I love the reposition here from Scav. It's going to deal a lot of damage, 5 per second, but it's really smart because it puts you up way higher than the rest of your opponents. You can get a great read, bit of a soul read onto their plays and their strategies. Got to take down some of these players early, and as the builds begin, I think Scav's just waiting it out, just trying to land on top. I think that's genius.
I think Sadix went down, our second place. I mean, obviously, I think Edgy's still left alive here to can keep this rotation up, but that's a huge hit towards that duo, especially as we talk about these final moments here. Fear and Scav, a duo that we actually haven't gotten the opportunity to truly take a look at all here. Find themselves a nice place in the middle of the tarp, plenty below, plenty above here, but still a position that works. And Hyper Awareness officially out. Why does Chicken use wings on their outfit? Is it
crazy, right? Is it because of the name Chicken? Do they use the wing glider as a joke to reference the chicken? Crazy. Hyper Awareness has been eliminated. Benjamin City and Shallow, they've got a pretty decent high ground right now. Nobody able to conveniently contest. A lot of that kind of running through the mud combat right now. Chicken and Kaizen both still up and running, and this is where it always feels like they really start to thrive, is this chaos of this close quarters combat, this CQC. They try to get aggressive early on. No builds for Benjamin here. Gotta find an elim, gotta steal those mats very early on. With only 9 duos remaining, we're entering circle number 8 soon.
Just barely do they make their way kind of slightly back up, but it's right into the sightlines of Caesar and Sigma. Now, this is a big expenditure, but it's one that will hopefully pay off for the duo, now having the ultimate high ground here above the rest of this lobby. Obviously, big questions is that it's a cheap pathway, one that can quickly be knocked down.
Wow, phenomenal accuracy from Caesar there. AMWK catches quite a few bullets, but none of them gonna seal the deal quite yet. This high ground advantage is so criminal. Nobody's able to contest it fast enough. The circle closes in quick. Oh, Chicken down. AMWK also removed. Chicken has not been eliminated, just downed. Fades falls, and that is the duo missing. Fades and AMWK. Chicken is down. Kaizen trapped beneath, playing a game of longevity. Look at all those chug splashes, Zep. This could honestly be a consistent strategy to survive at least a few more duos.
Mind you, there's also additional chug splashes on the floor there.
A med mist.
Chicken, a med mist. Obviously, he's going to be a little bit slower on this rotation, but survivability just to maybe outlast some of these other teams in terms of placement. Even just 2 or 3 is enough to net you an extra 4 or 5 points.
Yep, and those points, I mean, we're seeing a 1-point differential between first and second place right now. Those 1 points are so important. Unfortunately, Komodo and Eklik's gonna fall into 8th place. They gain 14 points. Very comfortable point total to walk away with. Benjamin catches a shotgun blast as he tries to build up onto the high ground, and the pressure is building once again. Uber driver has been knocked, and it looks like Kaizen is going to go down as well. There goes our #1 duo. I need to point out, Edgy still standing in 2nd place right now. Satix is missing, but every point Edgy moves forward from here on out is another point they should gain over Chicken and Kaizen.
It's potentially a big lead for them here coming out of game number 2, but I'm more interested in the resurgence of Caesar and Sigma. It's not the super elimination game we saw out of Sigma and Cut, but it is still a dominant advantage over the rest of this lobby. 4 complete... Oh, wait! They are the only duo left
I was
in
just
the
about
game.
to say it. A duo and 3 solos right now. For the solos, it is just a game of chicken, no pun intended. It is just a constant thinking. Becklin, 3 HP. Edgy should find this elim, and that guarantees a 2nd place finish for our 2nd place team. That is incredible. And if Edgy could somehow bust out a 2v1 over Sigma and Caesar, that would be the clip of an absolute lifetime. But got a good feeling that's not going to happen here. That's Edgy going down to 2nd place, and the resurgence comes to fruition in its totality there, Zep. 2 eliminations for Caesar, 4 for Sigma, 6 in total. That is 31 points gained for our duo, who was before this in 15th place.
It's a big resurgence from the two, especially after combining forces after their individual performances as the 1st and 2nd place squads in our first Eastern heat here. And now, obviously, we get to get a little bit of the taste of the quality of them as their respective selves.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, you start off with a new duo. It's going to be a little bit hard. Game 1, incredibly rough. Game 2, several problems they had already clearly no longer existence to this duo. Beginning a power creep, beginning a snowball that may not be stopped anytime soon. But before we jump into game number 3, of course, you all know the drill by now. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. Use this time, get a snack, stretch your legs, do something. We'll come right back here on Esports U for some more Fortnite action in just a couple of minutes.
Oh my god, Draw. What a teammate. He's giving it. Oh no, J-Rod around the corner looking for the ace. One shot on Austin, he finds the ace.
Oh,
good guy,
beautiful.
Draw. Gives it over. Love the team.
A man down, the overtime clock counting, and the ball on their half of the pitch. Yet somehow, Stonehill manages to make it work in this crazy match against Buena Vista.
Out and push right back out again. This is a game of inches. Who can aggress hers? And that's gonna be it. Joker from the long shot along the field. Look at this from the back of board, straight to Joker's feet. The touch is so delicate.
In what was surely a game-changing play here, Nichols states LOL pulls out a tire that can only be described as illegal to put the nail in the coffin against Missouri Western.
Blossom at the ready. On the bright side, yeah, Nichols has enough time to come through.
It gets
No!
3!
No! It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3. It is 3 eliminations with Law's Rim Tire there. Absolutely incredible. Able to pick up a 4th. Shy on the team kill right now.
At number 2, it's just a masterful display of edge guarding from Adelphi's Davian. Check it out.
That roller is going to be a great opportunity to get in and pass, possibly even just through those arms. Goes for the down throw into forward air, excuse me. A great combo. Could have found some great damage offside, and as that paint just racks up onto this mid-man, that is more and more damage basically for free. Davion looking for a bottom stage. My goodness, what a stall!
Beautiful edge guard. And England.
And in our top play of this week, have you seen the movie Ratatouille? It has nothing to do with this play, but I think you'll see why we bring it up.
Look at this rat, though. Look at this rat going up long, dude. Oh, he's got another.
I mean, it's Ratatouille. They're chefing it up. I'm going to go find another. Fozzie, quick trade, though. And they'll stall the push for now, but contain just a little bit here. We got a lot more work to be done. It's out of CT already. Right click is missed!
Oh.
That right click is huge going into this round. It's not going to find anything but Tomo will. Fozzie with a quick trade.
Oh,
and okay.
stop.
Okay,
Stop
let the rat do it all. Oh, my.
Phew! What a week and what a crazy set of matches we've been seeing so far. Now, with that said, we're just now passing the halfway point in the season, so that playoffs picture is definitely starting to shape up. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date with all of the ECAC action, then definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you guys want to catch all of the matches live, you can find us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Now, as always, a special shout out to our partners over at EsportsU for expanding on our broadcast coverage. We definitely want to give them a special thank you for that. But, you know, that's it. That's the show. That's all we've got this week. Come back next week. Hopefully we've got a new host. Hopefully they've stopped bickering and all of that. But in any case, I've been KTAD. It's been a blast, and I'll see you guys next time.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, you know, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And, you know, us as well as all of our brand partners that we work with really recognize this. And I think that's really, you know, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing. At least, again, from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting. That at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general. Because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing this space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off? But
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to Esports U, once again featuring Fortnite Campus Cup. We are on the West this time, going into game number 3. We've reached our halfway mark, and we're getting ready to enter our penultimate game. Very excited to see how things fall out, because Zeph, we've got a pretty clear-cut narrative here at the top. Satix and Edgy versus Chicken and Kaizen, with Sigma and Caesar getting their grubby little hands in there toward the end and breaking that podium in top 3. But there's plenty of things to keep an eye on outside those 3 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll discuss that maybe a little bit later on. As it stands right now, though, the gap between first and third is only 16 points. Well, and achievable in just one game alone here, not even with a win on your belt, depending. Obviously, for Uber driver and Hi. We're back.
Hey, get pranked, everybody. We're going to find out from production what exactly this means, but we are on camera right now. Oh, we're remaking the lobby. Somebody didn't make it on the bus in time, so we have to remake the lobby. It happens. I've missed the bus before. I'm sure we all will at least once in our lives, but gives us more time to talk about. Like you said, 6-point differential between Satix and Edgy versus Kaizen and Chicken. And then you jump down, it's 10 points below is Sigma and Caesar, respectively. So this next game, I think this is really when the cookie starts to crumble a little bit. I think this is the chance for Sigma and Caesar to continue this dominance, to come out the other side of this with nearly 70 points on the table. I mean, if they come in first place, that's 70. That's not including the elims they have. So it's very real. They could absolutely spike up this leaderboard. But Satix and Edgy, they're really, really good at making it to that last fight. So if they continue to do that, that might be just enough. 4 second places in a row with the 17 elims they have might be enough to sneak out that first place.
Absolutely.
And they're looking to double dip. We got to talk about that.
That's true. If Caesar and Sigma find success here, obviously it's Caesar coming off the back end of their win, Sigma being that in second place. But for the both of them, I mean, finishing in first is just as good as their performance from the Eastern region. I will say, narratively, I think this is fascinating. We haven't talked about him because, we've only seen kind of hide nor hair, but the Uber driver and Noah's.
Yes.
A massive turnaround here in the West region. I want to point out that when we were talking about East, they were literally second to last one of the lowest scoring teams. The only team that scored lower than them just happened to play one game. So technically, the lowest scoring participating team in the lobby, and now currently sitting in fourth. Obviously, a wider gap, 21 points behind first, but definitely in a competing factor for a top 3 podium finish, which is I mean, you would not have expected that if you had seen the first series today.
Yeah, they definitely had a rough series. We've seen an incredible change of pace, change of play from them. They're no longer taking those aggressive 2v2s. They try to get up close and personal. They try to sneak up on you and force their way into that top 3. Very similar to how Satix and Edgy have continuously played this game. To them, it's not about making the first place. It's about making those top 3. And that's the story Uber, Trevor, and Noah continue to try out. We're going to have to see how they do with that going into game number 3 in just a couple of minutes. We're having a tech error. We're going to throw it to a break. We're going to get it fixed. We'll be right back with you as soon as we can. Don't go far.
But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in this space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talked to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, very not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn, and my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly, and if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, you know, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following, and that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, you know, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, like great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, you know, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, you know, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences, Mike. That's amazing. And that's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, you know, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, you know, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CC23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, you know, normally Paul's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately at the end of the day, we want to tell your story, and I think that's what has me most excited because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us. And and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a way of doing this.
All right.
Let's test it. Yeah. Okay.
All right,
How do you want to throw yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big.
Hey, what's up? It's Honix back at it again to bring you the sickest clips from ECAC. But listen, guys, here's the thing. Overwatch 2 still isn't out, and it's been so long that I understand what's happening in the Valorant clips now. I don't know how I could have let this happen. Anyways, let's check out the action from week 2 of ECAC. First up, we've got Nico Baca, who's got a need for speed.
But they have to be careful here. That kick of not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick to him, and Nico Baca, he's just soaring through the sky with way too much pace.
Yeah, you knew this was coming. When this one lingered up in the air for a bit too long from Janio's touch, Patrick tried to go up for this one, but Nico, like we said, he's been the fastest player in this lobby the entire...
Just a friendly reminder that fireworks always add pizzazz to your points.
Of this series. Good read there by Chalk. Because if he didn't place down that block, that would have been a really early stock lead that he would have gotten. And wow, that nade.
Absolutely sniped out of midair.
Everyone is in flux when Mount St. Mary's is on the point.
That piece, and that is the bulk of your healing if you're Emery and Henry. Now you're coming in with both DPS ults and the Shatter, but again, a massive Gravitic Flux comes out from Mount St. Mary, stops it in their tracks before they can even get started.
Yeah, the Tac Visor gonna deal the final blows to several members of Emery and Henry.
Eve has got beef with BSU and wants everyone to know it.
One situation left to clutch it out.
no.
I'm a little bit afraid here that the wide swing's gonna come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. Eve is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait there a little bit longer, Eve would not have been able to get that free.
Someone, not me, is going to have to tell Talo Halo that sharing isn't always caring.
Gonna feed it, because right now Talo is feeding into it 59% before they have been touched for even a point of a percent in this counting. There is Arsene, but he may disappear just as quickly as he has up here. Oh my goodness, Kilomiles, that is a 0 to death if I have ever seen one. Talo Halo.
Don't let your guard down. You never know when Rhino will come charging in.
Rhino is all the way back. That just goes to show how much they're not wanting to make it, but Rhino with all the control gets the one on the board.
Talk about getting one in there. He actually picks it up initially from a mini pass to himself that you know, an expert is expecting an expert to do something expertly, right? That is just about as simple as it gets, right? Like just literally boiling it down to more basic Rocket League right there. Oh my god, and again, Rhino does it twice in about 30 seconds after no scores.
We're bringing it around town with Chowan University.
Big fights out short. Town, though, just gets the better of it. Great spray control. Takes 2 down with him, and already Chowan is looking at a 2-0 right now. Going to try an entry onto the site with quickness. Not willing to take his foot off the pedal, and Town's got a 3rd. The last 2 coming from CT, and Town wants to put the nail in the coffin right here, right now. One's there. He's going to hear them both. He has a head in front of him. 4 before he goes down, and all it takes is Dusty to finish this one off.
Last but certainly not least, Big J5 coming in hot with a big 5K.
And Kentucky, they may get the 2nd point for free.
Oh,
great
that
shot from
headshot.
Big J.
The
Oh,
second
another
headshot.
one.
What?
He's got another dragon already.
The 3rd.
Wait, he finds 3. Big J, he's looking for a 4th. Oh my god, he finds it! He is single-handedly destroying Kentucky right now. Oh my goodness. 4 eliminations, 1 Hanzo, and a brand new Dragons Online. The question...
Wow, I miss these awesome clips, and it's only week 2, so make sure to keep up with the action on Twitch at ECAC_esports, Mondays and Tuesdays at 8, and Wednesdays at 7. And make sure to follow their Twitter at ECAC_esports. And thank you to our partner eSportsU and to you for hanging out with me today. See you next time!
My name is Jacob. I'm 21 and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration, and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering.
Fortnite time. Sit your butts down, turn the volume up, and watch, because we're about to get a masterclass of Fortnite extravaganza. We got all our tech issues figured out, ready to jump in. Still Zeph and Zephyr. If you don't recognize our voices at this point, I don't know what to tell you. But Zeph, we've got, what is that, 8 people currently on track to go up and over Rave Cave. So maybe we get some early combat. But I've got to say, this feels like it's the most spread out we've really seen.
Hey, obviously teams have had the opportunity to see where the rest of the competition is here. And now, with the 3rd and penultimate game underway, they definitely get to have their pick of the litter when it comes to their drop spots there. It looks like maybe the Rave Cave, the only POI that might be contested. I may be reading that wrong, though.
Yeah, no, I think you may be correct. And it looks like we have lost a couple more duos. We've still got 28 people in the lobby, though, which is plenty to have a great game with. So we're going to have to see what is going to be done early on. Cloudy Condos, complete free zone right now for Shallow and Friends, Benjamin City. I think this is going to be a good tell. I feel like this is the type of team, when we saw them in the final circle in Game 1, they did okay. They did pretty well, but getting to the final circle in Game 2 was their struggle. And they weren't able to capitalize from it there. So maybe playing a bit of a slower game, going for farming of materials and resources, could just be a lot more beneficial to their playstyle.
At the end of the day here, we're a little bit confused behind the scenes regarding maybe potentially our standing. So it's really going to be a toss-up regarding where everyone stands by the end of these 2 games here, unless we get maybe some leaderboard fixes. Right now...
Oh, cool skin.
By the way, yeah, we still have to talk about that.
We do.
Anyways, Hammer and Kahuna Buka, they themselves have started here in Rave Cave, and yes, this is one of those areas that is contested. Obviously, a team currently above them on the outside of the mountain, but who knows? Might contest.
Yeah, last time we saw it contested, the duos just like mutually ignored one another, and it was kind of weird. And then they all four made it out, and actually all four made it pretty far into the game. So maybe it's kind of a sign of respect, like a touch my glove situation. You know, it's kind of the yeah. In boxing, they do like the glove touch. It's like a sign before you start fighting, you touch gloves. You never heard of this?
That's okay. Clearly, I've heard of it. Anyways, whoa, I definitely do not live under a rock, but I've never heard it in that regard. Usually, I'd say like gentleman's agreement.
Yeah, that was boring. I was trying to spice it up.
Oh my god!
We're on like hour 6 of the broadcast. I'm trying to keep people entertained. Okay.
The 6 people in hyper awareness who are watching.
Hammer on stick, though. Gonna find a hammer. You're gonna take it. It'd be kind of funny if they didn't, but they're gonna use the hammer assault rifle, one of my personal favorite weapons in the game. Komodo and JKA, some cool skins of their own. I feel like we've really stepped up the skin game here in game number 3.
All right, so we've had some, well, I don't know, some commotion behind the scenes.
Some insider trading.
For Komodo and JK Monkey, they have declared here that these are the ultimate skins in Fortnite, and they're currently rocking the best digs in comparison to potentially a different duo that is currently playing. And I don't know, I gotta say, this is
it's gonna be hard to beat.
Komodo is definitely living up to expectations, and it looks like JK's rocking the same thing. They're matching. It's like you said, hard to beat.
Juno and View are back. They hadn't joined us in game number 2, but I just saw their names a moment ago. They've returned here for game number 3, and we saw a duo do very well last time, only playing 3 games. So it's not the massive deficit you might expect it to be if you do well enough. So maybe Juno and View, can overperform a little bit. Yeah, Zeph, the more I look at this skin, the more I like it. It's a cute little thing. It's got cats. I love cats. It's got robots. I love robots. It's going to be a tough one to beat. I really like it.
It's just a little guy. Just a little
guy. Man.
Just controlling the full little structure here, and it's so cute. And it's I'll be honest, there's a certain other duo on the map that they've got to live up to expectations, because they have said that this is not the best digs, and they are rocking an even better pairing.
Rumor has it they've got an even cooler skin duo. We're gonna have to wait and find out what it is. I will say, we saw that Joker skin earlier, not even part of the contest, and I really like it. Cool skin.
I think you just like comics.
I'm a big comics guy. Can't help myself.
I know
I'm a big comics guy.
Wait, who's the guy? Oh my gosh, wait. We're doing this because we definitely have time.
We got time.
If there was an outfit. And the outfit was of, oh gosh,
Jeff Probst from Survivor. I'd empty my entire bank account for that.
If it was Jeff Probst from Survivor,
I'd buy that so fast.
I think you would just dump copious amounts of money.
I would if it was $10,000.
How did you know that, by the way?
I was thinking of things you knew that I liked, and I just talked about Survivor during the break, and I was like, he's probably got Survivor on the mind.
Wait, hold on. You mean how you talk about Survivor every time?
Every day, every time we do this.
Every time we cast? Yeah.
I can't help it. I'm a Survivor fan. I'm on season 36 right now. For everyone who's curious. I really like the show.
Casually on season 36. I just like it, guys. I think it's neat.
I do. I've been watching Survivor for almost a year. I watch other things too, but when there's 46 seasons of a show, it takes a long time to get caught up, and I'm almost there.
Oh my gosh. All right. We checked in with Caesar and Sigma. They look to be just doing fine. Obviously, everyone's just getting looted up, and the fact that there is quite a disparity in terms of the amount of teams means that no one's really touching toes here.
Yeah. Almost 1/4 of the intended player amount for this map. This map is built for 100 people. We're at 28, so definitely a little bit slow, about 1/4 the population. You got a lot more room to hang out, a lot more wiggle room to exist in early game. And I don't think we've even really seen duos near one another. It feels like they really spread out this time unintentionally.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. Right? I mean, obviously...
Almost certainly.
Yeah, getting yourself set up in the best... I mean, if there is a individual POI for literally all 14 duos, then, that's something. For now, though, I obviously, Renegade Ranster, the first individual to find some success here on our map, a drop onto Hyper Awareness. Hopefully, we can jump over there.
We can jump over. Here comes Ranster and Leppy bringing out some new skins of their own. We don't even get to see Hypers. He's already... I like that Renegade Ranster's letting us get a look at. I can't even tell what it is. I couldn't get the read on it.
It looked like a female dressed in a black outfit with blonde/strawberry hair.
I missed
Which
it.
the cat is winning so far.
The cat's absolutely winning. Jack has to be wearing the coolest skin I've ever seen to put that win on the board. Is Renegade Ranster in that one outfit where it's just like a pug wearing a hoodie? Is that the skin being worn right now? I can't see the face, so I don't know.
No, that's Bruno Mars.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I know that's not Bruno Mars. You can't fool me.
That's clearly... Well, no, he's got the little medallion on his back. Oh my gosh, we're missing even more. Here comes View with an initial knock onto Fades and one more onto AMWK. Obviously, at some point, they lost out on Juno.
Yeah, that is huge. Juno went down, but it looks like they got the return. Cowboy Jack desperate to run away, and Ranster, as we learned, I think it was in the first game, not one to let him elim away. Unfortunately, I don't think Jack is going to get away fast enough. That little chrome blob getting out of dodge for only so long. Has to fit to the build into the attempt to heal, and I don't think we're even going to get to see Jack's skin before he is removed from the fray here.
Not quite the fray, more like Bruno Mars. Instead, it's a boat, and might not even have to shoot the boat, finding shots that count here. Only 30 health to Jack's name, trying to peek off the little tail end of that one there, and just barely.
So bad, he's so greedy.
That's it.
Oh, Vendetta! Oh, Leppy's chasing. Oh my goodness.
Jero finds a drop on Vendetta on the other side of the map, but Lepe and Renegade Ranster, they want to finish the job.
Yeah, they absolutely know he's 30 HP, every bullet except the last. We see Leppy going for a bit of a build battle, and I've completely lost sight of, I'm not even going to lie, I don't know where Jack went. Oh, he's way out there now. The boat really doing numbers for him in terms of getting away. Vendetta and Mr. Freeze removed from the fight, and there it, it's Oreo this time. The gliding confused me. I thought Jack was also gliding. Just rocking the soccer skin here. 2 duos down, 12 to go. And this has been a surprising note. This has been a surprising aggressive pace of play early on.
For the fact that there's little to nothing in this lobby, the fact that we've seen any teams contesting is a shock here. Now, obviously, we don't see the end of Jack and Hyper Awareness yet. Jack does manage to find their way into the interior of our map, but that obviously leaves you more vulnerable, right? There's a ton of teams who are going to be watching those river rays, and if they see a boat driving through, that's a potential upset there. Zico and Rumor, they got some teams ahead here.
I've never seen this skin before. I can't identify what it is, but it's neat. I like it.
Bruno Mars.
It's not. We can keep guessing, but I don't. I have a hunch this one is not Bruno Mars. The one in the hoodie, I'm not as sure, but this one I'm pretty confident this is not Bruno Mars. I like what they're doing here, though. They're going to be zoning out a natural build, trying to use the traditional windows to get a bit of a read. We see somebody gliding off to their right. I don't think they're going to find time to really take action, but as Rumor and Zico have not been having the most consistent luck with the duo v duo combat, they might be going for more of a traditional bunker strategy. I encourage them to do that. I think that's very intelligent.
At this point, there's really no reason to fight, especially if you're going to waste a ton of resources in the process and then have obviously someone come through, third party, and then that's said and done.
Yeah, it's definitely a high-risk, high-reward scenario of using this many materials to just build a hut that's also a giant blinking sign that says people inside. And they're going to have to take the 2v2 if anybody chooses to engage, but right now they've got tainted towers right off to their left there. They're just going to be rocking here in this high ground, and they have a lot of time to burn, Zev.
I'm sure we will quite literally see them here until the storm says otherwise.
Yeah. Absolutely. They know a duo is incoming, and it looks like it's Juno in view. Juno has been resurrected. A huge moment there. Keeps the duo on top. There they are. Welcome back, Caesar and Sigma. We saw them at the beginning. Hadn't heard from them in a while, and it looks like they're still just following that traditional rotation in toward the circle. They found themselves some safety inside, and now they're going to be playing another slow burn strategy as it's 3 duos within striking distance.
Caesar and Sigma across. Obviously, you mentioned the 3 does there. There's one towards the north as well. It always worries me that when we see this lake in particular, obviously the central one on the map here, that we might be having our storm pull, but that always makes things just that ever so slight bit more interesting there. And you know, shots from far.
Yeah, Juno, shots fired there toward Penjam, and they were not able to line them up quite yet. But you made yourself known. You kind of sent the message where we're watching you, and that, of course, makes it a lot harder for that team to do much rotation, or many rotations. It's fascinating because I feel like Juno and View are actually in like a really bad spot right now. They're good until the circle changes, and they have to get out of the water, and then they're just sitting ducks. So like right now it's great, but they do have launch pads, so perhaps that's their strategy down the line. They're going to launch pad in and out of the combat, trying to find a safer spot in the circle. But for now, I don't know. Not sure how I feel about it.
Fear.
Now I hate it. Now I hate it.
And that's tough. Is he ever going to take the shot is the question.
I know, because he keeps moving. He keeps swapping his weapons and junk. He keeps moving. You got one chance at a shot like this, and you give yourself away. He's going to hold it until he's absolutely sure he can get it. But the intelligence there to keep changing your build, keep changing your rotations, and to never sit still. It's a little thing, but clearly we're seeing how far that really goes to keep you alive. He refuses to sit still. I don't even think he knows Fear is watching him at the moment. Oh! And we got it on camera. Oh, that stinks.
That's tough, though. I mean, that is a tough... Oh.
And you lost. See, you got one shot. You had one chance.
If you had one chance.
One opportunity. One moment. Would you capture it or let it slip?
We'll see if Bruno Mars and his song can make
That's
this
my
one
favorite
happen
Bruno Mars
here.
song.
Renegade Ranster. By the way, they never stopped chasing Cowboy Jack. They're still in zone chasing Cowboy Jack.
Credit to Jack. I'd be so tilted right now. I'd be so furious if somebody was chasing me this far. Oh, and he's in the top! Oh! Jack. I'd be sad for sure. I feel bad for Jack on that one.
It was a valiant effort, one that extended for so long there.
For several minutes. Several Bruno Mars references, and Jack was being chased that entire time.
By two Bruno Mars, apparently. It wasn't just one. Either way, that's going to be all said and done there for that duo. Jack, the last remaining remnant for Lepe, though, of course, here, as well as Ranster. It's a bit of an issue. Obviously, they've got some resources to spare regarding their health. They are now taking out what was Jack, but positioning in this particular storm is just a tad bit contested, and we do have the next storm moving in here, so obviously one bad rotation, and that might be it.
There it is. Jero gets an early pick onto Rumor and makes it a one-player left scenario. It's going to be difficult. Rumor caught off guard, caught talking to the moon in that moment, doesn't fire back in time, and goes down early. And speaking of Jero, looks for the two-piece, actually able to find it onto Zico as well. A phenomenal moment for Jero and mainly Isa, who have not been particularly vocal in these matchups, but like I always talk about, surviving to the end, much more important than getting that treasure of those eliminations.
Well, for them there, that's a position that they have and now counts towards at least the next and further storm. Had they not taken that fight, they may not have been able to walk their way into this next close here. So very advantageous. From below, you've got Noah and what looks to be the Uber driver with their own position, maybe trying to provide some shots there. Across, obviously, you have Shallow and Benjamin, where mainly Issa and Jera are focusing their fire.
Yeah, they're trying to focus their fire down early, and it's a bit of an awkward rotation for all parties. As you mentioned this earlier, Zephyr, the smaller this circle gets and the lake continues to be in that circle, it becomes so hard. We've seen it an insane amount of times today, and it's always super entertaining. Juno wants to peek up, but they know they can't leave the door open. They need to keep that cone up on top and trying to block out any primary shots. We saw a snipe shot get missed earlier, and now nobody wants to run that risk, and yet another circle living on Loot Lake.
Directly here in the water. Now, right now, there's definitely a lot of space to play where you won't be forced to be directly well within this space here, but still, it can be a bit confusing, especially in those end games, if we start to have that storm drift directly on top once again, expending a majority of resources just to keep yourself alive out here in no man's land.
Dang, I didn't realize that Jero and mainly Isa have 4 eliminations between the two of them. That's probably got to be high up on our elimination roster. But Jero just completely slides down into the public there and gets every single bullet in the area magnetized right to his body in a critical moment. Could not run away, baby. Got caught out in the middle of that combat and now has to use a shield gag and every ounce of healing that mainly Isa had in roster just to try and keep that duo alive.
Well, it looks like they are able to stay alive here, but not before the opposing duo has now made themselves present in terms of a position above. Once again, right out into the open. Obviously, some minor cover to work with here for Jero and mainly Issa, but you can see so much of their resources are being extended, just trying to keep themselves alive. Down to what? I mean, that's a 50? Okay, soft refresh. Soft refresh. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
I mean, I don't even know that's a soft. That's from 50 to that's almost max. That's pretty critical here, especially going out over the water. They're going to find every build has to be from them or another player. They can no longer farm natural materials out on the water. This is going to be really difficult. Nobody with a consistent high ground for the time being except Juno and View. They've got a beautiful view, no pun intended, of every remaining member in the matchup. Their scav finds Oreo, gets traded out early. Peklin puts him down, and Jero will fall early on the lake there. The elimination does come tried and true, and Isa trying to let Jero know you can count on me, but to win a 2v1, I'm not sure they're going to be able to play their cards fast enough.
Oh my gosh, several seconds of just pure luck there from Noah's able to barely get into a place of cover to survive. Sadly for mainly East, just going to have to hold on for dear life. On the other side here, Kahuna Buka pressured Lepe and Ranster on their way forward. They've already dropped Hammer.
Yeah, Hammer's been gone for a while. I remember seeing them getting eliminated several minutes ago, and Kahuna Buka not even 50 HP on the board. Not an ounce of healing in their pocket, but what a shot to then try and escape. I love watching him drop to the floor. It always makes me laugh. I don't know why, but it's so funny to watch him, you know, blast a shot and kind of then tip as soon as possible. And Kahuna, oh my goodness, just finds an absolute treasure trove of these healings. This is going to be huge. Trying to get this player back up to full shields. The HP, however,
good.
Still a problem. Still a big problem.
It's tough though, but one good thing for Kahuna Buka is the fact that they are directly in the next storm. Cole won't have to worry about expending extra resources or fighting out from Ranster and Lepe, but still pressured, forced to drop once more here and continually forward. You can see Lepe breaking down the roof here.
Yeah, this has just been such a strong finesse from Kahuna Buka to sneak in and out, to constantly drop down, rotate out and into the circle. Hopefully the focus gets pulled off of them. They can live kind of this longevity game more consistently. And as the gunfire stalls for just a moment, everybody using their launch pads to rotate into the circle. Kahuna Buka has this moment to be completely forgotten about, but for some reason chooses not to take it. He's still out for blood.
Same beacon position out there. Obviously more so I would say maybe just getting a better read regarding his surroundings, especially for the rotation ahead. Didn't quite have the opportunity to catch the launch pads and everyone who came through here. So seeing obviously the minor hold towards his south, at least west, and then one more just across from him. Definitely going to be crucial and potentially what will be the next move forward here.
Noah and the Uber driver, a team slowly but surely building their way up the leaderboard, making it into the top 10 once again. Nothing in the inventory, though, for Noah. That is going to be a rough one to try and turn around. You've got to win this fight early. Try to take somebody else's materials. It's going to be a hard one if they do not win this fight here.
At least he's got ammo to spare here. Hammer that one down, break those structures, and expend as much as possible from Benjamin City and Shallow, who you know have been playing defensive against everybody here. Caesar and Sigma on a very, very extensive high ground, laying down fire.
Yeah, this has just been a great shot from Caesar here. He's just smoking down these bullets, smoking out the window, bullet after bullet after bullet down into the rooftop of that duo, but nobody gets taken down yet. It's going to be a difficult scenario, but with the high ground, you know, losing that fight isn't exactly detrimental. Just doesn't get you those points.
Well, Storm has now made itself apparent. We are once again making moves here for everyone from below. It's maybe an opportunity to capitalize. Ranster Lepe in the skies here. A beautiful knock from Sigma to start this one off. Lepe follows suit at the hands of Scav there, and this is going to give everything that they need for Caesar and Sigma to find their next place of housing.
I mean, that was such a chunky shot from Caesar, or from Sigma, excuse me. A phenomenal job. You take a real power duo off the table, and now Kahuna Buka, our last solo member standing for the time being, is not able to go down quite yet. It's going to be another slow build. There's got plenty on the table.
Gosh.
Scav drops it deep to Sigma, but Sigma is going to be able to get up and out of dodge. Trying to build up high, wants to wake up in the sky, does not want to be locked out of the top 10, but instead might not be locked out of heaven. They fall deep into the storm, and I don't think the resurrection is coming out anytime soon.
Not quite. Scabdo doesn't fare much better either, even after their rotation. And Caesar is still far and above the rest of the pack here. Looks like for them, able to at least find some damage, but still 76 builds. Definitely much to spare, but that's, I mean, that is sparing. That is another drop to potential punch. Thankfully over the water, though.
I think it's incredibly unlikely, but if there's anyone in this lobby that is going to 1v11, it's Caesar. I'm going to say that right now. This kid has been a maniac, and never mind. Take it back. Kahuna Buka down, Uber Driver missing out of the fray, and Caesar trying to get anything done here for his teammate, but I just don't think he's going to have the time. Caesar goes down, Uber Driver falls in that same moment. You know, that is going to be a tough one to find. Down to 6 teams left.
Juno and View, a big return from them, and one that has lasted all the way until the end here, now into the top 6. Shallow, though, and Benjamin, they take advantage of the swift changes of our high ground challenge and now sit above the rest of the lobby. Noah picked off. That's the last remaining member between them and the Uber Driver.
That is going to be a tough one, but 6th place, not bad. Definitely keeps your team alive in the upper echelon of the leaderboard. Komodo, mainly Issa, doing a phenomenal job playing it low and slow, and there they are. I've been waiting to see them. JKA Monkey and Komodo Alex still standing strong. Zap, this is a lot of new players. We had not seen any of these players until today. This is the first time we've had a circle of entirely today new players, and it is going to be a fascinating one as there is no natural land. And Juno and View have no builds.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, there we go. A couple. They got a few.
5, which is barely enough to spare there. Fear, obviously, right ahead of them. Get that drop, and maybe it's a reset that allows you to keep the dream alive. View with that Elam, but from behind, quickly picked off from Shallow and Benjamin here.
Incredible from Shallow and Penn. They only have 3 eliminations between them, but they are finding pivotal eliminations to help win this match out early. 6 members left. I don't think it's 3 duos. Maybe I'm wrong. No, actually, it's 2 duos and 2 solos? Let's get more of a read here. Thank you so much, production. Okay, that is 2 duos and 2 solos. Yep, Isa and View are the solos. They're going to be going head-to-head themselves. The Shallow and Benjamin rain fire down onto Komodo Alex and JKA. View gets the Elim onto Isa, but I don't know if they're going to make it out of the storm in time. Dangerous below on the HP, and everybody out of builds right now, Zephyr. This is the danger of playing above the lake.
At this point here, it's gone on for long enough. JK Monkey and them. Komodo found by View and picked off officially. Shallow, Benjamin, they may not have the builds, but they definitely still have the height, and they're the only duo left alive.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to lose. We need a bit of a truce between View.
Whoa!
Oh, but what a shot! Holy guacamole! View finds Benjamin City. A huge elimination early on, and it is now 3 solos. Zephyr, it is up to all 3 of these members to make sure they're able to win things out right now. And nobody there to save anybody else. There's not even healing in the pocket of View. Shallow caught out in the storm, has to use every chug splash they have, and I love View's rotations, using every available build, but Shallow might just have the healing to win this one out. JKA Monkey finds View, but the HP
Shallow's
trickling
ticking.
away.
Shallow's ticking. JKA.
Could this be it? The high ground. JKA in such a dog spot trying to win that. And Benjamin City thinking, Shallow, I could marry you right now. A phenomenal situation to win that out. Shallow and Benjamin, a clean performance, but JKA, 2nd place. That is a team we saw come in last place twice in the East, 2 times in a row, and they have found their slot up to 2nd place. They're in game number 3, the podium within their grasp. Zephyr, can they do it one more time? That was an incredible game.
It's a long time coming for them. We focused on them early, and we've sung some minor praises, but this is the first success that they truly have had here, and obviously much can be said the same for everyone in those final moments.
Yeah, it just hit me. Were Satix and Edgy even in that game?
I'll be honest, it was tough to keep track here,
I don't think they
especially
were.
With our leaderboard broken on the side.
Yeah, our leaderboard is still being repaired, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break, try to fix the leaderboard. We'll be back with a little more Fortnite gossip for you in just a couple of minutes. Enjoy this break, get some water, get a snack. We'll see you right back here in just a few.
Audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's
I was
all over.
just
It's all
wondering.
over the place.
So how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. It's you don't do it.
Mhm.
Not everyone has it, and it's
Mhm.
something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it, like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports. Let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them. Since a lot of things have been remote recently, I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game, and do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche just to like inspire me to play a little bit more, you know. Do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess or just kind of spitball here, how many hours a week do you think you spend gaming?
Honestly, I've never thought about it. I'm on my computer almost every day. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Between playing with friends and kind of just doing stuff by myself, it's up there.
You spoke about burnout when it comes to playing, and you play every day. What do you do to kind of get yourself back into the zone, or what do you do when you're experiencing burnout?
It kind of goes back to like watching content creators, like the people I watch on YouTube. I'll see if they post anything new, or I'll just watch whatever they have, and I'll get inspired to do it, and I'll just be like, all right, what time to hop on. Even if I don't, not feeling it, I'll try to do something.
Would you say that there's anyone on your team that really stands out to you or kind of motivates you to play?
Yes. One kid on our team, his name's Alex. He is Diamond 2. Diamond 1 or Diamond 2 in Valorant. So he's up there. He only really plays with us. He plays on his own, but he plays with us during games and sometimes afterwards. Trying to be at his level, I think, would be very the goal. So it kind of like inspires you to kind of like keep going. Anyone really that's higher ranked than you kind of inspires you to like, all right, you want to push yourself to be where they are. And that's
Right.
kind of what I've been doing recently. There are
Nice.
people like that.
For you, since this is your first time being on a collegiate team, do you have any advice to people who may be looking to join a team or aren't sure if they should or not?
I say just go for it. When I saw the poster in the school, I was like, maybe they have like, Valorant team, whatever. At the time, I kind of doubted my ability, right? I kind of doubted my ability because like I was a low rank. I know I could hold my own in the game, but I didn't know how I would like compare. But I think you just have to go for it because if you don't, how would you know if you don't go for it?
Would you say that the people on your team helped you out?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who are higher ranked than you are like they teach you. You obviously learn on your own, but there's a lot of things that you can get taught from your teammates and just how they play.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. Let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and the suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is already.
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only like barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, you know I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here. Yeah, that's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah, that's not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably not going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Sebdolence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral Area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, great. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big.
Welcome to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. This is Rod, your favorite host, back at it again with more stellar plays from Collegiate Esports. Special thanks to our partners at Esports U for the additional coverage. Let's hop straight into it. Starting off this week at number 8, we have Torchy showing aerial dominance. they show that you're going to have to work a little bit harder if you want to get back on their stage.
Tiny bit here. Now you got to mix up your timings getting back onto the stage. Toiletry is looking for something, able to still find the jab, and the foiler is going to be.
Next up, we have Cadmus, showing us what impact on a support player really looks like. With the timing of a Lucio God, they come in to claim the play of the game.
Player just going to deny anyone an attempt to hit the objective, and I mean, at this point in time, you got to expect those rollouts to be as quick as they are.
Moving on to Rocket League, we have Swax, showing why they own the airspace with a nice self-follow-up, netting WSC the goal.
As we are going to try to find out that little nugget of information, Swax is going to drop this one down and give us a tie game here in game number 2. Gets that nice little touch over the defender, Peter.
As an Astro main myself, nothing brings me more joy than watching Zeno hold it down on the C site with a nice 4K to secure the second round of the half.
Fine, there's a 50-50 angle. They're checking a beautiful spray down onto 3. Players come in for the rotate from the rest of the map control. And a beautifully played round by FSE, capped off by a nice little...
Now at the number 4 spot, we see that luck is a skill when Post gets 2 back-to-back kickoff goals. All it took was 6 seconds to go from a deficit to the lead. That is comeback potential.
Other ways.
I don't... What? Okay, so Warda actually messed up their kickoff. They 100% did not mean to land like that and then just happened to get a wave dash into it. Hey, listen, fortune favors the bold, and sometimes it's better to have dumb luck than to not be lucky at all. So we'll take it 100%, especially if they get another one. Kabuki to tally it on, and they're proving it isn't just luck.
Coming back into Smash, we have Bryce showing a ledge guard of the gods. It took a couple Gordos to nail it, but this clip truly ended in perfection.
Nope, not a footstool in sight, unfortunately.
I'm just going to be looking for some sort of an edge guard here now. That Gordo is right in the way, and Bryce going to be able to get the...
Conrad came into this round swinging. They really showed what happens when you combine the skill of a great player and the blessing of the RGX Vandal.
Over-aggression, it worked out so well. I mean, just a double kill already in their favor. Push so far as the Sheriff, I mean, has been truly impressive. Unfortunately, the team has not been there to follow up. Conrad now looking for the ace, already able to find 3, looking for 2 more. There's the 4th, and it's up to the tail to save the day. Conrad goes in deep. Oh, they're able to find it. Conrad.
Finally, at the number 1 spot this week, Frosty lays down the law with a stunning barrage. What a way to tell the enemy to get off my point.
Frosty to move in, unabated, unhindered. Here comes the rocket barrage, and it's lighting up the scene with 4.
Well, that wraps it up for me. This has been another fantastic week of ECAC Top Plays of the Week. As always, follow us on Twitter and catch us live on Twitch at ECAC_esports. You can find us live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. EST or Wednesdays at 7. Thanks again to our partners at Esports U for providing all the additional coverage for us to show you. This has been Rod, the best host of this season. I'm just saying. And I'm signing off.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. Esports U Campus Cup featuring Fortnite West game number 4. And rumor has it we're going to have a whole lot of players in this lobby because it is getting pretty close on the leaderboard, Zephyr. It's weird considering Sadix and Edgy did not play last game and somehow are still tied for first place. So they are in a pretty comfortable spot. Rumor has it they'll be rejoining us for game number 4. But These are in Sigma, with the other team tied up. It's absolutely anybody's game.
Well, at the end of the day here, it's the final opportunity within the West region to develop and push your best performance possible, no matter how we might work out judging of this game here. Obviously, though, as you can tell from what you see currently on your screen, we have reduced even further.
We have 11 teams right now. And that's funny, because if it's the top 11 teams, they literally can all win this entire thing. That's how I need to put that into perspective right now. 11th place has 40 points. 25 to win, that is 65, that is higher than anybody in lobby right now. In the leaderboard right now. This is anybody's game right now, Zeph. For each and every elimination is going to be pivotal in untelling the rest of this story here tonight.
Right, and obviously the scary thing is the fact that you start out with a numerous amount of placements right off the get-go as a player. Just, you know, playing the game out today and then successfully, maybe you say you go down.
Right.
Like right now, how many points is that to go down in 11th?
If you go down in 11th place, that is a whopping 11 points. It's actually the only placement where you get the same amount of points of the place you were in.
Screwing with me.
No, I'm not. I'm not. It's the only placement where you get the same amount of points for the place you're in. The rest are all off.
All right.
It's the median. It's the middle number.
I believe you.
I wish I was lying.
Either way, Chicken and Kaizen, it's been a while since we've seen them. Obviously weren't part of our last game, which is surprising given the fact that they were also right up there at the tippity top of that leaderboard. But now their final opportunities as well. Yes, 6th place. Didn't quite get that same level of, well, competitive nature, but we're talking a difference between what? 6
points between them and first place. Yeah.
Oh, and it looks like Edgy's here to play.
Oh, Edgy, welcome back. Jero taken off early on there. That's going to be a crucial elim to find. Right now, Scav and Fear, they are sitting at 4th place, 57 points, 4 points behind that first place slot. This could absolutely be their game. I mean, guys, I cannot stress enough how much anybody alive right now could win this. It does not matter who.
Well, Scav and Fear, we'll check in with them just across, obviously, from above. You can see Fear starting to lay in those shots, but does take a few in return for Becklin and Oreo. Maybe it's the start to a fight that they know they can win. You can see Fear being peppered.
Fear being shot at just a bit here. The rotation has to come in quickly from Scav. They're going to be able to find it early on in a great lineup. Onto Oreo. The shield's down, but not completely out yet. We hear a zipline in action. The parties want to separate. They want to give themselves space to succeed. And Oreo doing just that. Both members healing up, getting to those full shields if possible. And possible it shall be. All 4 members up and running. The first one to go down may very well spell disaster in the end of tonight for their team.
Ooh. Big high ground plays here. Fear and Scav obviously starting to set themselves up. They actually extend themselves out towards maybe
I like this.
A look at this, a rotation down towards the low ground, a pad here, and yes, an escape. A good setup here that allows them to survive for a bit longer. And the fact that it was a surprise to Oreo and Becklin means that they don't get shot out of the sky.
Oreo and Becklin, they're not even going to chase here, Zeph. They're going to go ahead and grab these legendary weapons, hidden just underneath with their located vault keys. A critical moment, one that perhaps we'll see a duo kicking themselves for later, but for the time being, all 22 members still alive. The knock early on must have not found purchase, so no additional points for the Satix Edgy duo.
Well, obviously, it's a bit of a lull now. Neither of these two duos going to be fighting here, but who knows? Obviously, for Oreo and Becklin, they have first dibs regarding the next Storm pull. Maybe we see Fear and Scav rotate back in a very similar direction. Potentially, they meet up on the edge of Storm here a moment further.
We're going to see Oreo go up into the chute there to throw themselves into the circle. Like you said, first dibs on kind of their landing zone, but it looks like they don't want to overcommit just yet. They want to try to catch somebody out early, perhaps someone rotating into the circle, and try to get a couple of free limbs early on. Guys, I'm going to say it one more time. I cannot stress how important every single elim is. Like, there is a very, very, very real chance somebody's going to win by a single point.
Well, we'll see. I don't know about that. Obviously, it's really tough to say because the bar is so close.
Exactly.
I mean, it might be a few elims here, but even just having the natural extension of 6 points before coming into this game is already a huge benefit when you realize a lot of teams are kind of ending up with very similar points. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams have been fighting tooth and nail through player disconnects and lobby failures and people not rejoining the rest of the series. These 11 teams have fought until the bitter end, because something I feel like we haven't talked about as much here in the West is the prize pool, which is going to be given out like after this game. Like maybe not right after, but the point is they're working for $1,000 in total. First place, $500. Second place, $300. And third place, $200. So every single team fully aware they're in the possibility of placing on that podium, and they all want to fight tooth and nail to make sure they can do just that. Here comes Satix and Edgy once again. They're going to have a great momentum boost here on Chonker Speedway. They catch a duo out early, mainly Isa and Jero. Haven't been able to win out these 2v2s very often, but it looks like Satix isn't that interested in chasing them down quite yet.
Ooh. Still, though, it's a position that might give them their benefit a little bit higher here. Obviously, this particular area can be a bit more difficult, especially if the storm starts making its way back up towards the northern side. Then you're having to contest with a bit of the kind of more average landscape that can maybe make you pay a price. Something that I will make note of is that Satix Edgy are, like, obviously they've got like their minor weapons and some good sustain here, but look at the builds. This is low for a round one circle close. 54 for Satix.
Yeah.
That's literally a third of what you're capable of picking up.
Yeah, this is fascinating that they're not as concerned with it. Komodo Alex possibly farming a couple of clips and wants to get that good green screen in the background so he can put whatever he wants behind him. Hiding out. I didn't catch where JKA is. Oh, he's directly above him. Okay. They are nearby. They're playing it in rocky reels. They don't want to take any risks. They want to get that reward early on to make sure they can walk away redeeming those victories and those eliminations. This has been a real up-and-coming team, a real underdog team all evening so far. But, I mean, that last game, second place finish, a phenomenal lineup, and even coming in second place now should be enough to bump them at least a podium.
By the way, JKA and Komodo have or at least hyper awareness, and Jack have admitted that they didn't know they were getting skin judged, even though they alluded to it. And so
they did not make that clear.
Yeah, they did not make that clear, and
that's why they lost.
That's why they lost.
They didn't know.
Apparently they asked for a recount.
A recount? Okay, deal.
This final match. So JK and Komodo, they're still rocking the best of the best here, but when we tune in with the other duo, apparently they might have a response this time around. That's not.
Can't wait to find out. We didn't even really get to see their skins last time, so it was hard to judge
That's
anyway.
True. They were just being chased.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see them a little bit earlier this time and not in the middle of an Indiana Jones style cartoon chase. This is also another good example, Zeph. I want to talk about what you mentioned earlier. The builds we saw earlier, 51. JK's at 132 in the same time. Like, it's very important to find these materials early, but maybe they're going for a more aggressive strategy, and they're just planning, okay, we'll eliminate somebody and they'll have full mats, and we'll take those.
I mean, I never
They're not
liked
losing fights very often.
True, but I never like you're already set up with all this time in the world. Just put yourself on the best foot. Put yourself on the best foot forward, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. I can definitely understand that, and I agree. I would also never take a 1v1 and hope they had materials for me, but perhaps it's just a little bit of confidence. Perhaps it's just a bit of a change of play style. They want to rely on other people to do the work for them. JK and Komodo, I love this rotation. They're going to get a huge high ground smack in the center of the map, essentially. They can get a rotation in every direction. They can see anybody, anywhere. Oreo and Becklin are instantaneously deleted. That's a duo gone. That is our first duo missing, and unfortunately, that is the last time we will see them here tonight.
Oh my gosh. What a shame.
The first duo out of the running.
First duo out of the running there, and obviously we tuned in with them very early on, right? So obviously didn't go their way.
That actually gives them a total of 60 points, which currently ties them for third place, but considering no one else has gained the points they need, that will knock them out of the podium. They are unfortunately not eligible to place in that top three here tonight. It's a shame. It's a shame, but unfortunately that's the way a Battle Royale works, and we got to keep going until everybody's gone but the two of them.
Sadix and Edgy continuing to make their way in ever so slightly, and obviously now getting well and prepared. Just weren't extending most of their time directly on top of their POIs, being that it's wood left there for a majority of what they need. I'm not going to be too nerved. Now, This is a big move from Kaizen and Chicken. They don't know that that's Caesar and Sigma, but they're about to find out.
Right, I think they're about to learn the hard way. Kaizen loses all shields before they even touch the ground. They've got plenty of chug splashes, 12 in pocket, a purple shotgun, and a green hammer to boot. Looks like a great close combat situation, but when you lose all your shields, you cannot take the risk to push forward early on. It looks like Chicken also lost their shields, so only 201 HP between the two of them. Sigma and Caesar still running fully loaded. They've got more than enough to work with, and they want to take this duo down early. Except for this could be the turn of the tides right here.
Oh my gosh, this literally decides the game, because obviously Caesar, Sigma, they go down early. That means it's it for Sigma, now sitting at 71, playing completely defensive. I don't know what's going on. Chicken, Kaizen, this is your moment.
Yeah, I don't know why they're twiddling their thumbs here beneath the base. They want to heal up Chicken, but they don't realize they're giving Sigma that exact same time to heal. Perhaps they lost him? They didn't catch the box. They didn't know where he went, and they wanted to force a rotation out early, but the rotation isn't going to work well. Chicken, I think, trying to build a launch pad onto the high ground. Looks like they might be trying to get out of the fight, but Sigma not able to do so easily. Oh no, there is no launch pad there. I'm crazy. Kaizen gonna lose Chicken in the chaos. Looking for Sigma now to boot. The sniper shotgun does not line up in time, and everybody back to 200 HP.
Reset here, but still the difference is the disparity of height, the setup. Obviously it's going to be Kaizen and Chicken from above, and we both know that no matter what, that will always play to an advantage here. It's minor coverage for Sigma and Caesar, but that storm is starting to move in, and that always has minor impacts.
Always. I mean, right now it's only going to be a 1 tick, but that's 1 damage per second. That gives you a maximum of 50 seconds, or sorry, 100 seconds. I'm going 1 storm ahead. 100 seconds to stay in the storm and continue this combat. But then if somebody shoots at you, you take damage, you lose your shields, your HP is going to be in a critical condition. It's tough. Both duos, they're going to split. They decide it's not time to put it all on the line. They're going to slow things down and re-engage at a later date. Speaking of engaging, though, Isa and Jero going to be grouping up together. Somebody just over the horizon, I believe it was Juno in view. But they were not in view of this duo, not yet.
Obviously, they themselves here in Fort Jonesy have a multitude of teams much closer and much more nearby, but not as close as our previous fight here, so definitely still taking their time to continually set up. Not as surprisingly sustained as much as the rest of the lobby we've seen between here, mainly Issa and Jero.
And they've had longer, yeah. I feel like they've had a little bit longer to get all these materials and to get kind of grouped up and ready for the engagement. We see 4 duos on the minimap, including Isa and Jairo. And you've got to wonder what the slow burn is. We see they're all in the circle. We can see the circle on the top left of the minimap, so they're all on the right side of it. But it's curious why they've all chosen to stay so close to the edge of circle number 1.
Woo. Now, obviously, here, next storm moving in. This is where we typically see the most of these teams start to really, truly group up, or at least be in kind of shooting distance of one another. Even right now, there's a lot of spacing that allows for survivability. So, finally, I mean, obviously, we won't be seeing much action, but this is where we start to see teams tested, where we start to expend some of those resources for survivability, and positioning does become a thing, because we saw last time around so many teams who put themselves in bad positions early, while they didn't have bad rotations later on. You saw how they were stunted in what they could do at the very, very late game. It starts here.
You're constantly fumbling to catch up to where you were before you made that critical error, and I could not agree more, Zephyr. It starts right here. You want to be fully ready for it. The first mistake you make could also be the last of knocking you out of the podium. And we're in such a unique position where anybody being taken down now, it almost guarantees them they're not placing in the podium, and that includes our top 3 teams, Shallow, and the Aja duo and the Sigma duo. If any of those teams go down outside of, let's say, top 5, they are guaranteed to not podium.
Oh my gosh.
Even in top 5, I'm not going to do the math on that right now, but the point is, you have to make it until the end if you want to win this right now.
I mean, it's already... I mean, it's crazy. We're literally talking about a difference between quote-unquote top 5, right? That's 10-player differential.
Yep.
I mean, that is how little sits ahead of you here. I mean, it's so crucial.
We've got first place tied, third place tied, and 5th place tied right now. That is pretty incredible how close these numbers are. I want to bring that up to you folks just one more time. 6 players all within 4 points of each other, all tied with somebody else for those 3 slots. It's going to be fascinating to see how this continues to unfold. The pressure building, though, as Chicken and Kaizen have fully regrouped. They've gotten healed back up. The fight was sloppy. I think if it continued, they would have lost it, but that's why it didn't continue. They got out of the way. They let the Storm push them out, and they get to fully regroup here in Fort Jonesy, where two duos were less than a minute ago. But Chicken and Kaizen roll up too little too late, and there's nobody to catch out.
Well, Chicken and Kaizen, the last opportunity they have to get themselves set up here, obviously. Once you get into that next storm, there's not going to be much movement to be had. Final opportunity, Juno and View, a team that has surprisingly seen success here coming into our western region here today, especially in the last moments, just kind of jumping into the lobby, coming off of that last game there. Now kind of looking to see if they can follow up. Definitely still lower on the board in comparison to the rest of the lobby down there in 14th. But I'd like to just see a strong finish.
Yeah, I mean, if they finish and get the full 16 points of eliminations, they can absolutely come in first place. But without the miracle run of dropping 13 plus elims and winning, I don't think they're going to get first. The podium should still be on the table, hypothetically. That still requires somewhere between 5 and 7 eliminations. Sigma going to be pushing in quickly. It's another absolute powerhouse matchup here. Whichever one of these duos goes down is guaranteed to lose their spot on the podium. The pressure definitely building against Edge and Sadix. They're going to be caught underneath early on. Sadix catches a bullet to the legs, loses 33 HP off the board. And this is going to be a tough one. It is just continuing to be peppered down. Edgy and Sadix in such a tough spot right now, Zephyr. They might be the duo to fall.
24 there on Edgy.
Oh,
already
no.
getting down to health. This is crucial. Trying to splash his way to success. Sigma laying it through on the wall. Sadix the first of all. Edgy quickly picked off as well. It's a massive combo there. Caesar with one, Shallow from across with the other. And a team that could have finished off in first. Now, obviously, done for the day and likely not even in the top 3.
Mathematically already not in the top 3, Zephyr. That is the scenario they are in right now. It is that close already, especially when you look at the fact that second and third place just removed number 1. It drastically increased their chances already of being able to take that podium placement home. I got to see how many points Sadix and Edgy are about to get, but I do believe mathematically it is not achievable. I think they're only putting 12 on the board. That nets them 73. And considering Caesar and Sigma could just give up right now and already have more points than that, then I think mathematically we are already going to have to say goodbye to that duo.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, they found their success earlier today, right?
Absolutely.
Eastern Ridge, and they had their own response here. And, I mean, yeah, one shot, one opportunity, you make it count, maybe you don't. There is some minor discussion regarding the grading of some of these games.
Yes, of course.
And we will discuss that potentially later, and that's actually probably going to be an esports you thing, not an us thing.
Not a caster thing, yeah.
Right. I don't even think we should now surprise you.
Yeah, we'll definitely wait to hear more from the people that sign our paychecks on what we're supposed to do here. But we will definitely keep you guys updated. Zephyr is correct. Due to a lot of esports, not esports, sorry, Epic like just disconnects in the general servers. There's a little bit of discussion on how we're going to shake things up, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, Sigma and Caesar trying to cross Noah and Uber Driver out of the leaderboard. They got the read, the tree in the way. They're going to lose sight of them for a while, but Sigma going to hide off this rooftop once again.
Sigma and Caesar, this is their game, right? And we brought this up from the very beginning, this kind of combo, and how, I mean, they're the top, first, second, from the East, coming through to make a powerhouse of success here. And it started rough. Game run was a difficulty, but now in their final moments, maybe it's all they've ever needed.
Possibly all they've ever needed here. I want to see if Sigma has the action to go in quickly and take down Benjamin, but instead they're not able to line it up. Benjamin and Shallow in the third place slot right now. The longer they live, the better their chances get, but of course that's the name of the story right now. We're still with 9 duos left. I don't believe anybody's got a chance of winning until we kiss that top 5, like I said.
Sigma and them, I can't believe they're out this much in the open. This is
on the low ground.
Low ground, out in the open, no cover. Obviously saving the resources, which is admirable, but, I mean, one bad mistake. Caesar's expending a lot of energy creating space for the duo, right?
Yeah.
Kind of out there on the side saying, okay, this is going to be a good spot for you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But, oh, wow. Once again, investment on the low. This is very different. I mean, last time, we talk about their win earlier in the West region. I mean, they were up on top through and through, and it's early. Storm 5, right? We'll see them. I'm telling you right now, we're going to see a switch up. They're going to, at some point, see a moment to strike, and then suddenly they'll be above everybody.
Wait a minute. Jack and Hyper Awareness aren't even in the lobby.
They probably weren't able to connect.
Yeah,
it's probably one of those glitches.
They're telling us, yeah, they're like, check out our skins. It just hit me. They're not even in the at least we haven't seen. No, they're there. They're at the top. They're at the top. Okay, they're here. Oh, I can't wait to find out what they're wearing. I'm so excited.
I almost feel like it's one of those moments where I'm just like, obs, and then just like snap my fingers.
Whoa! Beautiful. Oh, they feel the spectator. They hit the emote. Oh, it's Peely skins. They remembered. Wow, that's beautiful. They're trying to get points from me right now because week 1, I said how I love Peely skins. Oh, they got me. They got me on that. This is a technicality at its finest.
They got you because they're playing to your favorites right now. They're playing towards history, but I don't know. I still like.
I'm almost just so flattered they remembered. I want to give it to them, honestly.
Hey, I'll say this.
My heart's warm.
I will give it to whichever duo lasts longer.
Agreed. I'm in. Whoever wins, whoever lasts longer, also wins the not important costume contest. We need to establish more costume contests in Battle Royales. I think it's hilarious. Just putting that out there. But right now, oh my goodness, what a risky high ground. There's literally somebody in every direction of them right now.
Hey, but I mean, even though we're making jokes of it, this is technically one of the best spots right now for any team. Cowboy Jack and Hyper Awareness, never this aggressive. They've taken high ground. They lay out control, but look at the builds. They do not have a lot. They've got nothing.
This is the strategy they used to win 3 of the 4 games back in week number 1. I mean, this is the hyper-aggression we saw.
Oh my god!
Oh, what a save!
What a save!
From Jack, are you kidding me? Beautiful. Incredibly well done. The cone goes up just in time. View caught out on the edge there. Juno still up and running about 5 blocks ahead there. And Hyper Awareness and Jack still high on top of this castle here. Nobody building up above them. And this is so reminiscent of that week 1. This is the aggression they brought to the table to win.
This is tough though. We're talking about seconds to spare in terms of a refresh, some build. And to be honest, even though they are above, they're not finding what they need. It's a big chunk of damage onto Shallow there. They're locked in for now. Keep moving this one forward. They've lost on high ground.
Yeah, this is going to be devastating. We've got one of these players out here looking for a room without a view. Juno left on their lonesome. A very sloppy bounce in from Jack. Penjamin now going to be on the high ground. Shallow dropping low down there. We saw them fighting Jack just a moment ago. So the duo is split. It looks like they finally regrouped up here onto the heavens. And they're going to drop right back into the phrase that I cannot stress enough how important the eliminations themselves are. Surviving is, of course, important. But we very well may see somebody win with less than a 5-point differential. That almost feels mathematically guaranteed at this point.
Oh, the first person to start to fall in such a long time is none other than Komodo Alex. Issa there picking up that one from below, leaving just one more. And oh, Cowboy Jack also down as well. It is 1-on-1.
The awareness is gone. That's a 2-piece. That's incredible. Hyper Awareness and Jack, they go down early. By default, Alex and JK win the costume contest.
I will just say, in a serious moment, they expend so much resources to keep themselves on that high ground. You see how it comes back to bite them here. My
Absolutely,
question is,
they had nothing.
The low. We talk about guys like Caesar here in Sigma who have just been waiting.
Noah's down.
Now starting to pick up kills and starting to finally push themselves
Uber driver down.
Top.
They're gone.
This is literally what we've been waiting for. I called this.
The top 3 finish. Kaizen 15 HP, thanking their lucky stars. Those final pellets did not hit, but now Uber Driver and Noah, they have to kiss that podium goodbye. They needed to win to find that top 3 placement. They just can't do it yet. I gotta say, Kaizen and Chicken looking better and better. Fear gone, Juno gone. That duo no longer eligible to win this out. Penjamin falls, and that should move them out of the equation as well. There goes Issa, and it is an absolute bloodbath right now, Zephyr. 6 members left, 4 duos. Chicken falls. That could be it. Sigma finds it. Issa, one of their own, and Kaizen gets the elim. Kaizen gonna bite a bullet from Sigma up above. Can't find that melody in time. Jero falls to Sigma as well. And all of the sudden, we've got 3 left.
3 left, but it's just Scav hidden away here. Sigma is able to find Scav.
No way Scav watches.
But here's the problem. If Sigma goes down far too close to Scav, Scav gets
Can get all those materials.
all those chugs, all those materials, everything. And that is a huge, huge reset
He's getting them.
for
He's
Scav.
getting them. He's getting everything he can, but Caesar has such a good high ground. There's nothing to be done there. That is 11 eliminations from Caesar and Sigma, as if they needed the bump to come in first place. Now, of course, we cannot establish anything here tonight because there is a lot of discussion about the disconnects and stuff, and we gotta make sure everybody gets their fair trade, but I don't imagine anybody getting more points than Caesar and Sigma.
Just to remind people, the few that exist here, Caesar, of course, in combo earlier today with Baz to take first place with 100 points. Sigma and Cut in second with 97 formed the super duo, and they deliver even after they start off the day with a horrific 9th place finish with only 14 points, something that was very low in comparison to what they had shown in their individual respective teams.
Yes, absolutely. An absolutely incredible job coming out from that team. And folks, as devastating as it is to unfortunately end without a bang, because we don't want to assign anybody points that may not,
especially because there's money on the line
down the line, because there's a lot of money on the line. We are just going to call it here. Keep an eye on Esports U for an announcement on who was able to win this. You can follow them on Twitter or here on Twitch. It's just at Esports U, literally everywhere. We love each and every one of you. Thank you to all the players who came out today. This was the most fun we have had with Fortnite in weeks. Zephyr, thank you for joining me. A big shout out to Colton in the back line and our entire team of producers and observers and everybody that makes all of this possible. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
Say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and the suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here. We have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
Nope. You know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here. Yeah, that's not his name. I just keep calling him that. Yeah. His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah, that's not John T. Turbo.
Yeah. I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably not going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so great. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Sebdolence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, we are not dropping a map for the rest of the day. And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds. Where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so...
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big.
Welcome to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. This is Rod, your favorite host, back at it again with more stellar plays from Collegiate Esports. Special thanks to our partners at Esports U for the additional coverage. Let's hop straight into it. Starting off this week at number 8, we have Torchy showing aerial dominance. They show that you're going to have to work a little bit harder if you want to get back